Morning, everybody. Happy Valentine's Day. I know you'll be sick to death of this. In about an hour's time, we go, oh, for goodness sake, leave it with the Happy Valentine's Day. I think people like to be romantic. I mean, at this time of the morning, admittedly, it does take a bit of an effort. But, you know, there'll be roses and flowers, and the dog will still want to go out for a walk, and the cat still wants feeding, and the kids, you don't have to get them up to school. No school, they're on half term at the moment, and don't we just know it? The weather is the same, but around the corner is going to be, I think, a little bit of snow and a little bit of ice. Hopefully not today. Today will just be a day of sort of stuffing yourself with Valentine's Day food and having a nice time. And sending a card, vastly overrated, I think. The RAF ready to shoot down Chinese balloons, and believe it or not, the Loch Ness Monster's gone missing. They think that animals like the Loch Ness. I mean, they keep this thing going. It's a blatant lie, as you know. They say it's probably gone somewhere warmer for the winter. Where? I can't imagine. Skegness, maybe? The Abellio buses have resolved their strike, so that's good news, because that affected me. Because when you sort of get them and they weren't going out our way. I was talking to my nurse yesterday, and she said she's out Hampton way. And, of course, when the Abellio buses go on strike, there were no things, but they've settled on, I think, 18%. So he did very well on that. So it now means that they get, I think, people who've been there the longest get about 18 quid an hour. 18 quid an hour. So, you know, I just want them to go more than 2 stops before they go, the bus driver has been advised to wait here while we change drivers. How many times are you sick to death of hearing that? The Czech footballer who's become the first men's international player to come out as gay. Who cares? Who cares? It's like, you know, somebody wrote in earlier on, I wish I'd been on for it, actually, and says, during the World War I and II, there were very few gay people. No, they've always been there. They've always been there. I promise you, there's been just as many gay people in World War I and II. What are you telling me? Soldiers aren't gay? God in heaven. Soldiers, hierarchy, MPs, leader of the House of Commons, you know, lots and lots of different people, members of royalty, all gay, you know. They didn't just sort of pop up and go, do you know, I think let's find some gay people, shall we? Where are they? I don't know. But no, gay people have been around all the time. All the time. Doesn't make any difference. It's just that it wasn't as visible as it was before. But over the years, I mean, London's been, well, London and I should imagine out of town as well. Just as many places have gay bars and things like that. And nobody really cares anymore now. You know, they go, somebody's come out. But, of course, football is a little bit difficult to come out because of the fans shouting obscenities and things like that. But he said, I've still got my friends and everything else. No, but I don't think people bother anymore. It's like when Philip Schofield chose to come out. Who cares? Nobody cared. You know, it was over and done with. What we want to see is who's his boyfriend. That's what people want to see nowadays. Come on, Phil, drag out somebody. Come on, show us. I mean, it's been 2 years now. For God's sake, you must have been out with somebody. Otherwise, what was the point of telling us? Unless it was one of those ghastly things that the papers do where they sort of phone up a celebrity and go, we've got some pictures and a story that we're thinking of running. And, you know, how would you like to come out? And so, consequently, they almost sort of push people to go out. Marty says things are hotting up with the UFOs. Is Jack getting excited? I haven't told him. I've decided it's safer to keep things like that quiet. Otherwise, you know, I mean, to wipe the smile off his face and that sort of I told you so kind of routine doesn't kind of work for me as well. But there you go. So you're right, they are actually hotting up a little bit. The Queen's gone down after testing positive for COVID-19. Second time she's had it, Camilla, second time. And Cadbury's have cut the size of their Easter eggs, but not the prices. But that's always the way, isn't it? That's always the way. Plus, bad news for music lovers everywhere. S Club 7 are going to reform. God knows why. They're all in their late 90s, aren't they now, I think? And they were trying to make a big deal about S Club 7 coming back, and I was like, oh, please don't. Nothing's going to be sadder than watching a bunch of middle to late 40-year-olds now. Some of them, you know, they've sort of ballooned beyond all manner of speaking. You've got Hannah Spirit, who's now 41, and she was forced to live in an office over Christmas after a landlord turfed her family out of their home, but now things are looking up. And she's a holistic health practitioner, and she's going to set up a holistic health kitchen in Twickenham. Oh, God. I'm sure about that. John Lee is 40. He's retired now, actually. He lives in Cornwall with 3 dogs. Joe O'Meara was the racist from Big Brother, abusing Shilpa Shetty, and then think it was funny. I always remember that interview that was done where they sort of said, you know, you may be wondering why there's nobody here to greet you when you came outside. And she's been playing some nice jazz bars in London. She said, I've got a little live band together. Yes. I wonder if she's still got the same views. Paul Catamol tried to sell his Brit Award on eBay after falling on hard times. They didn't make any money. People go, oh, if you're in a group, you make loads of money. No, you don't. No, you don't. The only time you make loads of money is if you write all the songs. Rachel Stevens did Dancing on Ice and working on some designing. She's 44 now. Paul Catamol is 45. Bradley McIntosh is 41. And he's a regular on the touring circuit. He said, I've got a 5-year-old now, keeps me very busy. And Tina Barrett is 46. Went on to star in musical theatre, appearing in Beauty and the Beast and The Wizard of Oz in 2014. But we are in the year 2023, so she's not done anything for a while. So they're going to book in 11 dates. They're never going to sell out, are they? 11 dates for S Club 7. God in heaven. I mean, to be honest with you, I mean, the last thing Paul Catamol needs is a workout. Well, actually, maybe I take that back. He does need a workout, because if they're going to do the dance routines and, reach for the stars, climb every mountain, reach for the stars. I mean, he might not be able to manage that. He might not. I mean, he's grey-haired old man. He says, tarot reading is my main thing over the last few years. Look at your tarot cards today. What is it saying? Don't tour, don't tour. Could be embarrassing. They've apparently booked in 11 dates. And, as I say, where they're going to be playing, I don't know. I think it's a bit like Bros. They are. They're doing London's O2 Arena in October. Tickets on sale this Friday. They're going to be performing a range of tracks live as well as their greatest hits. I mean, do you think the fans are going to sort of struggle there in wheelchairs and walking frames and everything else? I mean, I'm not sure about that at all, but, Is the world ready for S Club 7 to go back together? They were a teeny bop band, weren't they? It was like Bros. Yeah, we're going to play all these big stadiums, and they sold out maybe 1 or 2, and then the rest they just fizzled by the wayside and had to sort of curtain off areas, because there weren't enough people out there to buy tickets. Because all the people who follow groups, they grow up, and you move on to different things. You might have 1 minute followed S Club 7, then the next minute you might have gone on to, I don't know, Bono and U2, who are doing a residency in Las Vegas. Big rock band like that, doing a residency. How to sell out. I mean, they can't need the money, for God's sake, can they? Well, they probably do, actually. Also, in the paper as for today, Rishi said we will shoot down spy UFOs. They reckon that we've had a few in this country, about 4, which seems, quite a big enough thing. And a US official says the ones which were the size of 3 buses were lurking above nuclear bases in Montana. And the Chinese go, they flew off course. No, they didn't. Did your mummy ever tell you, don't tell lies? It's ghastly. Ghastly. What else we got? The Czech footballer. The US stoked fears of an alien invasion after destroying yet another flying object. Well, it's not an invasion, is it? They've done 4. They've done 4, and they call that an invasion. Such drama queens, aren't they? They really are. Shane reckons the Loch Ness Monster was spotted at Bondi for its holidays. Yeah, I don't see any reason why it shouldn't have gone to Bondi. It is amazing, isn't it, really? Hubby bought home a supermarket Valentine's meal for tonight after your recommendation. It's also 31 years today since we moved in together, says Kathy. How early is it to produce... could you get me a teapot? I know. Poor bloke's only just moved in and already we sent him off for the tea. Is it too early to open the Prosecco, says Kathy. Happy Valentine's Day. It's never too early. Never too early. If you want to open... I mean, to be honest with you, as long as you've got nothing else to do, then you could open the Prosecco now. Because when I had to go to the doctors yesterday to give an armful of blood, they sort of say to you, so how much are you drinking now? And so she goes, how many days a week do you think you drink? So I went, 7. And then they always say, how many glasses do you think you drink every day? And I go, 2. You sort of throw 2 into the mix, hoping that they don't ask anything else. Do you like chat-up lines, says Anushka? Not really, no. I'm not a chat-up line sort of person. I don't do it. I mean, a friend of mine used to have one, get your coat you've pulled. And that was always fairly popular. How do you like your eggs in the morning? Unfertilised. And there's another one. I mean, all these sort of... I mean, I don't think people do chat-up lines now, do they? I mean, is it still... I don't think they do. Why can't I hear you? Why can I not... Wait a minute. Let me just try my headphones around the other way. That's better. That's better. Amazing how you're only coming on half of my headphones. I mean, they seem a bit naff, don't they? I think basically it's a case of, can I get you a drink? And they sort of go, yeah, okay, I'll have a Dubonnie or something like that. Yeah, everything's done online. Yeah, because you want to see somebody's picture. If they don't get back to you, it means you're ugly. Which is very embarrassing, isn't it? Because it saves people telling you to your face. The trouble is, I've always done this before. I always say, when I do one of my shows, I have used the line quite a few times. I say there's a lot of very attractive people in here tonight. I said there's also an awful lot of unattractive people. I said I won't name you because you know who you are. It's as simple as that. 84850 Steve at lbc.co.uk. Jackie says, does Camilla have the COVID jab? She's jabbed up, and yet this is the second time she's had it. I hope she's going to be all right. I do hope it. And the police moving very slowly in the search for Nicola Bulley. They're now combing a caravan park for clues. This is a caravan site near the Riverside Bench, and they've only just got around to going there. I mean, I don't want to say they're inept, but bloody hellfire. I mean, come on. Surely she went missing from this bench. Oh, look, there's a caravan park. Should we go and have a... No, I'll leave it for a few weeks. It's just absolutely unbelievable. Underwater dive teams are also exploring a new section of river in the belief that she fell in and drowned. She was a very, very strong swimmer, and I looked at that river. I watched it on the television. I've seen the pictures of it. It's not a fast-moving river. It's a bit slow. So that's why I think there's something more to this, don't you? We've all got, our thoughts on things, and you sort of think, there's something they're not telling us here. There's something the police know, but I don't think they can't be this inept. So somebody disappears. The last time she was seen was by a bench, which was where her phone was, and literally a stone's throw is a caravan site. That would be the first place you'd go to, wouldn't you? That's what I would have thought. But obviously the police think differently. But we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see. One of the blokes who seems to be an expert on it, although the family don't seem to know, he says, I don't believe she fell in the water. Well, you might as well bring in a psychic to tell you that, she didn't fall in the water, or she might have fallen in the water. At the moment, they have no idea. It's the Madeleine McCann story all over again. Where has she gone to? Is it somebody local? And how come other people walking their dogs never saw her? Also, you'd hear somebody falling into the water. There would be a splash, and somebody would cry out, would they not? Don't keep your mouth shut. Surely not. Short break, because it's 4:15.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. Nice to be company. It's Steve Allen's Valentine's Day programme. I am here as Mr. Love DJ. Because they're all like that. Barry White, I was watching, they had an old concert of his, and he had a very, very dark voice, very deep and very sexy, and his music was great. Barry White and the Love Unlimited Orchestra, big fans of mine, but he was just basically selling sex, and yet he was huge. He was absolutely enormous, but I thought he was brilliant. I loved him. Never saw him live, never interviewed him. Never sort of got round to things like that, which is a shame because I'd have loved to have talked to him. Do you know there's a rare... I don't know anything about Pokemon, but they're cards, aren't they? Apparently. And this is one which features Pikachu. I've heard of Pikachu. Yeah, Pikachu's hot. Pikachu is fab. But anyway, this is a rare one. They think only 45 were ever made of this card. I'm assuming it's a card swap kind of game. You go and buy this thing and you get, a bit of chewing gum, and then you get a Pokemon card, or you just get the Pokemon cards, and then you swap them with that. I've got 3 Pikachus. Do you want to swap it for whoever? I've got no idea. How much do you reckon this one has gone on sale for? How much? 20k? 20k, good guess. Good guess. How much do you reckon, Jack? 27? Bloody useless. He said 20k. No, 1.25 million. Well, yeah, good guess because he made a guess. Yours was pathetic. You just copied him. He went 20 and you went 27. Oh, well, that was feeble, wasn't it? You'd have gone, it's Pikachu. It's when you weren't close at all. It's Pikachu. Should have known immediately it was going to be over 1 million. The collector's item has been very good condition. Bloody well think so too for 1.25 million. I never got into collecting cards or anything like that. We never did comics or cards or anything. My mother thought it was vulgar. So we didn't do it. George in Basingstoke, somebody's got to live there. Will you do the regular annual best and worst Valentine's meal deal? We've already done it. We think that Marks and Spencer's is very good for 20 quid. And I think you'll find that Waitrose was very good as well. Morrison's, I think, was £15. And it was, and to be honest with you, 20 quid for a meal for two people. That's a tenner each. I paid more than that for a piece of fillet steak. I paid 14 quid the other day for one piece of fillet steak. Admittedly, it was delicious. I mean, it was really, really nice. And I just do it. You know, I'm not a brilliant person in the kitchen, but I can sort of put stuff. I mean, yesterday I had the sweet and sour chicken from Waitrose. I was just feeling on something easy. Tip it into the saucepan, put the lid on, leave it for 15 minutes, go back, empty it into it, eat it. And it was delicious. Absolutely delicious. I like that. And so I don't know what we're going to have today. I can't go and buy a meal for two people. That just looks ridiculous. It doesn't quite look right, does it, really? Steve, I was in hospital last year for a week in the heart ward. Oh, I got so bored I got my mate each day to bring in some Glenfiddich miniature bottles and G&T cans from M&S, and I drank steadily. The nurse kept looking at my blood test, giving me a weird look. Yeah, I mean, I didn't know there was a heart ward in the hospital. I thought you were just shoved in with everybody else. It makes no difference. I mean, I was connected up to a machine, so I was all right. So they sort of constantly monitor things. I liked being in hospital. I thought it was a rest. For me, a rest. Steve Bradley from S Club 7 is the son of Lorraine, who used to be in an 80s group called the Cool Notes. And is a friend of my mate, Rob. Bradley's been working as a DJ, says Terry from Leighton Buzzard. All right. Getting on a bit now. He's in his mid-40s. Do people really want to see S Club 7? It's going to be like watching a group of pensioners come out, reach for the stars, climb every mountain, reach for the stars. We went to see the Royal Variety performance a few years back, and Take That were on stage. When they went down to do their Every Night I Do Is Pray, you could hear the creaking of their bones from where we were. We were on the first circle thing, but, you know, reach for the stars. You know, one of them's bound to have a heart attack. You can't die. I mean, to be honest with you, it's looking slightly disturbing. But, you know, I'm sure people want to go there, but what are they going there for? Are you going to see how old they all look? Or are you going to see them because you go, I used to buy S Club 7? Because they had a TV programme, which I think was filmed in America, and I thought that was quite good. It was a bit like sort of a slightly cleaned up version of the Monkees. You know, if ever you saw the Here We Come, walking down the streets, we get the funniest looks from everyone we meet. Hey, hey, with a monkey, yeah. People say we're monkey around, yeah. Reach for the... It doesn't quite work, does it, really? It doesn't work the same way. But I was always amazed at the Monkees, actually, when they started dying. Because you don't imagine that these people are old. As far as I'm concerned, everybody lives forever. You know, Fame. I want to live forever. Baby, remember my name. Did you ever watch the show Fame? That was such a good show. Oh, it was fabulous. They all went to the New York Performing Arts thing, and they would jump out onto the streets and dance on the top of taxis and everything. It was really good. Probably got more people to go and join theatre schools than ever before, and they came and toured over here. My friend Uncle Rob, he loved them. He went to see them live, I think, at the Royal Albert Hall when they came over here, the members of the cast, and it was brilliant. It was absolutely brilliant. I loved it. I love stuff like that. But it's obviously, I mean, I remember Irene Cara, of course, so she had the song Fame, I'm Going to Live Forever. And then there was Lee Carreri, whose dad was a taxi driver in it. Who else was there? I'm trying to think, actually. Jim Moody. Oh, Gene Anthony Ray, who died, sadly. He died. He had an AIDS-related illness. But they were so good. You know, kids who were in... Somebody who's just died, actually, recently. It's a kid in America. The kids in America, whoa. And he was in a very well-known thing, but he fell on hard times, and he was in a homeless hostel. And I remember thinking to myself, you know, you've been on television, seen by millions of people, and you end up... And he was only 27. He was a childhood star, and he died in this homeless hostel. And you think, oh, God, that's just so awful. Really is. Andy in Sunderland says, I've got Reach for the Stars stuck in my blooming head now. Thank you. And Sandy, good old Sandy. Remember where that line came from? No. Well, although there was a person called Grease Lightning. Oh, Grease Lightning. Grease Lightning. Oh, Grease Lightning. No, Sandy was in Daddy Warbucks. The sun'll come up tomorrow. Bet your bottom dollar that tomorrow. Little Orphan Annie. And she had a dog called Sandy. And she said, good old Sandy. She was an annoying little so-and-so, I'll tell you honestly. Every time she opened her mouth, the sun'll come up tomorrow. The best version of that was when it arrived on stage over here and Paul O'Grady played Miss Hannigan. You can imagine, can't you? He hates kids. And so, Steve, I've got friends coming over, so I bought 2 Valentine's Day dinners to reminisce. Going out through the exit, the alarm went off. The security said because I bought steak. Oh, yeah, they normally have to put security alarms on steak and stuff. People nick it. Seriously, people thieve. That's just what people do nowadays. It's very embarrassing, isn't it? Do you have a favourite film for Valentine's? No. No, I can't think of any Valentine's films. You know, any Love Actually. See, I like Love Actually. I can watch that quite a lot of times. A Christmas movie. Yeah, see, I loved Love Actually. I thought my friend over in America, Ian, he hated it. He seriously hated it. Mind you, he liked a film called Santa in Handcuffs, and the least said about that, the better, but provided a very entertaining afternoon for somebody. But it was a case of, I thought Love Actually was so good. It was so lovely. He was going round the houses, and Martine McCutcheon. It was just brilliant. I thought it was nice. I like a romantic comedy. I like it. Rebecca says, I still listen to my Fame soundtrack on cassette. Got it when I was 8 or 9. That ages you, doesn't it? Doesn't that age you when you start going, oh, I got that when I was about 8 or 9. Very worrying. And somebody says, Stella says, I'm loving my pair of leg warmers. Oh, leg warmers. Are they like socks that go over the outside of your trousers and stuff like that, are they? I don't know. They're sort of like skin tight. I don't think we want to. Oh, like thermals. Oh, right. Are you sure? Leg warmers like thermals. You're not going to produce a pair, are you, Freddie, or something? All of a sudden, Freddie's going to stand up on the desk and do the, sort of one of his songs from maybe the Rocky Horror Show or something like that. They look as though they were the sort of people who could wear thermals. Very odd. Thermals, let's have a look. No, they're socks, you fool, honestly. Footless knee socks, they've got it wrong completely. They've got maximum calf circumference, and it tells you how big. God. And so, all right, it's just like a long sock, and you put it over your jeans or something. They're not too expensive, are they? But why would you want to keep your legs warm? Because I've got no feeling in my feet at all now. I'm telling everybody, I'm looking for the sympathy vote that I've got. So she said to me, just remember, don't go out barefooted. Like where? I don't know where she thought I was going to be going. But I said, oh, right, because I can't feel anything. They did the thing where you close your eyes and then they got a needle. It's only plastic and they push it into your foot and all the rest of it. I felt nothing. Absolutely nothing at all. But I'd said to them before, I've got no feeling in my feet, and it's all part of the diabetic process, you start off on metformin, then within about 6 months to a year, you're on insulin, then you're on 2 lots of insulin, then the feeling in your feet goes, then you get prostate problems, then you get heart problems. In fact, it's a slow decline. I hope I make it to the show at the Leicester Square Theatre. Does Thelma and Louise count as a romantic movie? The only bit I remember from Thelma and Louise is where they're trying to park a car in a car park, and this car nips in, and they sort of have a bit of a brush up, because it reminds me of the woman who was trying to park a car outside Harrods, just in the side turning, and there's a bloke waiting, and she's going in, out, backwards, foot, in, out. And trying to get the car out, and this bloke's getting really frustrated. In, out, sideways there. Eventually, she gets the car out, and he lets fly with a torrent of abuse at her. Bloody this, bloody that. Anyway, she gets in the car, and he's managed to get it in one, and he says to her, winds down the window, and he said, this is what you can do when you're a good driver. Park it in one. And so she reverses her car out and then smashes straight into the side of his, winds down the window and goes, and that's what you can do when you're bloody rich. And I thought that was quite good. I've always wanted to do that with a tank. With a tank, I think. Steve, the one group who sound and were as good as they ever were is the Shadows, says Monica. Their final tour with Cliff was brilliant. Yes, love the Shads. Love the Shads and Cliff as well. Just big fan. Have you seen Clarkson's Farm? Nope. No, I don't think Titanic's romantic. He dies, doesn't he? Found floating among the icebergs. It's sort of romantic for little bits of it, but basically he was a stowaway, and then he was, and also, you know, he was on board the ship that was going to go down, and then the last time we saw him, he'd gone blue, which I'm assuming is sort of the colour makeup that they'd used on him to make it look as though he'd been killed by the freezing cold water. But the whole thing about the necklace and all the rest, it was just made up, and the painting and the nude painting and stuff like that. I must get one of those pictures. If I was going to have something exciting, I'd have myself painted nude, and then I could sort of hang it up in the. No, just me again. Oh well, there you go. Very unhelpful they are round here this morning. Let's take the news, shall we? Because it's 4:30. The news headlines are with Serena Farrow.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, happy Valentine's Day. Yep, somebody wrote in very sweetly and said, Steve, if the boys don't get a Valentine's today, you can treat them to the Mark Armand gig at the 100 Club on the 22nd of December for another loveless Christmas, says Pete. It is the thought that counts. Well, they don't celebrate Valentine's Day. It's not that they can't celebrate Valentine's Day. It's just basically that they don't want to buy into it. You know, and it makes it a lot easier. I mean, to be honest, I've got no sympathy with them whatsoever. Asda have got a meal for two, one starter, one main, two sides, one dessert, one drink or chocolates, and a Sky movie voucher for 15 quid. Isn't that good value? Oh, that's very good. One starter and one main. How's that going to feed two people? I mean, I would be expecting, I don't know, actually. I don't know what I'd really want. But I think it's all very good value. Very good value. They're doing all these adverts on the television at the moment, aren't they? But sort of, you know, have a cheap meal on us. I can't think of anything worse, actually. It's like going out to one of these places where I quite like the all-you-can-eat, but I mean, there's a limit to how many times you can get up there and just start looking like a fatso. You know, because you go up there and you go, oh, I'll have some more, actually. We used to go to a carvery in Knightsbridge, my dad and I, years and years ago, and you could go. I only ever went up the once. I didn't want to go up twice. It made you look greedy. But when they've got lamb, beef, pork, you know, and then they've got the what do they call them? Yorkshire puddings. Did you get the Yorkshire puddings this weekend? Did you get them? How many Yorkshire puddings did you have, Jack? How many? 3 Yorkshire puddings. Wow. Did your mum make them or did she buy them? Oh, of course you went out, didn't you? Went out to the pub. They have pubs where they come from. It's so funny. It's they sort of, you know, tie up the horse to the hitching post and they go inside and they all get off there. They've got straw in their hair and all the rest of it. Oh, you know, here we are again, you know, happy as can be. And so 3 Yorkshire puddings. Woo, nice. What was it? Was it roast beef? Was it roast beef or roast beef? Did you have a pudding? I like a pudding in a pub. You were too full up? It's unusual for you not to make room for a pudding. My mother used to say that to me. Eat too much at the beginning, got to leave room for a pudding. You know, were the puddings nice? Were they sort of, you know, were they not really? I don't know what I want as a pudding, actually. I think just sometimes I have ice cream because you want something like that to sort of help the medicine go down. Oh, no, not bread and butter pudding. No, it's very common, Freddie. Very common. We don't want that. Rice pudding, but that's also very common as well. But, no, I think you can have ice cream, 3 different flavours. That's quite nice. But what else would you be having? I don't know, actually. I don't know. I've had quite a few pub lunches out. Oh, cheesecake's very common now. I wouldn't have cheesecake if you paid me. I can't think of anything worse, actually. It's the only thing that just bores the senses. People say, I've made a cheesecake, and I go, I'll eat elsewhere. You know, It's never done well, has it? I don't know where it came from. I think it was American. I think the Americans invented cheesecake, and they can bloody well have it back again, can't they, really? But they have their football matches and their games, and they come round and serve you a hot dog. You know, who the hell wants to buy a hot dog with him walked up and down stairs? You go for the hot dogs. Actually, I have to be honest, I do like a hot dog. I do like a hot dog. In fact, I like the German ones better than any of the other ones because they're really nice. And when we have the German market in Kingston, they do all the different wursts there: curry wurst, cheese wurst, normal wurst, mix this and I could just sit there and eat them all day, but they're a bit expensive at £6, so I tend not to do it. But it is nice, isn't it? I mean, but be warned about the Marks and Spencer's heart-shaped sausage. It's not a heart-shaped sausage. You look at it in the box and you go, that's because they've arranged the box very cleverly. In the middle is a bit of cardboard, and you think, that's the heart-shaped bit. You take it out, it's 2 blooming sausages. You might as well buy a packet of sausages and then bend one round a little bit, or get some frankfurters or something like that. But they also sell now in Marks and Spencer's, which they've sold for a while, actually. They do ready-made Yorkshire puddings. And they do big ones. They do a big one, which has got minced beef in it and carrots, and that's quite nice as well. You just stick that in the oven, and that's I'm getting lazier and lazier in the kitchen. But I don't really care. Because I think it's actually quite nice to try different bits and bits. Sometimes I look at things and I think, it's a lot of money for that. They do a whole range of Boeuf Bourguignons and chili con carne, sort of luxury ranges, which are about £8 or £9. That's quite. You'd like those, actually, Jack. That'd be good if you don't cook and you don't cook. So you could have things like that, and then you could buy the Yorkshire puddings and just stick them in the oven, and then just drizzle the Boeuf Bourguignon all over your Yorkshire puddings, and then a little bit of mayonnaise over the top is always very, very, it's my little handy hint there. If you want a little bit of a handy hint for when you're cooking in the kitchen. But the idea is that, you could cook a chicken for a Sunday lunch. I can't think of anything worse. You'd be sitting there forever and a day waiting for this blooming thing to cook. But Cameron says, can I be your other friend in America? I don't know, actually. I'm not really sure I'm ready for another friend. That's quite a lot of friends I've got in America. I'll let you know, actually. Steve, how about, says Robbie, my favourite celebratory movie for today, The Valentine's Day Massacre. Go to Vegas and you go to the Crime Museum, which is in Old Vegas, and they've got part of the wall from the St. Valentine's Day Massacre. Because when they were setting up the museum, and they've got a barber's chair where somebody was sort of having their haircut, and they leant back and somebody came in and slit their throat. There was a lot of that going on, a lot of mafiosa. And they've got this woman phones up and says, I've got part of the wall from the St. Valentine's Day Massacre. And they went, you have? She went, yes. We own the building right next door to him, and it's ours, and it was built onto the side of a public toilet. But it was the wall where it's all covered in bullet holes where they were gunned down. The St. Valentine's Day Massacre, very famous, and so you can see it in this thing, and they show you a little film, and a lot of people move on before they actually move the thing apart, and you go, oh my God, you've actually got the wall. And lots of people perished. Somebody said, how a bit of spotted Dick with custard. A little bit of spotted Richard always goes a good way. I'm not really a big fan of steamed puddings, strangely, but a sort of a pudding. Anything with custard on is quite great, isn't it? Do you know what I bought the other day? I bought some chocolate milk from Marks and Spencer's. That was a bit nice. It's in a bottle. Yeah, it's in a bottle. It's made with semi-skimmed milk. It's really quite nice, and it was ice cold, and it was particularly delicious. When I had this thing the other day, when I went to, where did I go to? I can't remember. The burger place in Kingston, and I had their Frosty, which is like sort of a milkshake, but you eat it with a spoon. It was quite, the chocolate one was particularly nice, actually, particularly nice. I've got to say, I think we should bring a machine in here. I think we should be given a machine that we can go in the corner, do 3 different flavours, strawberry, vanilla and chocolate. And then we can put a little counter in the door, and I could just sort of stand there, and people would come up and go, can I have 2 cornets, please, Steve? One chocolate, 1 strawberry. And I can go, hold on a second. I can turn around and do that while doing the programme. Makes perfect sense. Might as well earn your keep. Definitely. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And Poor old Brendan says, I've decided to avoid social media today. If you love your partner, keep your cringe Valentine's photos and post yourself. Makes me feel sick, but a cheesecake for dinner is my go-to this evening. Brendan's very common, ladies and gentlemen, and he likes cheesecake. And that's it. That's your go-to this evening, cheesecake for dinner. No, if I ever see it on a menu, it's like, don't even bother looking. I tell you what I do like, though. I do like a sorbet. Sorbet's quite nice. That's very refreshing, isn't it? But, yeah. I did have sticky toffee pudding once, and I had it at one of my ex-producers' weddings, and they did sticky toffee pudding. He had one of those wedding cakes, which was all cupcakes, and they did sticky toffee pudding, and I'd never had it before. Because I think we went out to Joe Allen's, and they had it at the time, and I remember thinking, I mean, it's got the sort of kind of factor. So I quite liked that, actually. I've only ever had it the once. I've never had it again, but I think we had it, sticky toffee pudding. They said, do you want it with ice cream? Is the Pope Catholic? Hello? Come on. Pull yourselves together. Absolutely. Steve, one of the best love songs ever produced was, I think, by Elvis. You were always on my mind. Yeah, that's okay. You were always on my mind. I liked Elvis. I liked him. Steve, an affair to remember, beautiful, elegant, romantic, but also got Tom Hanks and The Sleepless in Seattle, or You've Got Mail. I like that, actually. I like Tom Hanks, full stop. And Steve, I'm looking forward to collecting all the beautiful fresh roses discarded in the street after people have split up. Because that's what they do, isn't it? The inevitable breakups. That's why, if ever I'm going out with anybody, which I mean, to be honest with you, is a dim and distant memory, it's a case of when you get to Christmas, finish with them. No, seriously. If you're going out with somebody, it's been going well by the time you get to the beginning of December, get rid of them. OK? And then go back out with them after Christmas. That way it'll save you the cost of a present. You won't have to buy a present or send them a Christmas card or anything else. And you can go with other people because you're not... romance is not dead in my life. I know people think, Steve Allen, he's obviously not a romantic person. I think I've just proved to you, actually, that I am a very romantic person. 3 more sleeps and we're off skiing in the French Alps, says Joe. Proper snow, not that foggy weather we got here. Yeah, I think it's going to get worse here. I really do. I think we're going to get snow and a bit of ice, which I think will probably kill off my blooming miniature daffodils, which are quite nice. Quite nice. Should we take a time check? We like a time check, so if you're clock watching, and you might be, I don't know, not my business if you are or you're not, have a look at your watch and go, good Lord above, is it really 5:15?
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. Just in case you were thinking of spending a bit of money on a bouquet of flowers, I've got a lovely bouquet of flowers which is up for about 60 quid, and it'll last you forever. You know why? It's made of Lego. They've made a Lego, but I don't get the thing with Lego at all. I really don't. We used to have Lego when we were sort of looking around for property in Berkshire. We lived in a little touring caravan, 4 of us. How we managed, I've got no idea. And we had a bag of Lego, and we played with Lego, but it was only red and white. Now they do all sorts of different colours. Apparently, leg warmers are worn in rehearsals by ballet and other dancers to avoid cramp and to keep your muscles warm. Useless at keeping your feet warm, of course, says Antonia. Thank you very much indeed. Christine in York, I agree with you totally. I mean, seriously, have you heard it? Oh, can't even begin to go there. Steve, I just had a mini Christmas pudding, says Shane. I like those, but my latest go-to thing, I'm afraid, it grieves me to tell you, fish fingers. The fish fingers from Iceland, the big chunky fish fingers. 6 in a box, 3 boxes, 10 quid. Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. But I forgot about, it tastes all right. If I get sick, could you ring 000, says Shane. That's our emergency number. I've not tried the M&S chocolate milk, but I did try their banana and oat milk drink. Very nice. Oh, no, that is good, says Kim. P.S. Nice to see the wee snowdrops and daffodils making, I don't know why I've gone into an accent, making their annual appearance. Cute, hardy wee fellas. Yeah, somebody said to me, because you get the little daffodils out first, and then the big ones come out. I don't like the big ones. I don't like the big one. I like the little ones, actually. I'm taking my partner, Steve, to the Jolly Roger fish shop where she loves a battered sausage. He said, should I pull out all the stops and get her some mushy peas? What a lucky girl she is. I know. Hope she makes it into double figures. God in heaven. I mean, I have to be honest. I live for a battered sausage. I don't know what people go on about and they sort of decry it. But no, you get your fish and chips and you go, and a battered sausage, and I'll have that separately. Just stick it in a little bit of a bag and you can eat it as you go along because it's delicious. But I'm sure the Jolly Roger fish shop will go particularly well for you. Costco, says Natalie, do the best sticky toffee pudding in their fridge area. Do they really? I didn't know that. Oh, Jack looking interested now. But unfortunately, Jack isn't a member of Costco, so he can't go there. I am a member of Costco. I'm an executive member of Costco. Of course I'm a member of Costco. Good heavens above, it's shopping. Have you ever been to Costco? Have you ever been? You've never been to Costco? You'd love it. I tell you, it is not physically possible to go to Costco and not buy anything. Because all their Christmas stuff is out in October. So by the time you get to November, it's all finished anyway. And they do clothes, jeans, stuff like that. Plus, they do everything. Fridge freezers, trampolines, they do everything. Sweets like you can't imagine. Boxes and boxes and all their strawberries are in giant boxes, and they do steaks and they do smoked salmon and they do bakery stuff, and it's fabulous. It's a day out in itself. Well, all you've got to do is take in a couple of bills with your name on, and then you can sign up. Oh, you'd love it. You would love it. You'd be going around going, could I have that, Steve? Could I have... I go, yeah, you can have that. You can have that. And they do booze. They've got a huge section full of booze, huge section full of water, huge section full of toilet rolls. But you've got to buy in bulk, so you walk away with 3,000 toilet rolls. Basically you need to move to accommodate where you're going to put these things. Oh, no, it's fabulous. Steve, the best ever love song and movie produced by Bollywood, which was Cubby, Cubby. Yes, I love Cubby, Cubby. One of my favourites. In fact, possibly one of the best ones. I mean, it came out such a long time ago. I think it was about 1970s. It would have been, actually. Because I joined here in 79. But, of course, it starred Amitabh Bachchan, Shashi Kapoor, Rishi Kapoor, Neeta Singh. I mean, it's gone down in memory as being the definitive Bollywood movie. But from all those times, and you can still get it. It apparently made 40 million at the box office, which, in those days was a lot of money. But very good. Kim says, you're very good at the old accent, Steve. I know, just like that, in a slightly higher pitched voice, I'll have you know. And Chris from Cheshire, we don't know where in Cheshire, probably the whole of Cheshire, says, I can't go to Costco without having a chicken bake. Oh, they do everything. They do big curries and just put that's fatal for you, Jack. It would, seriously, you would walk out there going, don't ever take me there ever again, Steve. I can't walk. And you can go in there and you can eat in there as well. And they do baked potatoes with a filling of either chili con carne or beans or, what else they do? About 4 different things. Plus they do a chicken bake. Plus they do slices of pizza. All cheap, and you can get a refill of Coke or bottles of water or everything else, and the Coke machine's got ice with it and everything else. I suggest you join as quickly as possible. Just get in my car and I'll take you there. You'll love it. We'll have to clear the car out first to accommodate all of the different stuff. Steve, I'm not normally, says Sam, one for Valentine's Day. I think it's a bit commercialised. You're right, absolutely. It's commercialised. That's the whole, everything is commercialised. When is not something commercialised? However, this year, an absolute stinker for my wife. She's had deaths in the family and the obvious fallout that comes with it. So I thought I'd treat her this year. I brought her the Shark hair wrap. Oh, right. It costs a fortune over. I'm glad I did, because yesterday she tested positive for COVID. The woman can't get a break. Hopefully the big bottle of Prosecco and a bar of chocolate I left this morning might cheer her up, and I'll give the main present later. My friend Mr. Neil has one of these Dyson hair dryers for Lorraine, and it's like, they're super duper money. They're like £500. They're like really, really mega expensive. But if you've got things like that, they're very good. And Steve, lovely song for Valentine's Day. That's Amore from Dean. Oh, sorry, the phone's off now. For Dean Martin. Costco at Reading apparently now has a pet. Is that the one by Chris the Majeski Stadium? Because that was I used to drive down the motorway sometimes to go to that one, but in fact I can go to the one at Sunbury, which is very local to me. Or failing that, I can go to Fareham, something like that, Farnham, and it's good. So Costco at Reading has a petrol station. I'm sure that's the one by the Majeski Stadium. Madejski Stadium. Wait a minute, let's have a quick look. Select car leasing, Madhouse, blimey. Costco Reading, might not be, actually. Might not be. There you go. Costco Reading, Madejski Stadium. Yeah. It's round the round the back of it, actually. It's got huge wind turbine there, which is absolutely crazy. See, I quite like wind turbines. Nobody else likes them. I'm the only one. Simon says, why are places like Costco called cash and carry? Well, it's basically you're paying cash and you walk out with the stuff. It's as simple as that. Steve, why don't you take your producer to Costco? He's not the producer. He's the assistant producer. Freddie is the producer. Good Lord, don't start demoting. Heavens above, we'll never hear the end of it. But then he can experience it and decides if he wants to join. It can be your Valentine's Day gift to him, says Julian. Maybe you can get an introductory prize. Well, you see, I'm more worried about keeping the leather on the seats of the car in pristine condition. So we'd have to put down, plastic over the seats before we let him sit in anything. Not any of that kind of malarkey, do we, really? And Alex is in Cambridge, but it could be Jessica. Now, there you go. I mean, is that a them, this, thou? Oh, I don't know. I get confused by the whole thing. It gets very, very, very confusing. Very, very confusing. Somebody else says, you're very good at these accents. I'm not really. I promise you. Jackie says, I'm surprised you don't have microwave meals, Steve, as you don't like cooking. I can reheat. I'm very good at reheating. But no, definitely not. Jason says, up until now, cooking has bored me to tears. However, I've stumbled upon the secret to making it enjoyable. It's listening to your podcast. Well, there you go. As indeed, I hope you have all downloaded. Yesterday afternoon, you entertained me as I prepped chocolate fondants with gooey centres for mine and hubby's Valentine's meal tonight. I couldn't help thinking, whilst I was making them, I bet Steve would enjoy one of these. My diabetes wouldn't enjoy it. A prepped chocolate fondant. How lovely. That sounds quite nice, doesn't it? But no, I advise everybody to download. Go to globalplayer.com, and then you click on the podcast, and then you can download everything. And there's loads, thousands and thousands and thousands. Mr. Neil, look, a lovely box of chocolates. They're all little puppies. They put them in a giant box. They're all chocolate. He says, Happy Valentine's Day, Steve. He says, and it's got box of chocolates, and they're all chocolate labs, and it says, warning, may contain mutts. May contain mutts. That's okay. Don't you think that puppies just look like so great? You just want to take loads and loads of them because they're just over-excitable. When you see a whole litter of puppies, you just sort of think to yourself, I just want to sort of take them all home. I can understand why Paul O'Grady, every time he used to do a dog thing on his show, he'd end up taking half of them home with him. He has got like a menagerie, which was lovely. Paul says, where are you taking me for Valentine's? I'm happy to be taken to IKEA and have one of their hot dogs and unlimited drinks. I'm very cheap, he says. Mind you, who was it? Was it Mr. Neil who said that he got the best mash in Little Italy? And you know me, I love my mash in Little Italy. Oh, yes. I am a big fan of mashed potato. I love mashed potato. I love it. Anything like that. Just smothered in butter. I mean, even just sitting here thinking about it now, with or without a heart-shaped sausage. But if you have just woken up, it's nice to be company. Welcome to something very, very exciting. Valentine's Day on the radio. It's not quite the same, but I bet you anything, there will be bouquets of flowers down. I'll have to avoid them. There'll be bouquets and then security will be going, Steve, there's another bunch of flowers. Yeah, thanks, okay. Give them to the local hospital and stuff like that. I mean, the place will be awash. It will look like a florist downstairs, all from Zing Flowers and all for Steve Allen. How lucky am I? Because I've got news.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Tuesday. Welcome to Feb the 14th. Welcome to Valentine's Day. Do you know that 6 in 10 women will buy their own flowers today? 6 in 10. Why is it just women who like flowers? I used to love, years and years ago, I don't now because it started being very expensive, but I would always go on a Saturday and go and buy flowers from the local florist and put them in vases and everything else, until I suddenly realised that unless you've got an ice cold place, flowers last about 5 minutes. But the roses in M&S are very good value. £6 for a bunch of roses, and they last about 2 weeks. So perhaps I might start, going back onto the flower thing again. I think everybody just assumes, it's only women who like flowers, but some women hate flowers. I think men should be enjoying flowers as well. Steve, happy Valentine's Day. We have to find out what it is that we're celebrating on Valentine's Day. Are we celebrating something? I mean, why do we on Valentine's Day? What was St. Valentine's? We're just some easygoing little person who was putting it about all over the place. I don't know what we're celebrating, which we shall find out. So, not to be confused with Valentine of Passau, but anyway, apparently Saint Valentine was a 3rd century Roman saint commemorated in Western Christianity on Feb the 14th and in Eastern Orthodoxy on July the 6th. So you can have two goes at it. Apparently, from the High Middle Ages, his saint's day has been associated with a tradition of courtly love. He's also a patron saint of tyranny, epilepsy and beekeepers. Well, a bit of a choice there, isn't it, really? St. Valentine was a clergyman, either, they think, a priest or a bishop in the Roman Empire who ministered to persecuted Christians. He was martyred and his body was buried in the Via Flaminia on Feb the 14th, which has now been observed as the Feast of St. Valentine's Day since at least the 8th century. They've got all sorts of relics of him. Although I was watching a very interesting programme the other day. I don't know if you remember, well, you won't remember, but you remember the event in Russia where the Tsar and his family were shot dead by the Bolsheviks. I think it was the Bolsheviks over there. But anyway, the house where the massacre took place does not exist. Instead, there is a shrine to them. And then a short while ago, it might have been a few years ago now, they thought that they had found their bodies because the family thought they were being moved from this house that they were in. So they were all told to prepare themselves, get themselves ready for leaving. And so the girls, the Tsar's children, and his son, who was partially disabled, sewed jewels into their clothing, thinking if they're going somewhere, at least they've got something to trade. So they all sit in the cellar. Anyway, you know the story. They get massacred in the cellar. But because the girls were all wearing jewellery sewn into their clothing and their underclothes, they didn't die straight away. So the soldiers, who we're led to believe were quite severely drunk, went round literally shooting them in the head to make sure, and then they put them into the forest, and I thought that they were put into a tank. Well, some years later, they claimed they'd found the bones of the whole family. But there are certain archbishops in Russia who are not totally convinced that the bones that they reburied was, in fact, due to the massacre of the Tsar and his wife and the children as well. So it's just, I only mentioned it because I was watching this thing on the television where they were looking at the state of Russia and how many years ago it was totally bankrupt and the oligarchs moved all their money out of the country. People were going to the banks hoping to break in and take their money out, but the money had already gone completely. So they were in a terrible state. And I don't think this war's helping. Definitely not. And Steve, I hate flowers, says Sula. I think they're a waste of money. If anybody gives me flowers, I pass them on to somebody who loves them. Now, chocolates, on the other hand, you see, given the choice, I'd rather have flowers. Jack would rather have chocolates, of course, as you can imagine. And Freddie, flowers or chocolates or both chocolate. You know why? Because they're both this thin. I've seen paper which is fatter. I mean, seriously. Ridiculous. That's why. I mean, you can't eat flowers. Although actually I saw some really good flowers some time ago, and I bought them where did I go to? But they were all made out of chocolate. made out of chocolate and beautiful. I mean, really lovely. And they had spanners and wrenches and things, all made out of chocolate. You know, people like chocolate. Whereas I did have the other day, was it Saturday? Yeah, Saturday. I was in Twickenham, and I thought, I'm going to treat myself. So I went in. I got a Grande hot chocolate with cream. Grande hot chocolate, and it was delicious. But they're impossible to drink through the blooming cream. So you have to take the lid off the stupid things, and then you could drink. But it was particularly nice. It's not good for me, but it's quite nice. Steve, we have thick freezing fog in West London. But planes have started flying over my house in Hounslow at 5 a.m. Yeah, I think the first plane in from America lands at about 5:30, 6 o'clock, something like that, actually. But thick freezing fog in West London. But the good news is that Abellio have sorted out their strike. Carl says, didn't one of the Tsar's daughters survive? No, that she thought she survived. This was somebody who they found in a forest. And she was an old lady, and they said, who are you? And I can't remember what her name is actually now, but she was supposedly somebody who had escaped, which of course is totally incorrect. Wait a minute. So Tsar's children, what was her name? What was her blooming name? We spoke about her all the time because it was such an interesting story, and they made films about it and everything else. But unfortunately, it all came to nothing because they were all in the cellar and they were shot down there. There's no chance that she could have escaped or anything else because they went round shooting them in the head just to make sure that they were dead. Not Anastasia, is it? Anastasia? Grand Princess Anastasia? I think it might have been that, actually. So all of a sudden these names flood into your mind. There you go. Along with his 4 daughters, blah, blah, blah. But 2 of the Romanovs were never found. The body of the Tsar's heirs, Prince Alexei and his sister, Princess Maria, were missing. And so it goes on. But I think it was the Crown Princess Anastasia. I'm pretty certain. But it turned out she wasn't somebody who had survived. It's interesting. I mean, there were lots of sort of lingering questions over that. I mean, either way, a nightmare for the children. I think the Tsar was shot first, and the rest of them must have then suddenly realised. There you go. A public report. And they've actually been there. They found all sorts of remains. But unfortunately, in this particular forest, which wasn't a huge forest, they found loads of bodies there because that's where people were taken to be shot. So a public report reveals how modern investigators established that neither Anastasia nor the Tsar's other children found a fairy tale ending. Because for ages she was going, I'm the Crown Princess Anastasia, blah, blah, blah. Well, they didn't survive at all because after they'd shot the Tsar, then his wife was shot, their son was shot, and then the girls were shot as well. I mean, you can imagine absolute carnage. Steve, I'm looking forward to all those bright yellow sticker reductions on Valentine's meal deals tomorrow. Well, they can't make it any cheaper than 20 quid, can they? You think so? And Kim says, my dad loved flowers. I often used to treat him to a bunch of flowers. I think that's nice. Don't you think so? I think that's quite nice. Why do people always forget dads in this sort of scheme of things? But it will be. This building will be. I promise you, this building will be full of flowers. They'll be all over the place. There'll be sort of, you know, people giving. But of course, the thing is, you're supposed to send them anonymously. My advice is, don't. Okay, put your name, address, phone number and a photograph on there. And that way you'll know if somebody's going to pick up on the date. Because there's no point in sending somebody flowers if you're not going to score at the end of the day. What's the point? What is the point? The whole idea is you buy somebody a bunch of flowers, you know, come on. You know, you don't do any of this sort of messing about bit. Oh, I've been sent so, and they've just put guess who. I don't want to play games. I'm not interested in playing games. Put a photograph of yourself wearing something interesting. You know, and then send it in, and I'll let you know if you've been successful. It's as simple as that. There's no point. You start faffing around with a big cross in the middle of a page. That's a waste of time. You've wasted £3.75 on the card, at least £10 on the chocolates, and at least 20 quid on the flowers, and then at least 15 quid on a bottle of Prosecco. At least put your name and address on them. Makes it so much easier, doesn't it? And then you know if you want to go out with somebody. They do that on all of these websites now. If you're going looking for dates, looking for love, and you go on there, and apparently if nobody responds to you, it means they're not interested. So the total humiliation is that, you know, you've gone to the effort filling in your profile. Hello, My name's Jack, and, I'd like to be your friend. And people look at it and go, I think you're going to be single for the rest of your life. And so they don't bother. They don't bother. It's very harsh. It's very cruel. It's called ghosting. Is that what it is? When you send a message. Have you been there, Freddie? Have you been there? You've sent a message on ghosting. Have you sent a message? Oh, that's my point. Poor Jack, honestly. I can't understand. He's a good catch, I'm telling you. He's a very good catch. And just remember that if you go out with him, there's a very good chance you're going to get a meal in a local pub paid for by his grandmother. This is the selling point. Don't think that the family don't have money. Yeah, peas, chips and gravy. Oh, sorry, those chips. The chips and the gravy and the cheese. That's if you're very unlucky. But, no, I mean, they're not short of money, the family. Seriously, they look after him. And the grandmother's good fun. She can go out, kick her knees up and all the rest of it, and she'll spring for a meal in a pub. So you're doing out all right out of him. And he's quite a conversationist. Sometimes. And, he'll seriously, no, I'm going to big him up a little bit. Peter says Grand Duchess, not Princess. Who cares? Dead either way. Steve, I sent my husband roses, who's in Australia. Can you do... Oh, of course you can. You can do it by Interflora, can't you? And probably Zing Flowers, I should imagine, as well. So I've just got to have a little slurp of my tea this morning. I'm getting through more tea now than I ever got through before. I don't know why. It's supposed to be very good for you. Apparently, people are saying roses are red, violets are blue. Now make me a brew or something like that. Because apparently that's what men want. They want a cup of tea. And that's what I get from Jack. Jack brings in cups of tea. Sometimes when you don't even ask him. I said, every time he brings in a cup of tea, I have to go to the toilet. It goes through me like a dose of salts. But I quite like it. Apparently, says Tudor, the Waitrose Valentine deal is the best out there. The Heston rhubarb and custard love hearts. I love rhubarb and custard. Oh, that sounds very nice. Very nice indeed. Steve, didn't they take DNA from Prince Michael of Kent to verify the Russian royal family, says Monica? I don't know. You're telling me something I really know nothing about. Steve, wait a minute, I've lost my little mouse here. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Jason says, been going to Joe Allen's, Rules, Scots and the Ivy for decades, but never tried Little Italy until now. Well, there you go. Apparently, on the day of my show, did I mention I'm doing a show? Sold out. And has been for ages. Thank you very much. Today, in fact, it sold out last year, which is interesting. But I think at Little Italy, if you're going to the show, you get a free glass of Prosecco. Seems quite a nice idea. Of course, me, I'd need more. But anyway, Jason says, need to go back to try the cocktails. Oh, try the mashed potato next time you go back. Try the mashed... But, I mean, Joe Allen's do all the cocktail. Rules is lovely. And Scott's is lovely. I remember getting very drunk at Scott's. It's all due to my friend Chris. It's disgraceful. He just encourages you into these dreadful ways. 5:15 is the time. Let's get the LBC travel for you this morning with Joanne Webb.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Kath says, I prefer a single red rose rather than a bunch of flowers. I don't like the supermarket flowers which have been dyed. They look awful. Yes, you can buy blue, sort of all sorts of things, actually. Paul says, top tip, don't mess with the flowers. Send them a packet of seeds. They last longer. Yes. And Steve, I love all the little poems on my cards. This one is from my school days. I love you, I love you, I love you, almighty. I wish your pyjamas were next to my nightie. Oh dear, I'm not sure about that one, actually. We had a bit of a problem with pyjamas, as you know. And don't be mistaken, Steve, says Joan in Edinburgh. I meant on the washing line, not in the bed, because, Jack in his pyjamas and his sort of hoodie thing. It's just bizarre. It really is. Steve, did you see Regina Fong show The Last of the Romanoffs? It was a clever, funny show he did at the Edinburgh Festival and the theatre in Bloomsbury, says John. No, but I told you before, a friend of mine used to put together all the little bits for him, made at LBC, actually. and used to make all these little things that he used to mime to, which was very good. So we like lots of little poems. And Steve, so Russia killed all the super rich royal family. I was just talking about that actually, Niall, to Jack. Because, you know, in those days, they wanted rid of all the rich people. Now they've restored all the palaces. And, of course, look how rich the oligarchs are. Look how rich Putin is. How did he get that rich on that salary? Corruption. As simple as that. That's how it works. But the country was bankrupt at one point. I mean, it really was in a terrible state. Terrible state. My friend Chris says, Captain, you didn't take much persuading to have a few cold drinks at Scott's. A dreadful slur on my character. In other news, on the M4, after traversing much of Buckinghamshire, as the M40 is mysteriously closed with no mention this far from anybody in the know. Shall we check? We will check with Joanne to find out. So now on the M4, after traversing much of Buckinghamshire, so the M40 mysteriously closed. Jack will go and have a word with our Joanne, and we will find out. We don't want anything like that. We don't need disasters on the roads today. We want to get people to work quickly. Which I think is very nice. Hope you bought the wife something very nice and very good. Steve, I tuned in at 4:15 this morning, and the topic of conversation is nothing but food and drink. He said, I'm lying in bed and my tummy is rumbling like crazy. Says Sel from a very foggy Kent. I thought it would be foggy today. I knew it would be foggy. I remember. And Steve... another one here. A lot of people liking all the poems, actually, and all the Valentine's cards. I'm waiting to see who gets the first load of flowers delivered to LBC. Seriously, there'll be somebody. Somebody by the end of today will be having flowers delivered. It'd be quite nice, actually. I quite like seeing them in the office. Mind you, I like seeing anything in the office. I don't really mind. And Steve, my wife was very angry when I told her I'd booked us a table for tonight. How was I supposed to know she doesn't like snooker, says Dan. It's an old one, but it's a goodie, so I won't ban you on this occasion because I'm feeling quite benevolent today. I'm feeling in a very good mood, actually, because I had my blood taken yesterday. It went on forever and a day. I had the blood taken, then I had to do the feet, and they had to measure my weight. I've gone down. I just nearly said I've gone down a dress size, but I've gone down a waist size, which I'm very pleased about. So we're heading in the right direction, thin. And but I didn't have anything to eat before I went there, so my blood pressure was very good as well. And I think my weight was down a little bit as well. I think I'm heading in the right direction. Death. And it's all these sort of dreadful things. You have it all done. I didn't know they were going to look at my feet. I had no idea. And then I suddenly remembered that's what they do. They check your feet, and that's when we discovered, but which I knew anyway, that I've got no feeling at all. Steve, this Saturday on Channel 5, there's a documentary on the secrets of the Carry On films. Yes, I don't know what the secrets would have been. There was a little clique for the Carry On films of, Charles Hawtrey and all of them, where they would get together and chat and all the rest of it. People were new in the film. I don't know how accommodating they were. But the good thing you'll learn about the films is that the reason they sounded good is because they used a full orchestra. So it made the film sound big, even though they were cheap to make, relatively cheap to make. They had a big orchestra, so it sounded flash. And they used all sorts of places. Steve, I got a balloon this morning made in China. You're barred. I'm always amazed that the China... Oh, Dickens, has that gone? Honestly, my pass has now fallen inside my shirt. How's that? Look at it. Well, honestly, this is just ridiculous. Such a mess today. I get myself in such a tizzy over things. So, a balloon. Actually, you will be seeing people walking down the high streets today. There's loads of these balloon shops everywhere where they'll make them up and it'll be a love heart or something like that. And you go and pay. I don't even know how much they cost, but I thought they were quite good, actually. Steve, the A40 has one closure between Ruislip and Greenford for the next 2 months due to replacing the barriers from Traffic Cop Chris. Yeah. We love traffic cops. Seriously, I'm enjoying all of the chases and all the other bits and pieces. But if you're riding a bike, that's a no-no from me. I'm frightened to death of getting on a bike. My cousin Barry used to have a bike, and he would come round. He'd say, "Come on, I'll take you out on the back of the bike, Steve." I thought I was going to die. We went down the motorway, 70 miles an hour. I'm clinging on the back, almost you know, if I'm going to die, make it quick. And we were weaving in and out of the traffic. I hated every minute of it. And I did end up actually buying a scooter, and I hated that as well. I was quite glad when it was nicked. Steve, I am single. And so I'm visiting the local pub tonight. Decided to get a load of roses to give to each female staff members and a red rose for me to say I thank you and to bring a smile to them. I think that's stalking, and I think it's a police matter, and I don't think really you should be taking in and giving roses out to the female staff. Yeah, the roses are nice. Yeah, they're nice, but I don't think you can just start handing them out in the local pub. I think that's a big no-no. Can you imagine if you were sitting there, Freddie, and all of a sudden somebody comes up and goes, have a rose. You go, no. We see them in London pubs all the time. We have the Romanian red rose sellers. They're all over the place. You buy rose? You buy rose? No, we don't buy rose. The beggar in Twickenham was back again the other day. He didn't... Do you know, his English is so perfect. He came into Paul Cooper's shop and asked for 3 bananas. Whereas the rest of the time, that's all he can do. Amazing, isn't it, really? He seems to have picked up the language very, very quickly. Steve, so that's... we're not sure about that, about delivering roses to people. That could be seen as like a form of abuse. I know you might not think so, but somebody gives you... Yeah, they might be allergic to it. Well, I've never heard of anybody allergic to roses. That's your excuse for not buying roses, isn't it? Oh, yeah, because you might be allergic. So I decided... I'm not going to buy you roses. But yeah, because people might feel a bit intimidated, you know, if you start handing out roses to people. But, you know, you never know. And another one. Remember Ronnie Hazelhurst used to write all the BBC theme tunes back in the day? Well, he didn't write all of them. Well, loads he never wrote. I liked all the music, actually. Steve, I often send Valentines, all anonymous, to various folks locally who I know who are having secret affairs and a bit on the side. How many people do you know, says Jamie, who are having affairs on the side? That's slightly disturbing, isn't it? I think we've found an undercurrent here. Had a rather busy work day yesterday, Steve, says Andrew in Peterborough. Yesterday, didn't refer to my post-it note, reminded me to get the wife a card. I only remembered last night on the way to bed. Now I'm lying here wide awake and the wife is definitely not laughing out loud, but dreading the alarm going off in 20 minutes. What do I do? I booked a meal tonight for us. Is that sufficient? Yeah. I mean, put it this way, she's going to look at the card and go, thanks. And that's it. She's going to put it on the mantelpiece. It'll sit there until the edges curl over and it starts looking a bit sad and lonely. So my advice is never bother with the card. Just... Mind you used to get a thing years ago. You could buy a thing that you pushed into bread and then you put the bread in the toaster. And when it came out, it had done a heart in the middle of the bread. And I thought that was quite a bit late now because at this time of the morning you won't be able to get anything like that. And another one. Will you be sending flowers to anybody, Steve? No, absolutely not. No, I brought apples in. They all got apples instead. The apples which say "I love you" on them. And only had to. In fact, they got rid. Everybody thought they were so novel. They couldn't wait to take them off the sideboard this morning. So, and I went back to the shop to Paul Cooper's just to see if I could get any more, and they've all gone. They haven't got any more out. And they had a big box of them. So I had 2 left out there this morning. I think Freddie got one yesterday. He was going to eat round the "I love you" bit. Jack didn't because he wasn't here yesterday, so he missed out. But it doesn't matter. It's only an apple, you know. I could write on it in a felt tip pen. Ashley says, Steve, the plant idea went down a treat, especially as I explained that you can't have a rose every day when it's in bloom. Brownie points for me. Yeah, I mean, I think a plant's good, then you can keep it, can't you? For forever and a day, whereas flowers are going to die eventually. As I say, I used to get through loads and loads of them. The Daily Star, we can't rule out aliens. Stop it. Unnecessary. UFOs down by an American fighter jet could be aliens, says a top US military worker. Another Looney Tunes person. I think you'll find that these I'm doing an Australian accent. I don't know why. Perhaps they were coming in on it. The White House later denied it. But then the Daily Star say, but that's what they want us to think, that it's all fake. So the Americans have now shot down 4 of these mysterious objects. It's a balloon, love. It's a balloon. Why would it be mysterious? You can't be that stupid. And this is a top military commander. I mean, I'll tell you, I don't give a hope in hell of of America winning any wars. If that's what the top commanders like, they could be aliens disguised as weather balloons. Right. Why would they bother disguising? I mean, they're obviously far more superior than us. You know, if you want to believe in that kind of stuff. Top chefs say the must-have food of 2023 is a Marmite roast potato. It gives them a nice colour, which presents you with a deep golden roasty every time. So what do you do then? So you put a little bit of Marmite in the water when you're parboiling the spuds. I don't like the sound of that at all, actually. I like a potato to taste a potato. I don't really, don't really want sort of something different from roast potato. They do look slightly peculiar. But somebody says, I'm salivating on my way to the store to get Marmite. Oh, everybody's got a jar of Marmite. Everybody. It lasts for years. You could, in fact, it's almost like a magic trick. You take the lid off, it's still full. Put the lid back on, take a bit out after you've taken the lid off again. Put the lid back on, next day you open it, it's still full. It'll be like that for ages and ages, I promise you. And Steve, the wife has asked me for a bag and a belt for Valentine's Day. The vacuum cleaners never work so well, but for some reason I'm in the spare room. I love that. I used to love those sort of things where they go, you're in the spare room tonight. Don't even bother. They used to do it in Fawlty Towers when Sybil used to lock him out. And he'd say, Sybil, go away, Basil. She wasn't having anything to do it. He had to go and sleep elsewhere. It was very funny. Professor Brian Cox is secretly terrified of spiders. Join the club. I don't like spiders either. Somebody had to eat one on I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here. They had a spider in a jar, quite big, and they were supposed to eat it. They'd have to starve, I'm afraid. I watched that dreadful creature, Lady Colin Campbell. Anybody less of a lady you'd be hard-pushed to find. What a revolting person with such dreadful language. So Johnny Vegas has had to lose weight after getting stuck in a tunnel. He was exploring. Oh, I know where he was. He was doing the underground tunnels in Vietnam. Well, the Vietnamese were very small, and the tunnels... I'm late again, aren't I? I'm so sorry. I can't help it. Let's do the latest LBC News with Thomas Watts.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas, and fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the east of England. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-Levels. Search Skills Revolution.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. Apparently, in the Mad Hatter, the roast potatoes are very nice. They've got Marmite on them. Oh, right. I didn't know that. And Lorraine says, busy day today, preparing all those oysters, scallops and king prawns for all those Jamie Oliver recipes for these stay-at-home couples tonight. Lorraine is a fishmonger. See, I know somebody called Stuart, who's a fishmonger in Twickenham as well, so they'll be really, really busy. Somebody says I get through a jar of Marmite a month. Really? Blimey. Have you tried the Marmite crunchy peanut butter? Yeah, we have. And I quite liked it. Corey hated it. Absolutely hated it. And... Steve, just dropped a lady off at City Airport in my taxi. She didn't look like anybody got her anything for Valentine's, so I gave her a receipt. So romantic. I wonder how many men, says Ashley, are buying flowers instead of petrol at the pumps today. Yeah, and well, I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't mind, but I mean, it does come round every year. It's not like it's a big surprise. It's Valentine's Day. It's like, Christmas has come round again. Yes, it's December the 25th. What do you think? And for Valentine's Day, you just have to sort of go through these. I can't work out how somebody gets through a jar of Marmite every month. That is phenomenal. Steve, whisk half a block of butter until light and creamy. Then add 2 teaspoonfuls of Marmite. Then watch it melt into your hot toast. Oh, it sounds far too messy, I'm afraid. I don't do mess in the kitchen. I'm not very good at things like that. And somebody says you do a very good Aussie accent. Oh, do you think so? I think I do. I think you'll find I'm man of hundreds of voices. Yeah. Yeah, my Scottish accent is brilliant. And then for my Irish accent. I mean, I am just a mimic. Can't help it. Some people, You know, Jack just does the one accent, and Freddie, well, he doesn't make the effort at all. He can't be bothered. It's too tedious. It's just an accent, Steve. I wish I had a proper accent. You know, I don't know what sort of accent I'd always want, but just, you know, just an accent of something. But I don't know whether or not regional voices on the radio work as well. You know, local BBC radio would probably have that. Why, aye, how are you? Yeah, great. You know, and that'll be very exciting. Here's another tune that you've never heard of before. So the Loch Ness Monster apparently has gone missing. The official sightings register has not recorded a single new entry since October last year. It's gone. A mum and daughter back then reported seeing a black lump that appeared out of the water for 30 seconds. Sorry, I just thought of something really rude, but it doesn't really matter. Nessie fan Owen well, anyway, it's far too complicated, who keeps watch over the Scottish Loch via webcam, says, I think the atmospheric conditions of late are making it unsuitable for Nessie spotting. Oh, grow up and stop drinking. Don't be so ridiculous. Nessie fans should not be too downhearted, because Owen had to wait until March the 30th before he made the first Nessie sighting of 2022. It sparked rumours that the mysterious animal migrates to warmer waters for the winter. Stop telling lies. It really annoys me, honestly. They sort of, Nessie, as she came out of the water, and I remember thinking, I must have another whiskey. And then it came to land, and it spoke to me. And I spoke back to Nessie, and we sold a few hundred more Nessie little toys to gullible idiots. I don't know why people want to go there. It's a big stretch of water. You know, there's nothing in it, unless this thing's got an aqualung. You know, it's got to come up to breathe. Perhaps it lives in a submarine or something like that. It doesn't matter. Steve, we did those tunnels in Vietnam. My wife is tiny and just about fitted in. They're amazing, aren't they? I've never done them. I've seen footage of them. Literally, they are very, very tiny. Look at her. She's very tiny, isn't she? Very tiny. And you get in there and then you discover they've done all sorts of things. Mind you, they still keep discovering in Ypres and places like that over in France, tunnels from the wars. Tunnels from the wars, which they sort of uncover. They're full of mud and water and everything else, but they uncover them, and they uncover another piece of fabulous history. Mike says there's nothing wrong with buying flowers in the garage. How local? So I've lost it. Wait a minute. I've lost it. Wait a minute. Nothing wrong with buying flowers in the garage. I think there is, actually, because they always look a bit cheap. They always look a bit sort of naff. They've always got white flowers that have been dyed blue because they've got that. Now, what is it? Is it capillary action? So if you take a carnation and you cut it and put it into a bucket of water with some food colouring in it, you can change the colour of the carnation. You buy white carnations and they will change colour for you. And a lot of brides do it for their bouquets, for their weddings and stuff like that. Steve, what happened to Walker's Marmite crisps? I don't know, can you not get them anymore? I thought you could always get things like that. Oh, I like Twiglets. We get those in Iceland. They're very nice. But at the moment, I'm just going through their fish fingers, which I particularly like. The big giant fish fingers, which are very nice. Half of adults think Valentine's Day is a waste of money. Novelty mugs, cheap underwear. Oh, I mean, who buys people underwear? Goodness sake. And gift vouchers are some of the worst presents, say the Brits. Half of the adults polled said they were bored of the same old gestures and would like their partners to make more of an effort. But that's the whole idea, isn't it? One does something and the other doesn't. Camilla, down with COVID. That's not like a ban the bomb thing. Like, down with COVID. She's gone down with COVID. Second time she's had it, so she's had to cancel a few of her engagements. And, people still keep going on. Some consider Valentine's Day to be money down the drain. 31% admit they'd be angry if their other half did nothing on the most romantic day of the year. There's nothing romantic about the day. It's Feb the 14th, but there's nothing about the day which makes it any more romantic than tomorrow or the weekend. I always think the weekend's quite good for romance. Ray Winston says snowflakes make people think they have depression when they may just be a little upset. Yes, I mean, people come up with all sorts of things nowadays. I don't see any problem with anybody sort of wondering why they get depressed. But they could be just a little bit upset. You're quite right. Alan Davis has no plans to quit QI, so that's good news. He served as a panellist since 2003. He says, having 3 kids, things are so expensive. He said, being a dad is quite expensive. His daughter has just turned 13 and had an escape room party. So that's episode 1 of QI, paying for that. I don't know how much they cost, actually. I should imagine he could probably afford an awful lot more. 3 con men have just been jailed after defrauding Amazon out of £310,000. How do they do it? The 22-year-olds posted adverts for electronic goods online, and when they found a customer, placed an order with Amazon and asked for it to be sent to their client's address. But using Amazon's immediate returns policy, they then requested refunds and later posted packages back to the retailer, which turned out to be parcels containing marbles or pens. But investigators were on their case. All the money they defrauded was returned in bitcoins and converted into euros, though Amazon launched a private action against the 3. It was dropped once the money was returned. There you go. Don't try and mess with somebody like Amazon. And there's a carpenter. I mentioned him at the beginning of the programme. He's been urged to turn his workshop into a shrine after finding the face of Jesus in a cupboard. It's the biggest pile of rubbish you'll ever read. I mean, the picture, it doesn't even look like Jesus. In fact, it didn't look like anything at all. The 51-year-old said, I was making a kitchen for somebody, and it was only when I applied the oil finish that the image appeared. And I thought, oh, my God, look at that. There's a face staring at me. Well, it's just rubbish. It's the biggest pile of rubbish I've ever seen. He said, later I discovered the face of Jesus in a kitchen unit. But it doesn't look like Jesus at all. In fact, I don't know what it's supposed to look like. After Matt from Exeter in Devon shared the image on social media, it went viral. One fan wrote, shut your business down, create a shrine, add a collections box, do whatever. And a second fan said, that's Jesus. And then somebody else said, well, he was a carpenter. Kind of fits him. He doesn't look at all like Jesus. I don't know why they always tell you that. Steve, Sainsbury's in Greenwich have Walker's Marmite crisps. You can get them, Jane says you can get them from Ocado. See, they're all out there. They're all out there. And somebody says, Marcia of Enfield, wish my darling grandson Ryan a very happy Valentine's birthday, but we don't know what number birthday it is. But whatever it is, it's very good. Steve, why did you do the Loch Ness Monster bit in the voice of Hercule Poirot? I don't know, actually. I don't know. I did watch a Hercule Poirot thing the other night. Perhaps it's rubbed off. Perhaps I'm now inhabiting the body of Hercule Poirot. I like him. I think he's very good, actually. Very good indeed. Waj is locked into the spike. Well, he was at 4:11, actually. I was a little bit late on that one, I'm afraid. I don't know why it disappeared. Liam says, forget Valentine's Day. The best day of the year is next Tuesday. You know why? It's Valentine's. It's Shrove Tuesday, Pancake Day. Yeah, we love pancakes. But you can have them all the time you want. I always buy the ready-made ones and just put them in a hot... I seriously can't be bothered to faff around making these things. I mean, you can buy all the stuff in all the supermarkets. You pour water into something and you shake the bottle, wait the drink, and then you pour it in and then it makes pancakes. And you can eat loads of them. We used to have them with sugar on, but I mean, who carries sugar indoors now? Not many people. Short break, 14 minutes to 6. Let's get the LBC Travel. Joanne Webb.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, 11 minutes to 6. Kevin the restaurateur says, after you were mentioning Coronation Chicken, at our butcher's we did a Coronation Chicken puff pastry pasty. It's sold out. That sounds quite nice, actually. A Coronation Chicken puff pastry pasty. Lovely, thank you. I'd have to go and investigate these things. And somebody says, extra zingy salt and vinegar rice cakes, chilled butter and Marmite, a party in your mouth, or thin scrape of Marmite with marmalade on toast. Sweet and sour breakfast, says Darren in Southend. Oh, the taste of Southend has gone up quite substantially. Steve, Walker's beef-flavoured crisps, I can't find anywhere, says John. They're lovely, added to a crusty cheese roll. Oh, I love a crusty cheese roll. I sometimes used to go into Greggs. When they used to do bread, they don't do it anymore now. And you could buy a bag of crusty rolls for £1, and you take them home and you sort of break them open and then slather butter on them, put some cheese in there, some pickle and everything. Oh, that was really good. Very difficult to find crusty rolls now. My granddaughter Emily is playing piano for 5 hours tonight at a restaurant in Greenwich, says Maren. Oh, God, how awful. It's a Valentine's Day meal. That's it, because otherwise there would be nothing. Nobody would be talking or saying anything. You would just go, would you have the white wine? Thank you. And then people just sit there staring at each other. Nobody says anything. Nobody. That's why I say a lot of people should really stay in, unless you go out to a place that's got a bit of action, a bit of liveliness or something like that. It's like if you walk into a pub. I used to feel sorry for these people on the television, and they would sort of go over to Spain for something, and they had to get drunk to enjoy themselves. I was watching a thing now. It was Marbs or something. No, it wasn't Marbs or something like that. What it was somebody's weekend, Magaluf Weekender or something like that. Whatever it was the most boring thing. It follows the reps who just basically want to get out and get with somebody and drink themselves completely into oblivion. Absolutely ghastly. I don't see the point of that. Then they wake up the next morning, and the bloke who sort of seems to be the camp attendant sort of goes, "Come on, you've all got to get up." And they have to sort of deal with these poor people on holiday, which is ghastly. Oh, look, Tony Beak. Oh, dear, another irritating person. And Giovanni Panici have swapped their Strictly co-stars for a bunch of alpacas. They made furry friends whilst on a trek for their new show, Anton and Giovanni's Adventures in Sicily. Oh, God, I can't think of anything worse. Sounds ghastly. Anton was looked after by Fluffy Camilla, and it reminded him of being back on the Strictly panel. And the series will also see the pair sample local cuisine, visit Mount Etna, and do some dancing. It's got the kiss of death written all over it already, isn't it? I mean, poor old Tony B, he can't help it. He's just irritating. Just very, very irritating. Chris Marshall was mobbed by fans while filming his new drama Beyond Paradise. People seem to like him. Wasn't he in 4 Weddings and a Funeral, Chris Marshall? I'm pretty certain he was in 4 Weddings and a Funeral. He was one of the guys in there. And this drama that is being made, I'm not sure about this one actually, being made about the Grenfell tragedy. 3-part series for the BBC will chart the experiences of firefighters and survivors after the blaze in, believe it or not, 2017. It was that long ago, 2017. And a spokesman for the show said the shockwaves of Grenfell were felt all over the country. I don't really know what they can... I don't know whether it's too early for something like that, is it? I don't know. You have to tell me on 84850 steve at lbc.co.uk. It might be a little bit too early, but, could be wrong. And I've got this here. On my star signs, it says, people are banking on your practical support today. It's good, isn't it? I don't know what that means. I always read all these things and I sort of think, does that apply to me or does it not apply to me? And the answer is, I've got no idea. No idea. And Steve, renowned Poirot actor David Suchet is a noted photography enthusiast and has been active in, is it Leica camera circles for many years. His maternal grandfather, James Jarchet, was a famous Fleet Street photographer responsible for the first pictures of Edward VIII and Wallis Simpson, says David in Manchester. Mine of information. And Steve, many, many years ago, I used to work in a department store and we'd always be busy on the run-up to Valentine's Day in perfumery and particularly lingerie, with boyfriends and husbands buying them. I don't know why. It's, I don't remember, if the tables were turned, I don't think the wife is going to be buying pants for the man. They don't seem as romantic as sort of underwear. But then we always spent the days afterwards either giving refunds or exchanges to ladies who would return lingerie items for different sizes. More practical clothing, quite often in disbelief what had been bought for them, says Lindsay. Yeah, people have got no idea, have they? I think they made a film about it. And it was the guy going to the shop and he thought, perhaps I'd like to buy some sexy lingerie. And so the shop assistant lifts up her skirt and she's got a G-string on and suspenders and all the rest of it. He goes, yeah, like that. And so she goes, what size? And he goes, kind of your size, kind of your size. And of course, men have got no idea what size anything is. It's like, they go out and they see somebody very attractive with their bosom resting on the counter and sort of demonstrating perfume and going, like a test, like a test. And they give you that. And of course, then by the time they finish, you've got no idea what's on you. And you go, we'll have some of that. Because they think, it smells like... Men have no idea that women use the same perfume most of the time. It's like if somebody was buying me a bottle of aftershave, don't, unless it's one that I use, because otherwise it would just sort of sit there on the shelf And they do have shelf lives, especially if they're in sunlight. So you've got to be careful. But it was a case of, ladies get this sort of gift wrapped, and they get home and they go, I hate the smell of that. That smells awful. Sounds like the cat's had a wee, but they think if he's bought that, he must like it. So they wear it. And the husband go, don't like that. Not very nice at all. Always check what people buy and try and find out people's sizes. You can't just point to somebody and say they look like that size. But you're right, actually. We do give refunds, don't we, if we work in department stores. Steve, me and my husband, Robert, haven't celebrated it for over 50 years. This is Valentine's Day. And, Steve, I'm not sure what to get my other half for Valentine's Day, so I've invested in an oversized hoodie, says Mari. Probably not very romantic, but rather cosy. Have you tried one? I haven't, no. I know all about them because Jack's got one. It's sort of like a hoodie thing. It's because his place is very cold. And so he loves it. He sort of curls up on the settee and he's got this thing on and he seems quite happy with it. Not for me, I suspect. Not for me at all. We did the one about... There you go. Steve, my wife and I are both scientists, and despite both being beyond the first flush of youth, we're still together. I think the secret is we love each other. See? It's quite good, isn't it, really, when you say sort of people have got that. I like the idea you're both scientists. It's not the kind of job that people go into nowadays, is it? You don't say to somebody when you're at school, I think I'll be a scientist. Most people go, I want to be on Love Island. Or they want to be on something like that, which is... I always think in fact, the more I watch Love Island, the more tragic it becomes. But there you go. Who knows? So, romantic moves, being told you look good. That's always, if you flatter somebody, people love flattery. It doesn't matter who they are. I remember following a lady. I didn't follow her. Sounds really awful. I didn't follow her at all. I was behind her on the escalator in the Bentall Centre, and I smelt this perfume, and I remember thinking, God, that smells really lovely. It smelled of cashews and also, not nuts, but sort of cashew. It was really lovely. And so I had to say to her, I said, excuse me, I said, what's that perfume wearing? It's really nice. It kind of wafted back to me, and she said, whatever it was. I said, that's really lovely. And she went, thank you. And I thought, made her day. Being asked about your day. Being bought flowers. Being bought flowers is number 14 on this list. Candlelit dinner. What's the point? So in other words, you can't even see the food that you're eating because it's a candlelit dinner. So you sit there, you get the candle wax all over your hands. Some people like their shoulders massaged. I think that's quite a good thing to have. A surprise weekend in Paris. Why? Why would you want to go to Paris? There's loads better places to go to than Paris. Billingsgate's quite nice, actually. And the East End of London, you don't need to go to Paris. They hate us. They've never liked us in Paris. It's quite rough. Holding hands in the street. Holding hands in the street. I must try that one. I quite like the idea of that. A wintry walk and a pub lunch. Oh, that always works, doesn't it? Freezing cold outside, open the door to the pub. Hello, come on in. Woo. It's great, fantastic. A hug, a spontaneous hug, and being told I love you when you least expect it. Because that's what it's what you do. So you'll be doing something romantic, hopefully, today, and you go, I love you. And somebody go, do you? They go, I really do. They go, I'm just your postman. And they go, but it doesn't matter. I really love you. It's like we've got these sort of apples, and we quite like the apples. I think the apples are quite romantic. Strawberries are romantic. Aren't you supposed to eat them like they do in Lady and the Tramp, where they do the thing with the spaghetti? Aren't you supposed to sort of dip them in chocolate or something? Chocolate fountains are very romantic. You can paint your body with sort of liquid chocolate. That's quite nice. And then try and find somebody to lick it off. I don't advise doing it on the bus. It'll be a nightmare. Seriously, they'll get rid of you as quick as possible. Steve, we've been married for 9 years. And we've never celebrated Valentine's Day, and we actually don't know the meaning of Valentine's Day. Well, you need to podcast this programme. We told you the answer earlier on, which is good, And Steve, after 26 years together, I'm spending my Valentine's Day taking our 12-year-old son indoor skydiving while my husband goes to work, says Barney. I've heard about this skydiving indoors. It's like a tube with air and you float around in it, don't you? Not for me. News!
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Valentine's Day. Welcome to... What do you mean you didn't buy me anything? You didn't even get a card? And then the kids turn up, don't they? Because they always do that, I think, on Valentine's Day. The kids, because they're on half term at the moment, they generally turn up with sort of a tray, which they practically throw at the bed, and so you can have breakfast in bed. And they've done you a boiled egg, which they haven't really, and some toast and a cup of tea and an orange juice, and they put some daffodils in a... No, they don't do that anymore, do they? They're probably still asleep. They have no concept of Valentine's Day, which Pete the Pool Man says is commercialised nonsense. Anybody who goes over the top to celebrate is either guilty or wants something. Yes, do you think maybe Vanessa Feltz has been inundated with bunches of roses or something like that? People going, oh, take me back, please. I'm off to the gym, says Pete the Pool Man, but stopping off at the garage for some cheap roses. Actually, I bet you won't find roses at the garages. It's about the only thing they don't do. They do carnations and stuff like that, and sort of cheapy-looking things where they've got this mirrored paper around them, so it makes the bouquet look a little bit bigger. But they're not really cheap, actually, the flowers in it. I mean, you could buy a Reginsta pasty. That'd be a fairly popular thing to have, or a chocolate egg or something like that. That'd be quite nice. Do you not think so? But Pete the Pool Man, servicing your pool, whatever the weather. Yeah. I must get a pool put in. I really must, actually, just to see him coming around doing things. Then he'll take pictures and then sort of put them up onto the internet, which is lovely. So it's commercialised nonsense. Well, actually, you're not out of touch with what everybody else is saying. Everybody else is saying the same sort of thing. But then we also do Mother's Day, Father's Day, Divorced Day. Have you seen divorce? I've seen divorced cards. Welcome to your divorce. You finally got shot of them. And things. And I remember thinking, God, people send cards for everything now. But it's those big cards that really do my head in. The ones that look like they're about sort of 4 foot by 3 foot across. And you think, what are they going to do with that? You give it won't fit through the letterbox. You'll have to fold it up and sort of shove it, and it just doesn't work, does it? But people like to be romantic. But I think romantic is taking somebody out somewhere and going somewhere that maybe you've not been before and saying, listen, it's a bit exciting. That's what I think so. Andrew from Newmarket says, my late grandfather was named Valentine and he was born on Feb the 14th. There you go. Feb the 14th. 80 quid, Steve, says John the Bricky, for a dozen roses this year. Hope I'm on a promise. Why are you spending 80 quid? That is a terrible waste of money. I mean, they better be really super-duper top-notch roses, because you can get a dozen roses... $3.99. They have the same effect. Just take off the Aldi sticker or something like that, stick them in a bit of tissue paper, stick them in a bucket or something, make them look a bit more exciting. Not 80 quid for a dozen roses. That's a serious amount of money. That is a lot. I mean, I know that some of the upmarket flower shops and the florists, would be charging anything like that, depending on where they come from, I suppose. But £80 for a dozen roses when you get them for $3.99. No, you wouldn't know the difference. Jack's horrified. Horrified. Can't believe it. He would never spend anything like that, would you? Never. Even if you we couldn't afford it, but even if you could afford it, you still wouldn't spend it, would you? He would think that was he'd rather go and buy the Lego one. Actually, the truth is, he probably would, actually. But £80 for a dozen roses, well, yes, I hope you're on a promise, John. Mind you, it's always nice to know that Brickies can afford 80 quid for a dozen red roses, which is good news. What does that tell us? Steve, I'm finally getting over a chest infection, says Chris. I've had for 6 weeks. Oh, no. Pure coughing hell. Hope you're keeping well. I'm okay, actually. I did wake up the other morning. I had a little bit of a cough. And I remember thinking, oh, I hope this is not going to be anything. I don't like it when it's sort of something serious, or it could be serious. But luckily, it disappeared. Unlike poor old Camilla, who's now gone down with it again. So she must have picked it up from somebody. She must have been out doing something. And so she's got that for Valentine's Day. Again, she had to cancel public appearances. Last year, it took her more than 3 weeks to recover from the virus. And I've seen people. There was somebody sitting on the bus the other day coughing. And it was on the train. I was coming back from Waterloo, and the person came in and sat opposite me. It's very irritating. And I try and avoid him by going to different carriages because he looks dirty and grubby. He's had the same clothes on for God knows how many weeks, but he coughs. And sort of, he doesn't put his hand over his mouth, and I always think you're just spreading germs. 80 quid for a dozen roses. Only builders could afford things like that. Sorry, not builders, brickies. Spy Wars or aliens? Spy Wars. No, they're not aliens, Jack. I mean, I cannot impress on you enough. Listen, I would so love them to be aliens, just for your sake, just so you can rub my nose in it. But, I mean, these unidentified flying objects are, in fact, they could be weather balloons, but they've got other equipment in them. They're not going to be... Why would they send a balloon down? What would be the point of a balloon? It could be a peace offering. Yes, we come in peace. What you brought us? We brought you a balloon. Lovely. But, because of these unidentified things, I mean, there is a lack of clarity. Somebody says they could be surveillance balloons from I mean, why do we think it's China? I mean, it could come from anywhere. It could be Russia. Putin might have completely lost his marbles, and they have been, spotted all at the same time. Could things escalate between America and China if the former keeps shooting them down? I mean, the relationship between America and China is definitely deteriorating, but it's unlikely to be a turning point. And they think that it's possible that we've had these balloons over here as well. They say, why is America not ruling out the possibility of aliens? They're being referred to as unidentified flying objects, because currently that's what they are. There is still a lot of speculation. Just because you say it's a UFO, that doesn't mean to say little green men, coming down, from the heavens and from the sky and all the rest of it. Because I've been, every year, as the years have gone by, I've always invited anybody down if they were listening from another planet and they wanted to pop into the studio, pop down, we'll do an interview. You must, as long as you've got a travel translator with you, we should be absolutely fine. But it's not. But it's Jack's dream that one day little green men will move into his house and he can talk to them as if they've been lifelong friends. Isn't that lovely? Jack is 23. Dave in Gloucestershire says, I think Valentine's Day is just a day for single people to feel bad and worse because you haven't got anybody. Yeah, or ever likely to find anybody. I don't know, actually. I mean, do you think it makes people feel bad? I don't think so. I don't think people... But don't cry, Jack. Don't cry. It's not necessary. Please don't cry. He's all upset now. All upset. Even his parents have started. When are you going to find a girlfriend? And it's a case of, even his grandmother. You're going to find a girlfriend. Have you been out with anybody recently? Yeah, they're really busy at the moment. They couldn't make it to the lunch. You just see it, can't you? I've just got this feeling he would be the one to sort of do the gross exaggeration. Yeah, I work with her. Yeah, we're going. It's going really well. Really well. But she's working this weekend, so she couldn't come up for lunch in the pub. I can just see that. I could just tell he would be the one to do gross exaggerations on things. I don't know. Oh, there's a scooter man here. He's drunk. His name is Liam Smith. He's a bit of an idiot. He was on a mobility scooter. He drove his stepmother's mobility scooter to a fast food joint with a woman on the back of the scooter. Officers saw them at 4 a.m. I mean, he's obviously a plank. And so he's been given a 23-month driving ban. 2 years. Officers became suspicious when he staggered into a McDonald's in Malvern. What, at 4 a.m.? Lord above. A breath test showed he had 93 milliwatts of alcohol, which is 3 times the legal limit. Sam Lamsdale, defending, said if he realised it was a criminal offence, he wouldn't have parked next to a marked police vehicle. But he was drunk, so stupidly he parked next to a police vehicle, and he got nicked. That'll teach him. That will teach him. What else do we have? This being Valentine's Day, Paul Routledge, writing in the Mirror today, says, I'd better confess to a romantic deficit. From memory, I've never received a card from anybody in my life, and I've certainly never sent one. Well, some people don't. Some people don't send cards. It's like, I used to send lots of cards at Christmas. Now, I don't send as many cards. I do them for my godchildren, my brother and his children, things like that. But I tend not to sell it. I mean, years ago, I would say Biggins sends out loads. He must do about 150 Christmas cards every year. It's amazing, really. The balloons, Steve, are definitely aliens, says Johnny. You know, I would love to say yes. I would love to say yes, but I can't be true to myself if I say that, you know. Steve, when I was young, I used to buy expensive roses and leave the price tag on. Always worked for me. By the way, Steve, I am still single. I know. You can't fool people, can you? You can't fool people. You're not going to win somebody over with expensive roses. You know, you're going to win somebody over with personality, wit, humour, good looks. I know, I'm beginning to look like the real package. And, you know, you don't have to buy somebody expensive roses. In fact, if they love you, they just want to be with you because of you. I'm going to be sick. I can't believe it yet. Christine in Cape Town says, we have no electricity tonight due to load shedding, so we have no choice but to have a candlelit dinner. We shall pretend it was a romantic choice rather than a necessary one. See, I think that's okay. Hugh in Acton says, what aftershave do you use? Well, I vary between Creed Aventus, or I've got the Silver Water from Aventus. Yeah. I like to vary occasionally. It's not, you know, I used to use Intuition from Estee Lauder. That was my favourite go-to. And then my friend had this aftershave, and I said, what is that? And he said, it's Creed Aventus. And I went, wow, I'm going to go and get that. He said, it's really expensive. I said, well, how expensive could it be? And he said, more expensive than you imagine. Nearly £300 for a bottle. But you get what you pay for. You get what you pay for. I bought the boys little samplers, you know, so that they can at least, you know, sitting there by themselves in front of the television with their little candle burning and a sort of half a bottle of Asti Spumante. Then they can have a little spray and then go, it's nice, isn't it? Talking to themselves, you know. But it doesn't matter. They're happy. And by the time they've actually finished the bottle of Asti Spumante, they don't really care about anything at all. They're having a great time. It's 6:15. Let's have the latest news headlines with Thomas Watts.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nearly 21 minutes past 6, but who cares? It's Valentine's Day. Best flower value I ever had was, says Kiwi Todd, was from the great train robber Buster Edwards. Yes, he used to have a flower stand outside Waterloo Station. Apparently he learnt his trade whilst inside. Yeah, I'd see him every morning. I would go back to Waterloo Station and he would be there putting his flowers out and all the rest of it. We didn't realise how depressed he was, though, as you can well imagine, even though they made a film about him called Buster, which, you know, Tish in Croydon, Shirley, says, that's Shirley in Croydon, by the way, it's not a place name, so it's not a person's name. Hubby and I have been giving each other the same cards for the last 15 years. We just put a little message in every year. And this year, I wrote, are you still here? We say, I love you every day. Mind you, he thinks I'm having an affair with you, as I'm always talking about you, says Tish. I feel like it's the Diana thing. There were 3 in our relationship. It was a bit crowded. Steve Allen and the things. Steve, many of these balloons going over the UK a few years ago. Well, I mean, I've seen weather balloons. So they definitely haven't come back. Because if you think about it, if you're a spacecraft, okay, so play along with it, and it was coming down from outer space, it's got to come down to ground level to release the balloon, because if they stay up there and release the balloon, it's not going to come down, is it? It's going to keep going up. Come on, I'm just merely put it in front of you. Hot air, but no, the weather balloon things, if they're bringing it down in a spacecraft, they've got to bring it down to ground level so it can go up. If they release it where they are in their spacecraft, it's going to go up further into the stratosphere. What's the point of that? It's not an alien space balloon. Will you shut it? It's not an alien space balloon. Get me really annoyed now. Steve, try green Irish tweed from Creed. It's the best one by far, says Mac. I think they might... Did you have the green Irish tweed in your little boxes? I think it might have been, actually. But strangely enough, somebody says, I thought you were a splash it all over Brute 33 man like our Henry. I did, first time round. I did wear Brute. First time round. Alison says, I've always wondered where aliens get their materials from to make the spacecrafts. Don't get him going, seriously. I mean, I'm having to deal with this. It's becoming quite difficult. Quite difficult. Steve, Aramis is expensive. You have to purchase it from House of Fraser. Thank you. And it says, it's Valentine's Day. Treat the wife to some gold. Order a pint of Channel Isle milk from your milkman today. Follow me for more hints and tips on a happy marriage, says Kevin the milkman. Gold milk is lovely. Graham's gold milk is delicious. And Kevin has dropped off gold top milk to us before. Ice cold in proper glass bottles. Delicious. Very nice. Steve, I love the Creed Windflowers for girlies. Sevenoaks Sarah says, have a great day. Thank you very much indeed. And, sorry. So we've done that one. Wait a minute, where's this one gone? Apparently, Steve, our daughter Louise treated me and Vincent to a spa overnight stay in a posh place near Tring, says Jeanette of Kingsbury. Listening to you up at 6:30 for a swim and then into the biggest bubbling jacuzzi, then a lovely breakfast. How about that? What if it's a spa? You don't get a lovely breakfast. They give you nuts and things like that. I remember Dale used to go to this place called Grey Shot Hall. He said, come round for dinner. I mean, seriously, it was like eating rabbit food. I think it's closed actually now, but he went there for years. Bet you're well gel, says Jeanette. I am well gel, even though I don't know what it means, but it sounds fantastic. And Steve, for the last 20 years, I've had a Valentine's card from a secret admirer, says Steve the milkman. But this morning, I got nothing. First my granny dies, and now this. You're barred. We all used to put, didn't we? You know, a cross in the card. So that was supposed to be the sort of, and then you have to work it out who you think it is. Well, you can't identify somebody's writing, can you, from a card that's just got a cross it? So, put a phone number in. If somebody wants to ring it, they'll ring it. If they don't, they won't. But it doesn't matter. I see a top footballer, beg your pardon, has become the first current men's international to publicly come out as gay. He's Czech. His name's Jakub Jankto, who made his Czech Republic debut in 2017. He said, I'm gay. I no longer want to hide myself. So there you go. His announcement was made online, praised widely. He plays for Sparta Prague. He said, I want to live my life in freedom, without fears, without prejudice, without violence, but with love. So there you go. And former Aston Villa and Germany star Thomas Hitzberger, who came out in January 2014 after retiring. You see, that was the thing. That was the thing. He's actually said, what a player, what a personality. Well done, Jakob, for speaking up. He came out after he retired. That's the difference. The difference is you leave it until you've retired, then you come out, because the abuse that they'll get in the stadiums, is almost legendary. I mean, it's seriously, it goes on. So if you retire, what are they going to do? Stand outside your garden gate? Answer is probably. The UK's most unloved pussycat is looking for a home, which is a shame. After being returned to a charity by 4 owners in 2 years. This poor cat. 12-year-old Seren has been sent back to the cat protection shelter in a matter of days each time since first arriving. She was brought to the centre after her owner's partner moved in with the cat and they didn't get on. Staff say Seren loves a cuddle but can feel unsafe in new surroundings. Oh. See, that's the problem, isn't it? You sort of think it's going all well and the cat's thinking, I don't like it here. And then you introduce somebody else and they don't like it at all. I feel a bit sorry for it, actually, because it looks lovely. But they say she's always calling for attention, but does have some anxieties when she first goes into a new home. Anxieties meaning she wants to go back where she came from again. With time, she will become your best friend. Unfortunately, people get a bit panicky over this, because some cats can be quite dangerous at times if they don't work. Simon the Fishmonger says, is it Pancake Day again already? That craped up. I mean, seriously, you are barred. You're not just barred for a couple of hours. You're barred forever. Disgraceful. Steve, many moons ago, says Paul, I worked at Covent Garden Flower Market and often served Buster Edwards. Roses, they would triple in price on Valentine's Day, but they will be on sale tomorrow, cheaper, because they'll have all the Valentine's Day stuff, because no good doing a day late, is it really? What do you do if you see a spaceman, says Ryan? Park in it. What do you say? Oh, it gets worse, doesn't it? Steve, Valentine's Day is just another reminder day of the year to prompt one into showing their love with good gestures. We should all just embrace it, regardless of the amount spent. It's just the thought that counts. Reasonable bunch of flowers and a jar of Nutella, says Chris in Hertfordshire. Always puts a smile on the wife's face. Sets me back about 20 quid. Happy wife, happy life. A jar of Nutella. Do you know, strange? I was watching an advert for Nutella, and I was thinking to myself, could you believe I've never had Nutella? Never had Nutella in my life, mainly because it's chocolate spread, and I've just got a feeling that it might be really bad for my diabetes. So I've never had it. And they do it, they put it on pancakes, and they do it on here, and also on crepes and things like that. Steve, yay, today's Valentine's Day, and I expect I'll be inundated. Sorry, I meant undated. Thank you. That was quite good, actually. You don't get barred for that one, because that was very good indeed. Steve, with all the spying technology around these days, doesn't a weather balloon seem a bit primitive? It does, actually, doesn't it? What are we going to do? We're going to get a big balloon about the size of 3 double-decker buses, and we're going to float it over bits of America. You know, which is good, isn't it? Neil says, I never get any comments from the ladies when I wear Creed. The comments are always from the men. I was once in Iceland when a big burly builder who stood behind me commented on how nice I smelled. You've got to watch these big burly builders. Seriously, they're getting camper by the day. Camper by the day. Stella says, have you tried Sauvage? Yes, used to be Eau Sauvage. Eau Sauvage, yes, very lemony. Very lemony, very, very nice indeed. But I've been with the same aftershaves now for quite a number of times, but it's not the most expensive. There is more expensive aftershaves for men. I think one of them was about £1,000 for a bottle. I remember thinking, I don't think I'd ever spend £1,000. But I can give you the 6:30 news headlines with Thomas Watts.
May I have your attention, please? You can now book your train tickets on Uber and get 10% back in credits to spend on your next Uber ride, so you don't have to walk home in the rain again.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to be company. 25 minutes to say. It's nippy. Well, it's nippy in here this morning. I don't know what it's like outside. I'm inside. So the BBC are going to make a factual drama based on the Grenfell Tower disaster. It'll draw on 5 years of research into the fire, which killed 72 residents. It'll air next year, would be sensitive and respectful. I should blooming well hope so. But the BBC drama director, Lindsay Salt, said it will utilise drama's unique ability to offer a response to some of the many unanswered questions. There's still unanswered questions? Be interesting, actually. The executive producer says it'll draw on the lives of those impacted by the fire and draw out the vital lessons that need to be learnt. It's amazing, actually, how many people... I was always amazed, actually, on Grenfell, and I pass it on a fairly regular basis, at least twice a week. And it's been... I don't know what we're going to do with it. I quite like it the way it is, that it's covered over, and it's got a big heart on it, and I quite like that. But what amazed me were the amount of people who told lies that they were in Grenfell and managed to escape from it so that they could get free accommodation and housing and money and everything else. I found it absolutely unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Steve, how are you? Says Bosch. He says, brilliant show as always, getting us through the morning. Left a big bunch of roses, balloons and Valentine's card downstairs for the missus. And we're on our way to Dino's Caff for a bit of brekkie. What do you think about all the... Oh, not the UFOs again. He said, what do you think about all the UFOs over America? I do remember, he says, reading a story ages ago about the USA putting up 250 surveillance balloons from Dakota to monitor. You don't reckon the things they're shooting down are their own balloons? I don't know, actually. Actually, I wouldn't put it past them. But if they put up 250... Because what happens is, with those balloons, I think what they do is they go so high, and then they just explode by themselves. But I don't think they were these big things that they've got. Johnny reckons that the aliens are giving us the balloons because it's Valentine's Day. This is just playing into his hands, isn't it? I mean, it's just absolutely playing into his hands. Steve says, Graham, the chauffeur, Amage Epic is a frankincense-based fragrance from Oman, about 250 quid a bottle. Cheap. No, one of them was really expensive. Most expensive men's aftershave. I can't remember what it was called though, but it was so expensive. So expensive. What's the point of spy balloons, says Mick, when you've got Google Earth? I'm inclined to agree with you, actually. And, that's the way it goes, actually. That's the way it goes. Steve, you have a point about when Dale stayed at spas. Last night before dinner, I said to reception, where's the bar? We don't have a bar. And but you can still have Prosecco. But they don't do these things, Jeanette, at spas. They tend to do, because they're doing healthy. So you might want a real good fry-up, and bread and rolls and everything else. I remember being so disappointed when I went, Dale said, come round, we'll have something to eat. And he was sort of wandering about in his dressing gown, because before he did a series, he would go off to this spa and he'd be quite happy there. He'd spend a week there, mainly because his mother introduced him to it. And he used to smoke. He used to smoke in his bedroom. It was sort of totally forbidden, but for some reason they overlooked it. I don't know why. The amount of hotels that we stayed in where there was no smoking, but they said, oh, just open the window a bit. Seriously, I couldn't, But bacon and eggs, best meal of the day. Yeah, you don't find people doing bacon and eggs anymore, do you? I mean, I know you can order bacon and eggs, but we were just talking about having a bacon roll in the morning. Because sometimes, poor Jack went to Greg's and discovered that all the sausage rolls and all the stuff was stone cold. And I said, yes, of course it is, because they're not heated cabinets. If they had a heated cabinet, they'd have to charge you more for it because there's VAT on heated food. And so he was very disappointed that he bought sausage rolls and they were cold. And I said, yeah, I don't know why they don't do... I'd be quite happy to pay more for a hot sausage roll. Who wants a stone-cold sausage roll? That's just naff, isn't it? Steve, Valentine's Day, Aldi are selling 12 gorgeous red tulips for £3. You see, I think tulips are lovely. The only problem with tulips, they droop. They go limp. So 1 minute they're fully erect, and then the next... Well, they are. They're, right there in front of you. And then they just collapse on themselves. Not my day today, is it really? Neil missed out when queuing in Iceland, smelling of Creed. If he played his cards right, he could have got an 80 quid bunch of roses, says Kevin the milkman. And I can't believe it's somebody who spent £80 on a bunch of roses, but I've heard of people spending more. If they're really super-duper roses, well then, you would expect. If it was in a London florist, top florists, they'd be charging. I mean, where was I yesterday? Oh, Waterloo Station. The florist there in the middle of the concourse was selling one rose for £8. You see, I think that's too much. Much as though I might adore somebody. I don't adore them that much. And do they appreciate it? No. See, 12 gorgeous red tulips for £3. That's nice, even though erect, limp. That's the thing you have to put up with. But they do. I had a big black vase, and they used to look lovely just when they went limp, and they did look quite nice. And I thought, look quite sort of fashionable. But as I say, all these things. But if you're going to keep flowers indoors, if you've got central heating, most people have got central heating. Can't afford to put it on, but we've got central heating. They just go limp. And you don't want that. You want something that's proud. And up there looking quite nice, actually. Steve, so old Bosch is off to have this fabulous breakfast this morning. We should stop talking about food. I never mention food. It's ridiculous. Steve, if your tulips wilt, drop a 2p coin in and they'll be back up in an hour or so, says Trish. How wonderful. 1 minute limp, next minute back up again, and all for the sake of 2p. Look at that. There's a bargain and a half, isn't there, really? So what else we got in the papers this morning? It's basically... Oh, what did they have the other day? There was somebody, I was reading something. It was another person that goes out and kills animals and then takes pictures of them with these dead animals. Ghastly. Absolutely ghastly. So there ain't no party like an S-Club party. No. After 8 years, they say, it feels amazing to announce we're reuniting and performing again. Yeah, don't stop moving. I mean, they're going to say, don't stop moving. They're going to be a bit like that, aren't they, really? They're not going to be in the same thing. They said music and friendship have always been at the core of everything we've ever done. That's why they've not toured for ages. Obviously, there was no friendship. There obviously was no friendship. So there ain't no party like an S-Club party. But they're all mid-40s now. It's going to look a bit tragic, isn't it? Come on. Steve, we did the bleach in the water as well to keep flowers going, and copper coins. And Steve, 50 years ago today, the number one song in the charts was "See My Baby Jive." I used to love Wizard. I thought it was like the Phil Spector sound, Wall of Sound. I thought it sounded great, actually. And Steve, if you order from Greggs via Just Eat, for example, 4 sausage rolls, it comes hot. I don't know how, because they don't heat them up here. They're just stone cold, I'm afraid. Kate in the New Forest says, if you prick the stem just under the head of a tulip, they stay erect and last twice as long. There you go. Handy little hint there, keeping your flowers up, which I think is a good idea, actually. When I first came to the UK, I gave my husband Valentine card, and he said, this is a load of rubbish. So that's the last time I gave him a Valentine's card. Yeah, some people, I mean, does everybody celebrate it? Do they all celebrate around the world, or is it just us? You know, if you go to America, will they be doing Valentine's Day, or is it just us? It's like bonfire night. I remember saying to somebody some years ago, I said, oh, you know, bonfire night, and they said, why would we celebrate bonfire night? What's that got to do with it? We have fireworks, but we don't do bonfire night. That's for you because of Guy Fawkes. And I said, oh, never thought about that. And Sue Ann in Stockwell says, I went to Columbia Road, bought my own flowers. Yeah, Columbia Road Market is fantastic. The day is popular, there you go, in the United States as well as Britain, Canada and Australia. And it's also celebrated in Argentina, France, Mexico and South Korea. In the Philippines, it's the most common wedding anniversary. And mass wedding, I've seen the mass wedding. Have you seen those? Where hundreds of people get married and the holiday is expanded to expressions of affection amongst relatives and friends. Many school children exchange Valentines with one another on these days. Well, there you go. I thought it was just us. And we're all at it, which is fantastic. Christine says, a spent match. If you dropped in the tulip water, they won't go limp. I know, you're all obsessed with it now. I mean, you've all gone mad about it. And, Steve, I wonder if you drop a little blue tablet in the water, will it sort out the drooping tulips? I shouldn't think so for an instant, but you never know. Former Bon Jovi guitarist Richie Sambora says, dressing up as Jacket Potato. I should imagine they went, take it off, take it off. Poor old Jonathan Ross exhibiting the worst wardrobe in living memory. And... he said it was very cumbersome, but I should imagine they take it off, take it off. Who the heck's that? Richie Sambora. Who would know? I wouldn't have known. I wouldn't have. Freddie wouldn't have known. Jack wouldn't have known. Nobody would know who Richie Sambora is. You wouldn't know who he is. No, he was the former Bon Jovi guitarist, and he's now doing the Masked Singer dressed up as Jacket Potato. But I can imagine they were all going, who is it? So obviously somebody on the panel must have gone, oh, it's Richie Sam. I reckon they were told. That's it, you know, because they come up with the balmiest people you've ever heard of, I'm afraid. But you've got to put up with it again. I still can't get over. Oh, tickets going on sale for S Club 7, if you're both interested, on Friday. They've got, you know, I don't know how many hits they've got, whether they could do it. I don't know whether it's going to work or not. We shall wait and find out. Should be interesting, shouldn't it? Still to come, Love Fizz, the greatest thing. What's the alternative? We'll tell you after your latest LBC News headlines with Thomas Watts.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Steve. I received my birthday card on Christmas Day. Hubby couldn't find where he'd put it, and an anniversary card. It looked like a Christmas card, but But no. So Valentine's card, no chance. Tulip, 3 vases, 10 quid, water change regularly. Copper coins, lasted a week, says Joe in Welling. Happy Valentine's Day. I do hope that you all get what you want today. I do really. Steve, Valentine's is a day created by card shops and florists, I'm sure. Shouldn't need a day to show your spouse or partner how much you love them. Should be a daily thing. The wife gets flowers every couple of weeks, says Martin in Brent Cross. I'm very tired and I'm a very very grumpy person. You see, I think flowers are nice. I think that's, really nice. Terry in Edinburgh says, my wife doesn't like flowers. Glad it's near Easter because she likes Cadbury's cream eggs. Just get her a box of eggs every year. Yeah, you can get them in Costco. They sell the whole box of Cadbury's eggs. And very nice they are too. Very nice. And not for me, though. Not for me, but I mean, sort of better, really, if you don't want to do that. 84850 steve at lbc.co.uk. Another one here, which says £2,000. Henri Jacques. Oud Imperial Pure Perfume. Over £2,000, says James. See, the trouble is, though, if you've got loads and loads of money... I was talking to my driver this morning. We came through Knightsbridge, and we were looking at the flats there, just by the Mandarin Oriental Hotel. And I said the starting price for these flats here is 10 million. £10 million. And I said, but who actually... Oh, here's this Henri Jacques, or Henry Jacques. It's pure perfume. It's £2,365. It's for men. It's one of perfumery. I mean, one part of me is saying there is no way I would ever spend that much money on something. But on the other hand, I quite like to know what it smells like. Wouldn't you? I'd be intrigued. Do you think they give you a test? There you go. Base notes is patchouli, amber and vanilla. Middle notes, geranium leather. Top notes, oud. So I don't even know what that is. I know what geranium is because it goes through... it sounds quite nice. So bloody well should be for £2,500. That's nice, isn't it, really? Anybody thinking of sending it in to me, Steve Allen, LBC. Thank you very much indeed. Be very grateful. What are you doing now? Oh, right. Tea. No, sorry, coffees. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. So we have found it. We have found that perfume, but it's a lot of money. It's an awful lot of money. So Valentine's Day deserves some bubbly, and you can have it for breakfast. I've heard of people who have champagne, but they do all sorts of ones here. And I'm looking at which one gets the top prize. Believe it or not, there's one from Tesco, which is their Carver Brut, £5.85 a bottle. Only gets 1 out of 5. Bear in mind, this is only one person's opinion of it. Lidl's Arestil Brut, £4.49. 2 out of 5. Morrison's, the best, £7.49. That gets a 4 out of 5. Sainsbury's Taste the Difference, £7.50. 3 out of 5. Aldi Contevedo Brut Reserva, 4 out of 5. Not bad, £5.49. But the top one is Asda's Extra Special. They quite simply, the lady who was reviewing it, the Mirror's Sanjita Baines, says that was just the sound of the cork popping from the bottle. Full-bodied and refreshing with plenty of fruity flavour. Deliciously creamy too. 5 out of 5 for £8 a bottle. Not bad, is it? Treat yourself to a little bit of fizz. Even if you're single, it doesn't make any difference. You can indulge in the fantasy together with everybody else. It's just one of those sort of things, isn't it? Richard Hammond is in all the papers today. I forgot to mention the story earlier on. He fears that his 319-mile-an-hour crash whilst filming the BBC show has caused early-onset dementia. He almost died when the Vampire jet car's right front tyre blew, causing it to spill out of control. He was in a medically induced coma for 2 weeks and after suffered from post-traumatic amnesia. He said he had barely any memory of the 12 months after the crash, but he thinks it could bring on dementia. I mean, I'm hoping not. I really am hoping not. Plus, councils have got the green light to charge taxpayers for another year of wasteful spending. They're going mad. Have you noticed? Everywhere you go now, roadworks. Everywhere you go, digging up this. Everywhere you go, digging up that. Crane. Everywhere you go. Seriously, I mean, it is absolutely unbelievable. Jack says, I bought a box of 48 Cadbury's cream eggs for £19.20 on Amazon. Happy Valentine's to me. Well, you enjoy them. You enjoy them. And Lee says, Juniper Sling from Penhaligons is my favourite eau de toilette. Got a job interview today. Wish me luck. Well, you get lots of luck because it's Valentine's Day. And if you can't do anything on Valentine's Day, you can't do anything on any day of the year. But you never know. Go in with a big smile. That always works, doesn't it? And Graham says, I'm at the supermarket. Can't decide whether to get the wife plain or self-raising flour for Valentine's Day. Thank you. And Steve says, Helen, I love your show. Thank you very much indeed. I had a spider plant, Steve, that looked really sad and flat. So I started watering it with sparkling water. And it's huge now. I water all the houseplants the same. Really good to keep the daffodils looking good for longer, says Christian. I've heard of that before. Lemonade was very popular. Lemonade was very popular for keeping your flowers going today. So if you do manage to get some flowers today, if you're lucky enough, then try lemonade or fizzy water or something. Fizzy tap water could do. Not fizzy tap water. You know when you buy bottled water, fizzy. Well done to all the people who've given money to the Turkey-Syria earthquake appeal. It has topped £65 million so far. Listen, it's a drop in the ocean. It's a serious drop in the ocean. There's more than 38,000 people are dead. And they're still pulling people out. Still pulling people out. I mean, it is just the miracle of all miracles. Dogs and all sorts of animals, but these houses have just collapsed in all these flats. But 65 million, that's just from us. That's just from us. There are, other people around the world are realising what a disaster is and how we never know whether one day we might be in a similar situation. Please, Steve, can you wish my husband Peter happy birthday? Happy birthday. We're still trying to find all these different prices. Steve, patchouli hippie oil, 2,300? I don't know. Did you find the stewed apples? Johnny, I did not. I'm going to have to go today because I have to go and see Mr. Shah in my chemist so I can get my tablets because I've just running out tomorrow. So that'll be quite nice. We should get all of that sorted out. Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Friday. Welcome to February the 17th. Welcome to Friday. Welcome to February the 17th. It's so good. It is so lovely. The multicoloured tribute to Vivienne Westwood at her funeral. Victoria Beckham turned up with all this fake hair stapled to her head. God knows why. It looked ridiculous. It looked a bit like rat's tails. Didn't look very good at all. She was wearing her dark glasses. And it's a very odd choices of people who turned up. Suella's concern at the police conduct at the Nicola probe. Why they had to tell you that she had a drink problem. I maintained on yesterday's programme, what's that got to do with it? Unless they're going to tell us something. I did say the day before that, I said they must know something else, and that's what they were holding back. The fact she had a drink problem brought on by the menopause. But what it's got to do with her disappearance, I don't know. And then you hear people on the news saying, well, we hope she's going to be found. And I'm thinking, it's been nearly 3 weeks. This doesn't sound promising, does it? No matter how many times you keep your fingers crossed and do a special little prayer, it's a very difficult situation. They always say, it doesn't really help matters, if they've not found somebody fairly quickly, then, the prognosis is not particularly good. I mean, I would like to think, because the family have said on the front of one of the papers today, they've said, don't be afraid, Nikki, come home. Because her phone was still connected. I mean, we can run through it, till the cows come home, and it won't make any difference because she's not around. We don't know where she is. Is she hiding out in a house? Is somebody looking after her? We don't know. Has she been abducted? Was she taken by somebody? I doubt it, because somebody would have seen something, although it appears up that neck of the woods nobody sees anything. Absolutely nothing at all. So the phone was still connected through to work. It's a bit of a shame, actually, a bit of a shame. But I hope that it has an outcome so that they can then, do full closure on something. The family of Bruce Willis saying he's got this dementia, and he's had it for a little while now. It is not treatable. There's nothing that they can do about it. So it is inevitable that it's just going to run its course. Apparently it's spreading, whatever it is, throughout his body. And then just going back originally to the family insisting that their mum is in crisis. This is Nicola Bulley's family. I'm looking at the river. They were showing, Peter Faulding as a forensic search and rescue expert, and they were showing the river. It's as calm as a mill pond. As calm as a mill pond. Even if somebody fell in, they wouldn't be dragged down the river because there appears to be no drag on the river. But the police, just going back to it briefly, I think they've made a big mistake. Fancy telling us, nothing to do with us, that the woman had drink problems and stuff like that, and they'd interviewed her 2 weeks before. So there must be some issues that we're not aware of. Either way, it's all a bit messy. Guess who went on The Masked Singer in America? Dick Van Dyke. Dick Van Dyke goes on The Masked Singer in America. He's 97. He's 97. Absolutely amazing. They've got pictures in all the papers today. And what was the other one? Oh, yes, another senior Russian official falls out of a tower block window. It's amazing. And this must be their preferred modus operandi, ladies and gentlemen, because if I've read that once, I've read it a million times, that, you know, a senior official who's criticised the government or somebody who said about this, about the Ukraine, all of a sudden they mysteriously fall out of windows. You know, like, here's the window, let's open it and we'll lean out and, oh, my goodness me, we've fallen out of it. You know, you'd think if you lived in Russia, the last thing you'd be going near is a window in a tower block. She was fairly high up, but unfortunately she'd made herself aware of the problems in Russia. Another one that says Barry Humphries, Dame Edna's birthday today. I think he's 88. Dame Edna's on the Meerkat ad on the telly in Sydney. Yes, I mean, I've got a very good clip. It's on YouTube of Dame Edna turning up to the Michael Parkinson show, and Judi Dench is on it, and Ozzy Osbourne's wife. And it was just basically Dame Edna takes over. Because I remember when he used to come into LBC years and years ago, he would always ask, what's the name of the producer? Does he have a girlfriend's name? And he would weave it into his conversation. And, of course, the producer had no idea he was going to be woven into Barry Humphries' little tirade about something. And then there was another thing the other day where, you know, you've got the Sam Smith, you know, the one who wore that very dated outfit that was worn 50 years ago by David Bowie. And he goes on a show. And, again, we had the problem with the fishermen. No, it's Fisher them. And I think what would be safer in the long run to save any embarrassment is don't book him for any shows. Don't give him any interviews, don't give him anything else at all, because you're bound to fall foul of him. And to be honest with you, I personally couldn't give a rat's tail. I really couldn't. So don't invite him onto any programmes, then you won't look stupid. Because he will, you know, criticise you for saying, no, it's them, it's Fisher them. No, it's not. No, we're not changing things just to please you. I think not. Another one we had, the S Club 7 tickets go on sale today. I think it's quite hilarious that what they've done is, in a feeble attempt to try and get you to go, is the picture on the bottom of the advert for calling up is of them 25 years ago. They don't look like that now, I have to tell you, as you've probably seen them on the television. They look bloated, and they don't look as though they could dance to save their life. But they weren't actually ever known for doing the dancing. I think John Lee was about the only one who did sort of dancing, and a few of the other ones, but I can't bear to watch Joe O'Meara. I really can't. I'm afraid I've got a very long memory, and we all remember the Shilpa Shetty incident. And dreadful. SpongeBob the Musical is going out on tour. Now, I only know about I don't know anything about it. I just know it's called SpongeBob the Musical, and it's a kids' programme. And this one's going out with Gareth Gates and a drag queen. Now, I don't know anything about this. It's just very, very odd. Very, very odd, but SpongeBob the Musical, I suppose kids wouldn't realise, would they? It's a man dressed up as a woman. What was the other one? Oh, happy birthday to Dame Patricia Routledge from Keeping Up Appearances. She's 97 today. 97. Phenomenally happy birthday to you. I interviewed her once down at the Richmond Theatre. She was doing, I think she was doing Other Lady of Letters or something like that. Marvel have confirmed that Spider-Man 4 is happening with Tom Holland, and lotto punters urged to check their tickets. There's 2 £1 million lotto tickets that have not been claimed yet. Get out there and check your tickets, which will make it a lot easier. And couples who get married are now choosing Prosecco and pies over champagne and fillet steak at their wedding. I said to Freddie, I've never been to a wedding yet where they had champagne and fillet steak. I've never had fillet steak. Who gives fillet steak to people? Give them the cheap cuts. They won't know the difference. They'll be half cut anyway. And also, I mean, we used to fill up the champagne bottles and take them away with us. You know, nobody knows. Nobody knows. But Prosecco and pies. I've not had a good steak and kidney pie for ages. I love steak and kidney pie. That would be lovely with a portion of chips. But the good news is... Come closer. I don't want to shout this. It'll be very embarrassing. OK, come closer. Apparently, willies have grown by 24% in the last 70 years. There's something to ponder on for the programme this morning. I tell you what, we'll all be getting out the old slide rule, won't we? And sort of having a little bit of a measure up to find out. Because, you know, in the past 70 years, the trouble is I didn't, when I was born, actually get it measured. I think it should have been on the birth certificate. Steve Allen, you know, born, created 3.5 inches. You know, I mean, anything really. But grown by 24%. Why would that be? I don't know. Are people hanging weights on them or something like that? What would be the reason that it's grown by 24%? Natural selection, thinks Jack. I don't think we'll bother what he thinks, shall we? It's not going to make any difference to life. Isn't that funny? It could be diet, but I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure how diet affects you. I know, I mean, I've had mine prodded and waved about and done everything in hospitals. Seriously, I mean, you might as well just take all your clothes off, lie on the top of the bed and go have a go. You know, if you think you're butch enough, go for it in a good way. KSI and Logan Paul made £90 million profit in a year. This is for their Prime drink. And they're now advertised. They took out a $7 million advert at the Super Bowl halftime, which is very prestigious. And they're advertising it around the world. They're going off to Australia and everything else. They reckon it'll be their best one yet. Because Jack sent me this thing telling me all about them, you know, like I was an idiot or something. You know, I didn't know anything about them. I knew exactly who they were. And the thrill seekers banned from climbing cranes overlooking Wembley. I've seen people who do this freestyle climbing where they climb a crane and then they hang off the end of it just by their fingernails with no safety rope, no nothing. And I look at the picture of it. I feel ill looking at the picture. Which is dreadful. Joe Lycett set to be the big winner at the National Comedy Awards, and I know that my friend Anthony is going to be listening to the programme this morning. He's a regular listener. Oh, we're getting tea. Oh, it's so exciting, honestly. We love a cup of tea. I get through loads of tea at the moment. Loads of tea. Alan Titchmarsh hates robot mowers. Ironically, we were talking about those yesterday, weren't we? We were talking about the robot mowers. And a vintage Harley Davidson becomes the most expensive motorbike at £800,000. Plus, you're going to be battered by Storm Otto today. Winds of up to 80 miles an hour. Just what we need, isn't it? Just what we need. And a mummified mermaid set to grant immortality has been exposed as a fake. Not the first time. There used to be a freak show doing the rounds years and years ago, and you could see a mermaid in a jar. They'd captured a mermaid, and what it was a monkey with a tail attached to it. They'd sewn it onto this dead monkey, and people would go, "What is it?" They go, "It's a mermaid." And they go, "No, it's a monkey with a tail." They go, "It's a mermaid." Okay. And this one was in a temple, I think in India, mummified. And again, they'd done the same thing and decided to grant people immortality, but it's a fake. People like fakes. They seem to thrive on the fact they know something, like the Loch Ness Monster. People know it's fake and they know it's just made up, but they go along with it. We do it again at Christmas time, don't we, with an old man with a white beard, and we go, "Oh, he's really, isn't it?" You know, because I know, I don't want to ruin Freddie's life, but he's now gone into a deep depression over this whole thing. I've met Father Christmas in the North Pole. Inside the Arctic Circle, and he has got a big white beard, and he doesn't make any of the presents anymore. He's got elves and people like that who help out. The Manchester Museum, I should have gone to Manchester this weekend. They've got an exhibition on the golden mummies of Egypt, which sounds really good because I like things like that. And the letter, which was posted before the Battle of the Somme, has finally been delivered. It's only taken them a century, so it was obviously caught up in the system, and they found it, and they went, "Should we deliver it?" "Yeah, let's deliver it." So that's what they did. They delivered it, and everybody is happy, which is what we want you to be this morning on the programme. We take all your texts and emails, 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk, and if you're listening via Alexa, all you have to do is say, "Alexa, send a comment to LBC," and it will be done automatically. So that's good news. So everything to play for this morning, and we love you listening to the programme. In fact, we're even more delighted nowadays because of the increase in the audience and the amount of downloads. I mean, it's gone through the roof. And Kim says, she's up in Scotland, "We've got Storm Otto blowing hard out there this morning, Steve. Finding it a wee bit difficult to hear your dulcet tones at the moment. I'll shout for you, Kim. Don't worry." It's 4:15.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. It's Steve Allen's I have to think what it was, actually. It's my early breakfast. Maureen says, where can I buy a toy typewriter from? They used to do one years ago. It was called Petite typewriter, and it did exactly the same as a normal typewriter, except it was for children, and it was made in plastic. Now, I think that you could probably go to Amazon and you could find a toy typewriter, and I would think you could probably find the Petite typewriter, because everybody had one and it dinged the bell, it did all the usual things, and it was to teach, I don't know why, teach kids to type. But a toy typewriter, that's where I would have thought you would have got one from. Oh, there's loads of them. There's loads. Metoy, typewriter include the original. Oh, these are antiques. There's a vintage Metoy for 25 quid. See, I think that's good value. There's a child's typewriter from eBay. Not on eBay. Go to Amazon. And let's see what we've got. Look at some of these antique typewriters, 35 quid. How lovely. Put in children's typewriter on the Amazon search bar, so we can have a look and see what that's right. Put it on that one. Children's type. You can buy everything for children. I see no reason why I can't have a typewriter. And no, strangely not. These are sort of, there's a kid's typewriter vintage, but I mean, it does really look vintage. It's £72. Oh, there's one here, a real collectible with 10 ribbons, £3,889. Well, that's out of our price range, isn't it? It's from the 1900s. And the principle of the inner ball typing, it's mechanically flexible. It can type in English normally, can also be used as a store decoration, props and cultural decoration collections. It's very nice. It's very nice. I've still got my mother's typewriter. Don't ask me why I've still kept it. My mother typed, and I've still got it. And it's down the side of one of my chest of drawers. I don't know why I've still got it, actually, because I can't type for toffee. I can type with 2 fingers. And that's about as far as it goes. Oh, and by the way, yesterday I went out to find biltong. So I went out and I went to Waitrose, because somebody said to me, oh, there's some in Church Street. I thought, I'll go to Waitrose, that'll be likely. And I found it, so I bought about 4 different types. I've got one which is Kruger biltong, marinated beef silverside, air-dried and sliced. It's gluten-free, high in protein, and it's got 163 calories per pack, so it's low. It's very low. I don't know whether to open it or just... Oh, I'll open it. Let's have a look. Oh, dear. I mean, it does look like... It smells a bit, doesn't it, really? I don't know whether I want to put this in my mouth and eat it. So it tastes like... You're chomping through it, aren't you, like there's no tomorrow? God in heaven. So it's like cold roast beef sliced, and then you just sort of rip it to pieces. And then you eat it. Jack loves it. Have you had some, Freddie? Freddie likes it as well. I've got a piece that's going at the moment. I'm not sure about... Yeah. I mean, it smells... It's just... This is beef silverside, air-dried and sliced. And it's obviously very popular in South Africa and places like that, and you can get it over here. So who would eat it? I don't know. Would it be sportsmen and women? In South Africa, they all eat it. Well, not for meals. They just have it as a snack. Like we would buy a packet of crisps, they would buy a packet of biltong. Oh, right. Well, Jack can't get enough of it. You'd buy a packet. Would you? Well, there's enough in there. You've got about 4 packets of biltong. Should keep you going, until you get sick to death of biltong. Bit difficult to eat while I'm trying to present a programme, but as usual, we persevere. Anne says, I got a Petite typewriter as a present after having my tonsils out. Ha ha! And Jan in the Netherlands says, you brighten my day. Well, that's good. That's all we can hope for, isn't it? And Steve says, Rachel, after dodging COVID for 3 years, it's finally got me. So lots of healing vibes and a box set of Carry On films, please. Oh, yes, because you've got that programme coming up. Is it today? I think on Channel 5. It's on the Carry On cast members, but you missed out Sid's long-suffering sidekick, Bernie Bresslaw. Did you ever meet him? I didn't. No, I didn't ever meet him. In fact, actually, there were very few of the Carry On people I met. I mean, I met Kenny Williams. There's quite a number that I would have loved to have done. I loved him when he did he was only the sidekick in a few films, not in very many films. The most films were made by Kenneth Williams, as we all know. But I think he did Carry On Girls, didn't he? Carry On Girls, because there was one girl who was particularly interested in him. Steve, do you think Santa's elves will be the next workers to go on strike over pay later this year? Oh, I don't know. I used to do a thing on Channel 5. I don't know if it's actually on YouTube. I don't think it is. And they built me in the studio a Santa's grotto. And I had a Father Christmas outfit. And they built this thing, and it came in on wheels. They'd wheel it into the scene dock. It had 20,000 lights in it. And there was a tree with a railway that went round it and all different things that moved and everything else. And every day, one member of the crew at Fives Company would dress up as an elf and sit at my feet and hand me the letters from the boys and girls, which I thought was really, really cute, actually. Johnny Whitten says there's a nice biltong shop in Church Street. I think I paid about $2.90 for a packet, $2.20 to $2.90 for a packet of biltong. And it seems to be going quite... Oh, Freddie's wandering through the other packet. I've never known anybody eat so much stuff. Do you like... Are you still eating it? Or you finished that packet? Are you eating the sandwich now? God, honestly, it's like feeding a gannet. It really is. It's unbelievable. Have you got worms or something? I've never known anybody who just food. Like he's sort of never seen food before. And then the last time you ate was this show yesterday. Are you serious? Oh my God. Well, I tell you what, still to cut. Wait a minute. Oh, hang fire a sec. Still to come. We've got the donuts. I bought these donuts the other day in Costco. There's 25 of them, and they've got dark chocolate cream filling, strawberry cream filling, caramel flavoured cream, or lemon cheesecake flavoured cream. Are they cool? They are the best ever. I'd never seen them before, but I'm working out that by the time you finish a sandwich, you'll be looking for something sweet to eat. And I reckon that what you'll do with these things, these little mini donuts, is you'll have one, and then the next thing is they'll all go. Because if you've not eaten since yesterday... I mean, would you like me to arrange food parcels to be sent round? It would be a lot easier if I went to Amazon and ordered food and put it into your address, and then you could sort of know you've got a meal turning up. Do your parents know you're not eating? I mean, honestly. It's ridiculous. You've got to eat. You can't not eat. You're not going to lose weight by not eating. You wake up too late to eat. So do you have a full cupboard at home? No. I shouldn't imagine you've got anything in your cupboard at home. You're probably like me. When I lived in London when I first moved up, I didn't keep anything in the cupboard. The only thing I kept in the cupboard was a packet of cheese sauce mix and some spaghetti, because it was dried and so it would last forever. And I'd do that occasionally, and that would be food. Oh, and milk. I used to get milk delivered. And if I was feeling a little bit flash, even though I never paid the milkman, I did pay him eventually. I would get him to deliver bacon, eggs, there you go, cheddar sauce mix. You just mix it with water and it makes cheddar cheese sauce mix. And I'd pour it over the spaghetti. Seriously, it was full of flavour. And that was a cheap meal for me. But milk I used to get delivered. So I'd sort of survive on milk. But in fact, the funny thing is, I don't drink an awful lot of milk. Although they reckon there's going to be a shortage of semi-skimmed milk. I don't know why. I mean, I can drink either. It doesn't make any difference, even though Phil Vickery always tells me how fat content it is. It's got, really fatty. But it doesn't matter, because if you're hungry, you'll eat basically cardboard. You'll eat basically anything, because you get so hungry that you start looking around going, perhaps I'll get some chewing gum. Perhaps I'll just get some crisps. And then when you're in there, you buy all the stuff, because you should never go shopping if you're hungry, because you'll buy everything, all the wrong stuff. Steve, cold meat and donuts for breakfast. Yeah, fantastic. I tell you, they can't believe it. This is like a veritable banquet. But it's not cold meat. This is biltong. Biltong, apparently, the Spanish do a tuna version of biltong. It's air dried and called majama. Oh, right. A tuna version. How on earth does that work? These are all different sort of flavours, which are quite nice. Brendan in Blackpool, he said, you must go to the South African store. What is that? That's the Spanish majama, is it? Oh, it's quite oily, isn't it? And you obviously put the oil on afterwards. It's the Mediterranean delicacy of filleted salt-cured tuna found in the Murcia and Andalusia regions of Spain. And bluefin or yellowfin. Have you seen the size of tuna? They're like this big. They're enormous. Absolutely the hugest thing I've ever seen. So thank you very much indeed. But cold meat and donuts, I tell you, they think they've arrived. And Jim says, are you at One Man Food Bank for your team? Yes, absolutely. Yeah, they have Satsumas outside, toffee, Cadbury's cream eggs, little mini praline eggs. Then we got the donuts, the biltong, the sandwiches. We've got a club sandwich and then the cheese and celery sandwich. Yes, of course I'm feeding. I have a shop. And I'm basically, getting rid of all the stuff that's past its sell-by. And so far they've not died on me, so I'm assuming it's okay. So I've got to go under the bridge is the real deal, says Brendan in Blackpool. Thank you. I shall be checking out all these things. My wife and I, Steve, have started watching Celebrity Antiques Road Trip here in America, but I've no idea who the celebrities are. Are they actually celebrities? No, not all of them. No, they're just sort of people who are well-known, Cameron, but only well-known to certain people. I mean, sometimes you get people on there and they're not really proper celebrities at all. I mean, there's a girl in the paper today. She was on Love Island, again, a programme that doesn't so much produce celebrities as sort of, I don't know what they are. But anyway, she's been stopped at Dubai Airport because they've got pictures of her in what looks like consuming cocaine. That's what it looks like. So they had the picture from last time. She was on their wanted list, so they've got her. She was en route to Thailand to apparently do charity work, because she was from Love Island and there's obviously nothing else for her. And they've got this picture, so they put her in prison. It carries a 3-month prison sentence if she's caught using, because the country she's going through, they don't tolerate this. In fact, I think in one of the countries, and I can't remember which one it is, I think smuggling drugs carries the death penalty. They're very strict on it. It's somewhere like Vietnam or something like Singapore, is it? Whatever it was, they had big signs at the airport. If you are carrying drugs, it carries the death penalty. And then these people go, oh, I didn't know. And you think, I've got no sympathy for you whatsoever. And, sorry, it's where? Iran, Vietnam, North Korea, China. Oh, quite a few then. Quite a few. Where drugs are illegal. Amazing, isn't it? Carry the death penalty. You see, that's... I mean, I have no sympathy for these people. If they're stupid enough to carry drugs through and then they get stopped, then, whatever happens to them, that's their problem. They obviously weren't brought up properly by their families. Steve, I love carry-ons. I've got them all on video and DVD. Looking forward to the show tomorrow. But tonight at 10 p.m. on Channel 5, they've got Kenneth Williams, in his own words, presented by Giles Brandreth. A little teaser before the main feature, says Kathy. Oh, I shall watch that, because I was fascinated by him. He was a fascinating person. He used to go to Joe Allen's to eat. Kenneth Williams would go to Joe Allen's and he'd sit down and he'd start eating with a friend. And if nobody recognised him, he would become very loud, like that. So everybody would go, oh, it's Kenneth Williams. Up until then, they'd not noticed it was him. And the moment he'd been recognised, he'd leave. Steve, we have beef jerky, says Shane. No, we don't do jerky. This is not beef jerky. This is biltong. There's a difference, apparently. I don't know what the difference is, but we discovered yesterday that there is a difference between jerky and biltong. But either way, the boys like it, and that's all we care about. And, Steve, Cold Meat and Donuts, wasn't that a 1980s American detective series? Cadbury's cream eggs, do you still rate them since the change of recipe, says Ian in Newark. I didn't know there was a change of recipe, but they're not for me, they're for the boys. The boys and girls outside. I don't eat Cadbury's cream eggs, because it's all just fondant, and it would send my diabetes round the bend. We've got to do the news, haven't we? 4:30. Let's get those news headlines with Daryl Jackson.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your Universal Credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Steve, in Switzerland there is Bündnerfleisch. You put it on a wooden platter and grind some black pepper on it. Eat the thin slices with your fingers. You see, it's a bit like eating, what's that steak that's not cooked? They just slice raw steak and you eat steak tartare. You see, I love that, but yet I feel a little bit cannibalistic through eating it. I've never tried, Steve, biltong. Give me a bag of pork scratchings any day. There it is, Bundnerfleisch. It does look quite nice. It's just dried meat, beef. It's the same sort of thing. Same sort of thing. And it's sliced very thinly, served with bread, often part of a traditional dish called raclette, served to accompany the cheese of the same name. Actually, talking of cheese, there's another boring story from Gemma Collins in the paper today. She's decided to name her baby after her favourite cheese. I mean, of course, there are two problems with this. First of all, she isn't pregnant. And secondly, she doesn't appear to have little Rami by her side. So she spent all her time on Valentine's Day by herself. And that's why she was tweeting out about the, it's you've got to learn to love yourself and all the rest of it. And today she's come up with the usual factuously incorrect story that she was spending £50,000 a day in Gucci. I don't think so. I want to see all these clothes because, frankly, I don't think Gucci do her size. I really don't. Not only that, all the clothes you've ever seen her in, they don't look like Gucci to me. I know what Gucci looks like, believe you me. And I don't think she spent £50,000 a day. She's never earned that sort of money. When she was in The Only Way is Essex, she earned nothing. They pay them like 20 quid a day. It's peanuts. And then she got sort of kicked out of some fancy club because she went to approach Leonardo DiCaprio. And they went, go away, dear. You've got no class. And also, she thought that the girls in Gucci, which is a dreadful indictment of how bad they are, sort of looked down their nose at her, and didn't want to sell her stuff because, she said, they thought that she didn't have the money. No, dear, it's because you've got no class. And they don't want to see somebody like you wearing their clothes and devaluing them. That's what it comes down to. But like me going into Ted Baker's. So, well, you walk in the door there and all the assistants turn around and just look at me. And you can see them looking, going, we've got nothing that fits you. And they haven't. All of their clothes. One of our sports reporters years ago, he used to go to a place in the Bentall Centre where they did these really nice coloured linen trousers. And I went in there and I thought, I'll buy some of those. I can buy them in all the colours. And then I'm kind of going to look like Michael Portillo. And then I thought maybe that wasn't such a good look. You don't want to start wandering around up north with sort of lilac jackets and bright red trousers on. Looks a bit camp. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, so I went into this shop and I was going through you have to flick through them. They didn't do my size trousers. They didn't do. This was a few years ago. I have lost weight since then. But that's the only reason that they don't want Gemma Collins. It'd be like, Jordan saying, I can afford to. She can't afford to buy anything because she's a bankrupt. And also she might be in prison very shortly. Reason being, she's gone to Thailand and she's done what they would laughingly call porno shots. You start taking shots of you topless on the beach, they're going to throw you in prison. Because she's been told about this before. This isn't the first time. But she did spend £12,000. Her Mucky Mansion programme is back on again. So the court will be wanting to know what's happened to the money from that. Let's hope we get her in prison before the year is out. You can't. She owes more than £3 million. Come on. If it was you or me, definitely Jack, the only person who tried to shoplift a fridge freezer, I wouldn't mind, but the coat was not big enough. I said to him, it's going to look ridiculous, Jack. He went, I'll get it, Steve, I'll get it for you. And, and he wraps his coat around the fridge freezer. He gets as far as the door and he can't get it through the door, And I said to him, listen, I'll come and visit you in prison. Another one. That says, you remember the two British girls pictured with their suitcases, all the press, and claimed they were fooled into carrying drugs? Yes. And then, stupidly, we took them out of the prison that they were in whichever country it was. They were carrying coke. They were drug mules. Oh, no, we weren't. Yes, you were. Yes, you were. Steve, when I went to Singapore a few years ago, on the entry visa you fill in just before landing, it says in block capitals, death for drug traffickers. Bit of a warning on that one, isn't it? It's not like, we're going to take your food away from you. Death to drug traffickers. Because they do that. They do. They have no hesitation in people who smuggle drugs. Over here, if you've got a little bit of drug, the chances are you can get away with it. Because the police go, it's not really worth it, is it? You get a street side caution, I think, for cannabis and stuff like that. It's the people who lie. It's the people who lie about it. Oh, I haven't got anything else. Yes, you have. No, I haven't. It's like they stopped a bloke on the Interceptor programme the other day. Big fat bloke he was, driving a white van, surprise, surprise. And the copper, who was in an unmarked car, had seen him as he went past, and he was on his phone. And so he pulls them in, and he says to the bloke, have you got your phone? And he goes, it's in my mother's handbag. So they get it out of the mother's handbag, and he said, I thought I saw you on the phone. It says here you were on the phone. I've just seen you at 3:21. And he said, well, were you here at 3:21? He said, yes, I was driving alongside of you, watching you on your phone, dipstick. So the bloke was still arguing, just give me the ticket then. He was a right arrogant little bloke. Obviously, he just spent a lot of time eating sausage and batter and chips. And he was sort of saying, just give me the ticket, mate. And he went, let's have a look at your licence. He said, well, I ain't got my licence on me. Well, you're not going anywhere at the moment, are you? Which is quite sweet. And also, then they have to find the insurance. And most of these people haven't got insurance. You know, there's mothers sitting in there and you sort of think to yourself, my godfathers, honestly, it's ridiculous. Steve, use-by dates mean nothing. In Tesco, a sandwich had a use-by date of 3 days maximum, whereas in the corner shop, they have at least a week. I've got them in the fridge for ages, and they're perfectly okay. No, what they have to do is they have to guarantee that you're not going to be falling ill. That's why they give you the... I mean, put it this way, it doesn't get to, say, like the... whatever today is, the 17th or the 18th, and all of a sudden it becomes inedible. It just means that they're covering themselves in case something goes wrong with it. They're telling you should eat it by this day. If you want to keep it in your fridge, you do what you like with it. You know. And supermarkets now... Tomatoes don't have a best before day. Really? I love tomatoes. I could eat a whole box of tomatoes. You know, the little tiny ones, which are all different, the little cherry tomatoes, different coloured ones as well, which are very nice. Very, very nice. I like things like... I feel as and also cucumber. I could shove a cucumber in my mouth sideways. I just like cucumbers. There's something about them. I know they're water, but they just taste really good to me. And peas in the pod. Paul Cooper in the shop will have peas in the pod, and I go and break open the pods and eat the peas, raw peas, which I think are delicious. And I used to like eating raw potatoes. My mother would slice them up to do whatever she was making with them, and I could eat them raw, just out of the cold water. And she said, I don't think you're supposed to be eating them. And I said, well, listen, it's not done me any harm, has it? Who's still alive, as it were. And Steve, in case you didn't know, if you have the Carry On DVD collection, every film has a commentary on by the fans and actors all the way through each film, says Kathy. Yeah, if you buy the box set, you also get the Christmas versions of Carry On. They made a television version of the Carry On. They weren't as good. But if you are a collector, then you would definitely want something like that. What else do we have? Oh, the top supermarket in this country is... Come on. Sorry? Lidl. No, it's M&S. Lidl. Yeah, for you it's Lidl, Jack. For you it's Lidl. Jack's idea of a supermarket is a trolley that's bigger than he is. You know, that he can wheel around and you think, well, I'll have some of that. Big arms on the shelves, just take it all in. They did a thing on the... on YouTube, and it was all the Karens in America, you know, the ones who are just revolting, who ended up losing their jobs after they decided to take people on. And one of them is a woman in a supermarket, and she thinks she's really clever, and she starts coughing in people's faces. She's going, I'm sorry, and she's literally like that. So anyway, they banged the old bag up, and she lost her job and everything else, which was very good. There was another woman decided to pick on a little black girl who was selling water in the height of the summer in New York City. And the woman next door goes, I'm calling the police because she doesn't have a licence. And her mother said, she's an 8-year-old girl. She's selling bottles of water so she can go to Disneyland. Anyway, this woman, as you can well imagine, started getting death threats after she was exposed on the television. She said, you know, I didn't ever shout at her. And they went, yes, you did. Yes, you did. And then there was another old bag who some bloke writes Black Lives Matter on the wall of his house. It's his house. And this woman's going, why are you writing? We know who lives there. Why are you writing on his wall? And so he goes, oh, you know this person, do you? And she goes, yes, we do know this person. And anyway, she was another one proven to be a complete and utter idiot because she lost her job. Her husband lost his job as well. And some of the vile racists who, luckily in America, once they're exposed, they lose their job. No company wants to be associated with anything like that. Ed in Cheltenham says, pass the breakfast food, anchovies on crusted toasted ciabatta with lots of butter. I don't like anchovies. I don't think you can. You like anchovies? Yeah, but you'd eat anything. Seriously, I said yesterday, you'd eat cardboard. You know, it doesn't make any anchovies on pizza. No, you shouldn't eat pizza. They're rubbish. They're really bad. The only one I like is the Hawaii, and that's quite nice because that's sort of ham and pineapple, which is very nice. That's sort of good. But also, you don't want anything thick. You want a little thin pizza. a little thin one, which is supposed to be cooked in less than 2 minutes. That's why the MOD pizza was very popular until the pandemic, and then it went under. And they did little tiny thin pizzas cooked in 2 minutes. Now those I approve of, and you can rent them for your party. Somebody will come round and actually cook pizzas in one of these things that does hot potatoes and everything else. We had a hog roast at my friend Pete's birthday party, and that was very good. Unfortunately, I got drunk. Just embarrassed myself completely. And then, of course, you know what happens. You get drunk at a party, you lie down on the grass to go to sleep, and they pull your trousers down and take pictures. No, just me again. Anyway, we'll take a short break, shall we? It's 5:45.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. Somebody says, what supermarket was voted best? M&S. M&S. Absolutely. Steve. Kiss, did you know, are planning retirement after life on the road. They've been touring for like 50 years. It must take them that long to put their makeup on. Must take forever and ever and a day. And they are appearing, aren't they, at that big festival, which we talked about yesterday on the programme. Steve, you may not like anchovies, but I bet you'd find gentleman's relish on toasted treats, says Ian. Yeah, we've had that before. We bought that in Waitrose. We brought it in. It's just little shrimps, potted shrimps. Which was quite nice. Roger says, Jack has a point, as Lidl is much cheaper than M&S. The quality isn't too bad either. No, I mean, they get, it's good enough to eat. I mean, that's what, it's got to pass certain rules and regulations. Steve, that Are You Being Served film, when they went camping, was hilarious. I think the Are You Being Served film was not about camping. They went on holiday. I seem to remember. I don't think they went camping at all. And says, I always thought it was a carry-on until a few Christmases ago, not carry-on camping. There wasn't an Are You Being Served film which had them on camping at all. They went on holiday to... Where did they go on holiday to? The Are You Being Served... It was some half-built hotel that was falling apart, and that's where they went. And it was quite good, actually. Quite good. Steve, I've seen Gemma Collins buying her Gucci clothes over North Weald Market a while back. Yeah, I mean, I don't think that, Gucci... £50,000 a day? I mean, there's lies and then there's Gemma Collins. I think trouble is she starts believing this garbage. £50,000 worth of clothes a day. When was she wearing these? She doesn't go anywhere. She was never invited out to anything. They go, oh, it's not Gemma Collins again, is it really? Have you ever been to St Christopher's Place opposite Bond Street Tube? Absolutely, of course. Of course I've been there. I've been everywhere. 5 on board again today, says my friend Chris. So you've got Noah and Eli, plus Noah's friend Alex and our super nanny, Ali. All future spoilers. Happy Friday. Oh, so it's 5 on board. It's like a coach trip for Chris. Actually, because the boys were saying to me yesterday, they said, Noah and Eli, do they go every day? And I said, no, they don't go every day. It's a bit of a treat to go in with Dad. So they've got Noah's friend Alex and the super nanny Ali. Oh. Well, at the moment we are eating miniature donuts, biltong, which Daddy will have to explain to you about biltong, but it's basically marinated beef silverside, air-dried and sliced. And so it's like eating cold... Is that my tea? Did you make me a tea? No. I finished that tea ages ago. It's got, look, I mean, it's down to the tea bag. Can't believe you forgot me. You went out there all the way to make tea. And I specifically mentioned it. And then all of a sudden he comes back and I go, he's carrying my tea. He went, no. I tell you, my friend Chris would have none of this. I tell you, out straight away. So that's why we're talking about biltong, and we're talking about things. And I don't know whether your dad said the other day there was a little tiny toy Matchbox bus which came up in green, and it was very unusual because green ones are very rare, and they reckon this one could fetch about £6,000. Which is a lot. Steve, you'll be saying aliens and UFOs aren't real next. Well, it's not a case of they're not real. I think anything that you can't explain, which becomes a UFO, is only an unidentified flying object. It doesn't mean that somewhere up there are little spacecraft manned by little men, because if they're so sophisticated that they've got spacecraft, we must be way behind in the space race. Way behind. You'd have thought they'd have set up something on the moon by now, and people would go up there and spend a holiday on the moon, and then you could go to the edge and look over and see Earth. I quite like that idea. Just in case but there might be things up there that you don't really want to see. You know, things that sort of little bits of rock open up. And this little thing pokes its head up and then produces a ray gun. And that's when you go, run! You have to, don't you? Steve, I shall say this once and only once, says Marty. Idaho and buttery and herb mashed potato. Can't believe you never remembered me. Why was I forgotten? Honestly. Obviously done something terribly wrong. So, Idaho and buttery and herb mashed potato. No, the instant mashed potato, which is Aunt Bessie's in Iceland, for about £2.50 a packet, is seriously delicious. Seriously delicious. And Mary Beth from Maryland says, yes, Dick Van Dyke, who was in Mary Poppins, and I'm sure that all the crowd in Chris's car this morning will remember Mary. Well, I'm assuming you've seen Mary Poppins, and it's quite a nice one. So you've got Noah and Eli, Noah's friend Alex, and the super nanny Ali. All future spoilers. But you mentioned your rolls yesterday at the car boot sale. What rolls did you have? I can't remember, actually. It was the first one that I bought. I could tell you what I paid for it. I paid 20 grand for it. And because I'd seen it in this garage, and I thought, oh, just like a treat. You know, when you see something and you think, well, I've worked hard, you know, for a year or so, and I inherited some money, so I thought I'll go and buy it. So I went and bought it. I'd never driven one before in my life. And all of a sudden you're driving something that's like bigger than an armoured tank. But I can't remember which one it was. I don't think it was particularly flashy. Anyway, Dick Van Dyke, who was the pavement artist, called Bert in Mary Poppins. And then they sang, oh, it's a jolly holiday with Mary. Mary makes your heart so light. Oh, Bert, you haven't a clue. Oh, when the day... Anyway, he was so cute on The Masked Singer last night, he even did a little dance. He had so many people crying. Just seeing him was too exciting for the audience. And me too, says Mary Beth. I've got him on... There's a piece at an award ceremony in America where the dance troupe do, come on, ladies, step in time, which they did up on the roof in Mary Poppins with the fireworks that went off. Have you seen Mary Poppins? No. I knew it was a waste of time asking her. So I can see the look on his face, but he basically glazes over when I say, have you seen Mary Poppins? You know, feed the birds, tuppence a bag, tuppence... No? Doesn't mean a thing to you. The little old bird woman... Tuppence a bag, all around the cathedral, the saints and apostles... No? God in heaven. I mean, I'm too old for this. I've decided I'm talking about stuff they don't even know about. You watch great films? Yeah. Mary Poppins is a great film. What do you mean it was all right? You haven't seen it? There's no... there's no killing in it. It's Mary Poppins. Although Mary Poppins in the books was quite evil, she was quite a tyrant. It's only in the film she materialised and she became absolutely gorgeous and lovely. And she's an amalgam of all the Mary Poppins, because it used to be, I've got Mary Poppins Goes to the Park, Mary Poppins in the Kitchen, Mary Poppins Climbs the Eiffel Tower, or something, all these different books, and they put them all together. Steve, isn't Biltong Pete's brother? Biltong. I just feel sorry for that person called Bill Stickers. We should see them all over Hong Kong. There'd be signs on these walls going, Bill Stickers will be prosecuted. I thought, they've really got it in for him. They've really got it in for him. He's not going to survive this much longer, is he? Steve, you used to rave over Costco's instant potato. Is the Iceland one better? Iceland is very good, but now they've got Aunt Bessie's. And it is particular. You don't need to add butter or anything to it. It's frozen, comes in little squares, and you just sort of put it in a frying pan. You could do it with cheese, or you can mix it in with a stew or something like that. I promise you will not be disappointed. When have I ever directed you in the wrong direction? Steve, did I hear right, says Andrew, or do you leave your tea bag in your mug? Yeah, want to make something of it? See you outside in the car park in 20 minutes, all right? Don't push it, pal. Of course I leave the tea bag in the cup. That's the whole idea, isn't it? You know, you want to sort of just keep the flavour of the tea. We've got particularly good tea bags in this company. Very good. Global have excelled themselves. But, Steve, I heard a Harry Enfield interview, and he mentioned seeing Dale at a charity dinner. And I wonder if you ever interviewed Harry. Did I ever interview Harry Enfield? No. But mind you, I've said no before, because after the first 20 years, you can't remember everybody you've interviewed. And sometimes I've bumped into people and they've gone, oh, I remember coming in to see you. No idea, not a clue. Yes, Carry On Abroad was Els Bells, thank you. And, Steve, can we just sum up that if anybody needs shopping advice, ask the expert, Steve Allen. I am the expert on shopping advice. And Tony says, apparently this biltong, usually from Africa or South Africa, made from springbok. Well, whatever it is, the boys like it. So they seem to go for things like this, which I'm quite happy about, actually. I mean, they do get spoilt. It is said, sometimes they sort of see the food. It is a bit like Christmas. I mean, Christmas is even better. Chocolate Father Christmases, 10-foot tall Father Christmases, sleigh bells, open fires, Mary Poppins playing on the television, feed the birds, tuppence a bag. And she featured in the stage show, not the original, because the lady who played the bird woman died. She was seen by Walt Disney in an old people's home. I think her name was Jane Darnell. And he wanted her. He'd seen her and he wanted her for the bird woman. And she didn't have to do anything, just sit there on the set with these pigeons flying around and just go, feed the birds, tuppence a bag. And Walt loved that scene so much. When they played him the song, he just loved Feed the Birds. I used to sometimes sit on Waterloo Bridge in my car in the early hours of the morning by about 5:20 and play I'm so sad, and play Feed the Birds, tuppence a bag. And it just seemed to bring it into context because she sat outside St Paul's Cathedral. But shortly after they'd finished filming, she died. But we've still got her there. And in the stage show in London, we had the fabulous Petula Clark. Listen, we're going to take a short break for the news because it's coming up to 5 o'clock. It is Friday, and I know that for Noah and Eli and Alex and Ali, and my friend Chris, it's going to be a good weekend. I hope it's going to be a good weekend for everybody. But we've got this storm on the way in, haven't we? Which is going to be very windy and blowy. Storm Otto, I believe. It doesn't even sound right, does it? Storm. Why couldn't it have been Wilfred or something like that? I mean, poor old Jack's hair's in for a battering later on, but, you can put a hood on.
This is a passenger announcement. You can now book your train on Uber and get 10% back in credits to spend on Uber Eats. So you can order your own fries instead of eating everyone else's.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, Steve. Over Christmas, says Sanjay, we saw Mary Poppins, the West End show. It had some incredible moments, better than the original film, I say. And Petula Clark was the bird lady. Yes, she was lovely. Lovely, lovely. Omar says, have you heard the news about Bruce Willis? I'm sorry, where have you been? This programme starts at 4 in the morning. We've already done Bruce Willis. Goodness sake, honestly, keep up. And Jackie goes, Dick was the Cockney chimney sweep. No, he was different depending on the season. In the winter, he was the chimney sweep. In the summer, he was the pavement chalk artist, where they leapt into the chalk picture. And then they sang, oh, it's a jolly holiday with Mary. Mary makes your heart so light. I haven't a clue, Bert. Even when the day is grey and ordinary, Mary makes your heart... Anyway, so it goes on. I could have had a part in the film. I could have played... And they also do the racing and the fox that leaps into the back of the car. That was all in the same section. But no... Bert was a window sweep at certain times of the year. He changed according to the seasons, which I think is quite nice. I'd have loved to live in that house that they had. What a fab house. Was it something Cherry Tree Avenue? And there is a place like that, which is off Ken High Street. And it's a very expensive little enclave of houses. And all look exactly the same as that. And I reckon that they'd seen those and thought, oh, that'd be really nice, actually. That'd be very nice. Steve, the only rolls that's only 20 grand is a 70s or 80s Silver Shadow or maybe a knackered old Camargue, says Roger. I don't know. This was years ago. Bearing in mind, I've been driving these things for 30 years. 30 years. Long time. You could pick these things up really cheaply. I mean, really, really cheaply. Somebody else saying that used to rave over the Costco instant mashed potato. That was a powder. Then they stopped doing it, and you'd mix it up. In these other ones, the Iceland mashed potato, it's like little bullets, and it's frozen, and you just pour it into your stew or whatever else, and it's delicious. And now the Aunt Bessie, which is only £2.50 for a pack. You can eat a whole pack. Just put it into a frying pan, put it on loose, and it will just sort of melt down. And look at it. I mean, there's so many different ones, aren't there? Just Real Spuds, genuine creamy mashed potato, and it's got Idaho potatoes, butter and sea salt. One bag is 8 servings, and there's 14 bags in this box. How delicious. See, I think you could put anything with it. You could do, roasted vegetables or something and just have it in there. Because they did it on that dreadful Gordon Ramsay programme. They can't recommission that. But the trouble is they might have to, because they've spent so much money on the set. £500,000. What a waste. There seem to be loads of people sort of presenting it, and then Gordon trolls in at the last minute and sort of pass comment on, the mashed potato and the duck breast wasn't cooked properly, should have scored it and done all these kind of things. It's all pretentious rubbish, isn't it, really? Another one that says, a lot of people asking about the Carry On cast members, but then I did miss out on one of them. And Steve, despite living in an area, says Charlotte in Loch Lomond of Argyll and Bute, covered by the yellow wind warning of Storm Otto, the wind gusts are not that bad. Perhaps further north along the west of Scotland, it's worse. I'm going back to sleep. I used to love wind. There was something about it. If you were inside and the wind was out, you'd watch the trees. And the only thing I hated was at night, the shadow of the trees would go into your room, and you could see it on the bedroom wall if you had your curtains open, and you'd see this tree and it'd be moving, and before you knew what was happening, you'd started imagining the tree was going to attack you. I hated things like that, actually. But there was something about sort of going down to the bus stop was the worst thing years and years ago, on a day when you woke up and it was absolutely tipping down with rain, and you'd think to yourself, I'll go to the bus, and you think, because there was no way that you were ever going to ask your parents to give you a lift to school. There was no way my mother was going to get the car out. It just wasn't going to happen. Or my father had gone to work anyway, and so they weren't going to get the car out. So you had to walk down the road. By the time you got to the bus stop, you were drenched, absolutely drenched. And you didn't have an umbrella. That was seen as a bit poncy, putting an umbrella up. I don't think so. No, you just had to get wet and grin and bear it and hope that you dried out. But the trouble is, you get on the bus, and the steam would be rising off your Mac and things like that. It was quite terrible, quite terrible. But, that doesn't matter. That's the way it goes, doesn't it? Adam says, stop singing. No, I'm going to annoy the heck out of you and sing for the rest of my career. I'm going to sing all the time. Steve says, Chris, you could have played one of the penguins in Mary Poppins. What are you talking about? I'd be Bert. And then the kids who go running down the chalk road and stuff like that. You imagine if you've been a child. That's what we thought was so great. When we were little children, little-ish, and you watched Mary Poppins, you really believed that there was a lady who arrived on an umbrella, landed, and then all of a sudden all the other nannies disappeared. They all disappeared, and so she walked in, and she saw the children's father, and she said, well, I'll give you a week. He thought he was interviewing her, but she was interviewing him. And so she said, I'll give him a week, and then she jumps on the bottom of the staircase, and then it lifts her up. It goes all the way up to the kids who are there, and she goes, keep your mouth shut, Michael. We are not a codfish. All those happy little lines. And we thought it was great, because at the end of the film, after the father has sort of lost his job at the bank because the kids have caused a bit of a rumpus over their money, and he'd then come back, and he'd seen the kids, and he'd repaired their kite, and they went out to fly the kite with everybody else in the road, because they all had kites. People were easily pleased in those days. And the nice thing was, Mary Poppins is tidying up, and the children say, you won't leave us, Mary Poppins, will you? You won't leave us. And she said, Spitspot, that's your father calling. And they go, doesn't sound like father, because he was normally quite bombastic. And then they went down the stairs, but they were quite tearful. But within a short space of time, they suddenly realised that they got their daddy back. And so he was flying the kite, and then the members of the bank had turned up to fly their kites, and they said, oh, by the way, father died laughing the other day. He's left a vacancy for a new director. And so Mr. Banks got back into the bank, and the kids were all very happy, and Mary Poppins just sort of stood there on the doorstep and then just flew away. And that was the time we all burst into tears. Because it was, you used to dream about having a nanny like that. She could do games just by clicking her fingers. Oh, shut up, Jack. Just because you're not into these schmaltzy films, you better accept the fact that the presenter you're working with lives and dies on these sort of films. Anything that's got the word "you're going to cry" on it, that's me. I am that person there, which is very good, actually. Steve, you mentioned Wilton's a few times. Have you been to Brick Lane Music Hall? No, I haven't. I nearly went with Barbara. To do what? To buy Danny LaRue's costumes. They came up for sale after he died, and he'd left them all to the lady who'd made them all. and she could get the benefit. But at the last minute, Barbara and I didn't go. There was nowhere to park the Bentley because it was down a little alley. I didn't fancy leaving it, but they had all of the clothes there. Steve, I love hearing you talk about the film, says Shane. And somebody says, did you know that Stanley Holloway was asked to play Admiral Boone, but had to turn it down as it clashed with his role as Alfred P. Doolittle in My Fair Lady? The part was then reduced in screen time and given to Reginald Owen. Did you ever meet Stanley? I didn't. No, I didn't. But I loved the film. It's rather dull in town. I think I'll take me to Capri. And so it went on. Wouldn't it be lovely? All life. Did you see My Fair Lady? No. God, I don't know why I bother asking. Seriously. Did you see the Titanic? Yeah, you were on it, weren't you? I wish. Could have made life a little bit easier. Oh, we've lost Jack. Where was he? You've watched it? Yeah. Okay. Have you ever seen The Sound of Music? No. Oh, God. Where do we go from here? Actually, it's sold Christmas presents, hasn't it, this year? The box set of Rodgers and Hammerstein. No, you don't do musicals. No. Went to La La Land. Oh, right, I don't think I saw La La Land. What was that about? Was that an interesting film? Was it good? Oh, how nice. And a thrill. I've never heard of it. I have heard of it, I tell you, but I don't know what it is. La La Land, there you go. It's a musical comedy drama film written by directed Damien Chazelle. The film stars Ryan Gosling and Emma Stone as a struggling jazz pianist and an aspiring actress. God, I'm bored already. And it's there you go. It's lovely. And moving to Los Angeles, Chazelle penned the script and found a studio where to finance it. Oh God, honestly, what a boring film. Doesn't really have a story, does it? It's just an aspiring jazz musician and somebody else. I mean, that could be any story about any musician, couldn't it? Very good. Robert says, can you whistle? Because you can't sing. No, not only can I whistle, I can sing as well. I've got 2 talents. Actually, I've got 3 because I get you to write to me and you don't even know me. Isn't that fantastic? I always look on that as a bonus, really. Steve, can you imagine the noise of the chimney sweeps dancing on your roof and singing Step in Time? Yes. I thought the funny thing was where they all had to jump into the chimney and come back down again. That's what I was telling you. There was this big thing in America, an awards ceremony, and they did, come on, mate, you Step in Time. And then at the end, they go to the back of the stage, open the doors, and there's Dick Van Dyke. And he comes out and does a little dance for them. Because, he's 97 now. 97. Steve, we went to Brighton on Wednesday. Lovely day. Apart from 25 quid parking for 3 hours and 50 quid for 3 portions of fish and chips. Until I said I live locally and they knocked 15 quid off the bill. Wow. Brighton's a good place to go to, isn't it? Have you been to Brighton? No. God, honestly. You do your best, don't you, really? I thought you'd have been to Brighton. I thought you'd like to go on the pier, have fish and chips. You don't like stony beaches? Oh, right. Okay. Well, they have chairs there. You sit on a... Oh, right. Well, no, they don't have sand, no. Well, they don't have sand in Southend. They've got mud. But to say you've got stone... But it's okay, the stony beach. I mean, you don't have to sit there in your Speedos, you know, wondering why you've inhaled 3 stones or something like that. You could just sort of... You could sit on the pier and you could look out to sea. Yeah, it could be... That's quite good. Next weekend. Yeah, I'll take you down in the Bentley. Yeah. Yeah. Once I've found covers for the seats. You not think I'm risking that one, I tell you. But yeah, you can go there, you can go on the thing and we can get fish and chips. But it is, you're right, it is a stony beach. But there again, you know, everywhere's got the downside. You could go into the Royal Pavilion. You can do the lanes where they've got all the jewellery shops, which you can't afford. They've got, you know, loads of places like that. And you can get fish and chips and a stick of rock. And so, yeah, it's good. It's cool. Yeah, we'll work that one out. The spy who hated Britain so much, he had an ongoing relationship with Russia. He worked as a security guard and he was selling secrets to the Russians who were paying him. What a revolting man. How can somebody hate a country so much? I'm glad he doesn't live here. Andy in Sunderland said La La Land was rubbish. Sounded rubbish. I didn't want to say that to him because I don't want to upset him. I don't want tears. Not on a Friday. Friday, we don't want tears. We think it's good. Stephen Stockwell says, hi, Steve and the team. I love that's you, the team. I love the comedy Holiday on the Buses. I think there were 2 on the Buses films, I'm pretty certain, where they go to a holiday camp. They're working there. But again, as with all the on the buses things, it revolved around sort of big busted girls getting on the buses or on holiday with their mother and things like that. It was all sort quite interesting, actually. Steve, I've stopped consuming coffee beyond midday now, which results in a better night's sleep. On the downside, I'm now waking up at 5 a.m, says Sel, and missing the first hour of your wonderful show. Any advice? Podcast. Record numbers of podcasts at the moment. Record numbers of podcasts. I mean, seriously, up huge amounts, which is good. Thank you very much indeed for downloading them. Somebody else saying I could play one of the penguins in Mary Poppins. I see that as a gross insult, and I'm sending the boys round to remind you that you must show respect to the programme. Simple as that. There were 3 on the buses films. They were very good. And Kim says, I'm sorry, Robert, I'm going to disagree with you. Steve can sing. You've got a smashing voice on you, Steve. Keep singing, son. Because I was in the choir when I was at school, little church choir. I sang. Very good I was too, I thought. I sing in the car. I sing in my car all the time. I put on, a nice CD, and great time. Anyway, we take a short break. 16 minutes past 5. Let's get the LBC travel for you this morning with Joanne Webb.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Steve says, Waj locked into the spike, on time as always, thank you. Paul says, I see Love Island wannabe Kaz Crosley picked up for alleged drug offences in Dubai. Yes, they'd seen her before. They'd made a mental note. There was what they call like a marker on her. And then she decided to go through Dubai on her way to Thailand. They had a picture, and it's in the papers today, of her. I mean, it depends how you feel about these sort of things. I mean, perhaps I shouldn't be too prissy, but as I've said before, I've never done cocaine, and I would have no intention of doing cocaine at all. And so she's been slung in jail on suspicion of drug offences. They say she's a fashion and beauty influencer. She's also a complete and utter prat if she was doing cocaine. I mean, you're not an influencer for anybody. So detained at Abu Dhabi airport while transiting through for a flight. It's understood her name was flagged up as the United Arab Emirates Authority is still probing a 2-year-old video of her snorting a suspicious white substance at a party. And as I say, I mean, I always worry about these sort of things. They got John Leslie on a similar sort of thing. John Leslie, who could have been a major force to be reckoned with on television. I mean, seriously, from Blue Peter, he did This Morning, and he was doing everything. And then he made that, can't call it anything else, that porno film. He filmed himself having sex with Abby Titmus and somebody else, and then there were allegations of drugs and everything else, and his entire career went and imploded and completely collapsed. And you think to yourself, what is it about these people? I mean, this girl Kaz, she's a nobody. She came 3rd in the reality series in 2018. And she does voluntary work. Stopped by UAE police and taken in for questioning in relation to a matter not directly related to her, but officials felt she could assist. So she could be released this morning, we don't know. But either way, her name obviously raised a red flag. I don't know why, I'd never even heard of her. But these people, for goodness sake, it's all down to this video, and she's bending over a table where chunky lines of a powder appeared laid out. A shocked witness said Kaz was running with quite a hard partying crowd. She certainly isn't as squeaky clean as she makes out. Who's squeaky clean? Do you know anybody squeaky clean? I don't. Don't put your hand down. Put your hand down, honestly. I don't know anybody squeaky clean. Everybody's got a history. Everybody's got some past. Otherwise it makes you quite dull and boring. But for goodness sake, but don't ever be caught snorting drugs, because that's just completely stupid. Very silly. Steve, I'm off to Bournemouth next week. I've never been there before. What's the beach like? That's okay. It's okay. Don't put your thumbs up. You don't know. You've never been there. He says, La La Land isn't a patch on the old-fashioned musicals. Thank you, Paul. But, yeah, Bournemouth. Some friends of mine, Johnny, used to have a hotel down there. In Bournemouth. I've been down quite a number of times, actually, because when we used to go on holiday, we would go to Bournemouth and we go to the Winter Gardens and watch a big show that would be there for the summer season. I mean, I used to love stuff like that. And I've been on the pier, and I've been on Southend Pier, and I can't remember if I've ever sat on the beach. One of the best in Europe. Really? Oh, right. Okay. See, the trouble is I'm looking at that, thousands flocking to the coast. Who in God's name wants to go to a beach that's that crowded? I can't think of anything worse. The beach ranks 5th best in Europe and among the top 25 in the world. It's because it's sand, isn't it? People want to sit in the sand. They want to, you know, dig holes in it and do all the rest of it. But if I'm going to go somewhere, I just don't want loads of people on the beach. I don't want to share my bit of the beach with other people. You know, it's not that I'm a snob or anything like that, but I mean, frankly, nobody looks as good as I do against white sand and, you know, reclining on my lilo and things like that and drinking a pina colada out of half a coconut, you know, which I think is okay. But, yeah, I don't mind. I want to go to Frinton. Because it's the only place they don't have a fish and chip shop or Chinese takeaway or anything. The council are very strict down there, but they've got a lovely little pier. And all I want to do on a pier is get to the end of it, sit down at a table and have a nice cup of tea. That's all I want. I don't want anything else. We did it at Southend. We took the godchildren down there with their mum. We went down for a day and we waited for a table. Then we got a table and we sat down and we had our cup of tea and a piece of cake, and it was delicious. Seriously, it was just absolutely lovely to go and sit there looking out to sea. I don't know why everybody doesn't do it. It's very therapeutic. Very, very therapeutic. Steve, last day of the half-term holidays, back to work next week. Talking of Carry On films, Blakey from the Carry On passed away in a beautiful old people's home here in Wanstead. I was so surprised to hear he lived there. I remember watching the Carry Ons when I was younger. Well, Blakey, I don't think did any Carry Ons. I think he only did On the Buses. I don't think he'd ever done. I'm trying to think, actually. Blakey, where would he have been? No, I think he only did On the Buses. I don't think he did Carry Ons at all. Also, Kev, the expat, says, I love Dick Van Dyke in Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. Was a real treat when it came on at Christmas. Toot Sweets and Truly Scrumptious. Wonderful songs, yeah. Oh, chitty you, chitty pretty chitty bang bang, chitty chitty bang bang, we love you. Oh, chitty 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 bang bang, chitty chitty bang bang, loves us too. Near, far, in a motor car or... I mean, it was just great. All the kids sang along. It was happy days when we all wanted to go down to the seaside and have a car that took off and flew. You know, I mean, it just doesn't get any better. That's what you fantasise over. Well, some of the things. When you're sort of little. It was quite good. But Toot Sweets, it was very good. It was lovely. I'm a member, Steve, of the On the Buses fan club. Good Lord, I didn't know there was such a thing. Tim, in August, I'm off to Prestatyn to stay at the holiday park where Holiday on the Buses was filmed. It's a great weekend. Blimey, that's still up, is it? Still standing? Well, there you go. I love Brighton on a sunny day, eating chips on the beach and walking on the pier, roll on summertime, and getting an ice cream. An ice cream and walking up and down the pier and watching people fishing and going to the amusement arcades and putting pennies in the machine and stuff like that. But no, Frinton's very pretty. Frinton is very, very pretty. It's a very nice little beach. Another one, somebody talking about, have I ever been a prize in a charity auction? Bid for an afternoon with Steve. We have had that for Make Some Noise. I've taken people out in my car, you know, for an hour in the car, and I drive them around London and show them the sights, as it were, which I quite like, actually. I like doing things like that, because that's quite nice. Frinton-on-Sea has a chip shop now in the high street as you walk towards the station. There's no pier at Frinton, says Thomas. Can we have a look at Frinton Beach Pier? I'm sure there is. I'm sure it's quite a pretty little pier. I don't know why. So Frinton. Have a look. Beach huts are quite nice, aren't they? Beach huts are quite nice. And wait a minute. Is there a pier, though? Is there a pier? Can't see one. Must be something, mustn't there? They've got beach huts. Does that count? Ooh, beach huts on stilts. We used to dream about having a beach hut. We could never afford one. No, I don't think so. No, they don't appear to have one. Whose is that one there? Oh, it's Clacton. Clacton's got a pier with rides on, fairground rides and stuff like that. I always thought that was quite a good idea. I like things like that. Clacton-on-Sea, big pier. And I think the one in Southend, isn't it 3 miles long or something? And you get the little train. There's a train that will sort of take you from... But there's nothing at the end of the pier. There's absolutely nothing. You just sort of turn around and get the train back again. So no pier there, which is a shame. Andy says... Blakey from On the... No, he wasn't. No, good God, I'm going to have to delete you. You're getting everything wrong. And I can't bear reading out people who are wrong. So there you go. You've been blocked. There you go. Makes me feel so much better about life. The power. I didn't realise you had this much power. If somebody writes something stupid in, you know, without checking their facts, you go, no, you're too stupid for words. Steve, La La Land is dull. Only one good song in it. So, is it... Oh, raised his eyebrows on that one. Steve, who mentioned Chitty Chitty Bang Bang? The child catcher. Children, lollipops, ice cream, and all free today. The children had to stay away because the man's wife, who owned the big castle, the king's wife, the queen, hated children, so all the children were locked away in Hushabye Mountain. But the two little children came out for the child catcher, who had sweets and lollipops, and he came in, come inside, go inside, it's all free. So they went inside, and then the sides dropped away of the vehicle, and they were inside a little prison cage, and they'd been captured. So they had to go and chase them. Pier at Walton on the Naze, apparently, walking distance from Fringe, that was probably it. Walton on the Naze, find the pier on Walton on the Naze. Walton on the Naze, W-A-L-T-O-N, Naze is N-A-Z-E. I wonder if that's the pier that they use for... I seem to remember there's a pier, and I think it might have been Walton. We shall find out, because that's the advantage of having the internet. You can mention something and then find it instantly, and then you go, oh, that is absolutely amazing. So Walton on the Naze pier, and, okay, let's have a look. Have a look, is that Walton on the Naze? Oh, right. Oh, dear, doesn't look like much of a pier, I'm afraid. They've got loads of beach huts. Loads of beach... I've never seen so many. Oh, it's blimey. It's quite a big pier, isn't it? Got a set of gallopers on there. That is a big pier. Because the whole idea was going on the pier, you went to spend your pennies on the fruit machine, and then there'd be a fun fair at the end. You go on the gallopers or the helter-skelter or stuff like that. Happy days. Roll on summer, eh? Roll on summer. Oh, they've got a set of dodgems as well. Very nice. Let's take a short break, shall we? Coming up to the news at 5:30, and here with the news headlines today, Thomas Watts.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, I'm not really a fan, Steve, of the schmaltzy type of movies, but I think there's a bit of a reason for that. In the 60s, early 70s, my older brothers were bribed into taking me to the flicks, so I was taken along to see most of the Tarzan movies, Ice Station Zebra, Where Eagles Dare type films, creating a bit of a wee tomboy, methinks. I've never even seen Mary Poppins. Well, don't worry, I'm surrounded by people who haven't ever seen it. But I do like My Fair Lady. Mind you, first watched it a bit later in life. Yeah, I bought it a short while ago. It's got lots of extras on it about the making of the costumes, and it was quite good. In fact, it was very good, actually. Very, very good. Very lovely. Steve, Bondi Beach, says Shane, is overrated. It was good years ago, but there are Maruba and Koji beaches which are better. They made a documentary which we got in this country, which is about all the crime on Bondi Beach. People who were stealing things from people on the beach, because the lifeguards can report them to the police, but they can't arrest anybody. And they had all sorts of people taking pictures of girls in their bikinis and stuff like that. They had an awful lot of problem. I think it was just called Bondi, but very interesting. Southend Pier, Steve, is 1.3 miles long and the longest pleasure pier in the world. They filmed Jamie Oliver and Jimmy's Friday Food Club there, and they had some big stars on it, including Hollywood A and B listers. Lovely. And another one which says, Steve, didn't Chitty Chitty Bang Bang have Barbara Windsor and Phil Collins in it? I think Barbara was in it. Was Barbara in that one? Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. She might have been. I can't remember. Steve, how about Southend Pier? There are places to eat at the end of it. I never understood why they didn't make the end of it a little bit better. They should have done. And Bruce said, the Summer Festival has just been announced, Steve, by Chichester Festival Theatre. We have The Sound of Music and Rock Follies. Fantastic. Let's have a look at the stars. Yeah, Barbara Windsor was in Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, Gert Frobe, Benny Hill, of course. And who else was there? The song Chitty Chitty Bang Bang was nominated for an Academy Award, written by Ian Fleming, who wrote all the Bond things, and then he wrote something like that, completely different. Sally Ann Howes, Lionel Jeffries, wonderful, wonderful people. And it was when Michael Ball played it in London. Michael Ball is always famous for not being able to dance. He's always said, I'm not a dancer. He's a singer. He's a singer, and what a great singer he is, too. But he had to do the old bamboo, the old bamboo, the old bamboo, and he had to learn the routine for it, which must have been a nightmare. If you're not a dancer, a natural dancer, very difficult, very difficult. So wish Chichester Festival Theatre a lot of luck. And what else have we got, Steve? I'm heating up a can of French onion soup for my lunch, says Robin Gainsborough. Ooh, sounds a bit posh. Have you ever been to Eastbourne, Steve? I haven't. I don't think I have, actually. I don't know why I've never been to Eastbourne. I've been to loads of places, but I've never been to Eastbourne. It sounds quite nice. I saw the comedy play, Relatively Speaking, with Lisa Goddard at the Devonshire Park Theatre, says John. There's another thing at the moment with Felicity Kendall and, a couple of other people I know, and I can't remember their names at the moment, but I think they're doing a great piece, which is good. Somebody says, somebody else not liking La La Land. Somebody telling me that Frinton definitely has a chip shop. And everybody remembering Toot Sweets. Toot Sweets. Which is from Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, which we like. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk, or if you're listening via Alexa and the smart speaker, you can send a message. Just say, Alexa, send a comment to LBC. And it will send a message immediately, and I will know it's you, because you light up in orange. At the moment, it's all yellow. Southend Pier, says Tina, used to have a disco at the end years ago, and boats to Margate. Blimey. And Lee says, Stephen Lewis, who was Blakey, used to live opposite my family home in Greenwich, looked just like his character. Yeah, he didn't look any different at all. No different at all. I did a couple of charity things with him. The Truly Scrumptious Sweet Factory was filmed at the Sunbury-on-Thames Water Treatment Works. I thought it was a set. I'm pretty certain it was a set. Fabio and Gareth are on the M5, heading to Gloucester with a lorry load of fine wines and Prosecco. They say, if you place an order, we can deliver Prosecco by the lorry load. Sounds like my kind of lorry. And Anushka says, did you know Penn and Teller are doing their final UK tour this June? Never seen them, never seen before. They're at the Eventim Apollo. Do you think it's worth booking? Oh, yeah, you won't be disappointed. Penn and Teller have been working Vegas for many, many years. Many, many years. Yeah, well worth booking to go and see them. If you've never seen them before, go and see them. It'll have lots of interesting things. In fact, sometimes they will tell you this is how you do something. They will explain a trick to you, and then it all goes completely different at the end. But no, definitely go and see Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, says my friend Chris, was made with the same crew as Goldfinger because the Bond crew were at a loose end and Cubby Broccoli was still paying them. That's why the scrapyard owner was played by Q. Oh, interesting. You see, everybody knows something. Everybody knows something to add to the stories. Thank you, Chris, very much indeed. We had a premiere for a boxing movie called Creed 3. Now, we have a lot of... I don't even know what it is. It's called Creed 3. Who cares? I don't know. I'm not interested. It's an amazing film, is it? That's it. Yeah, I've never seen any of those sort of films. Those sort of Rocky films. I'm not into these violent films. I don't want to see them. Rocky's not amazing. It's about some fat, overweight boxer who has to go out there and prove that he's still worth his metal. I mean, I don't care, frankly. I mean, his name is, in this one, Adonis Creed. I mean, who's called Adonis Creed, for goodness sake? Adonis. Well, I call it Adonis. But anyway, and he's sort of there. But anyway, Love Island's Maura Higgins turned up to it. What for? I can't imagine. She's not in it. She's got nothing to do with it at all, yet she turns up, and they've learned this sort of new photo look, which is you stand looking into the front, and then you look over your shoulder, and they take the picture like that. It's the stupidest pose you've ever seen. And poor old Moira, 32 now, pushing the boat out a fraction, she sported a new cropped hairdo. Yeah, somebody's badly cut her hair, I'm afraid. And she wore this black strappy dress to this event. What for? She's not in the movies. She's not an actress. Well, she probably is, actually. And what else have we got? Rebel Wilson has claimed her Pitch Perfect movie contract banned her from gaining or losing more than £10. So there you go. And Anton Deck have had their fingers in almost every TV pie. But for the first time, the Geordie duo will let cameras behind the scenes to capture the real Anton Deck in a one-off documentary for ITV. I bet they're not as fun as they are on the television. I bet they're really quite serious. And all sorts of people are booked to feature. Claudia Winkleman, Alison Hammond, Joel Dommett, Ryland Clark, again. God, blimey, honestly. Also, Jordan North. No idea. You know who Jordan North is? Who's that? Magaluf Weekend. Oh, right. All booked to feature. Jordan will join Davina McCall, AJ Adudu and Richard Wilson. Oh, this is the whodunit called Murder at the Bigwig Mansion. I said to you before, I don't think Ant and Dec are ever going to be allowed to grow up. Because even in their latest advertisement that they're doing at the moment for a building society, they come in dressed as kids. They're coming up to 50, for God's sake. So, Steve, Singing in the Rain, best thing ever, says Simon. I don't even like musicals. Yeah. Archie, yeah, absolutely. What do you think? It can't be that thick, surely. But anyway, loving the show, say Alan and Sally in Sandhurst. Can't even get it right. And Ash says, I love Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. I had a hand-me-down corgi toy of the car and was completely and utterly fascinated by it. Yes, those cars, they're worth a bit of money now, aren't they? Especially if you've still got them in their boxes, which would be quite nice. Apparently, Sylvester Stallone had to sell his dog to fund the production of the first Rocky film, and then when it was a hit, he bought the dog back for £100,000. He's still around, isn't he? Still around, Sylvester Stallone. I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen any films that he's ever been in. But there again, I don't really do boxing films or anything. You need more pen. Oh, there he is. Oh, right. There he is. How old is he now? 76. 76. His spouse is Jennifer Flavin. Oh, no, wait a minute. It was Jennifer Flavin he was married to, Brigitte Nielsen, and Sasha. I don't know who those people are. I don't know. I think I've heard of Brigitte Nielsen. Wasn't she very tall? She used to live in a flat overlooking the Thames at Chelsea Bridge. That's the only thing I remember. And, Steve, I'm on my way to Heathrow to pick up my parents who spent 2 weeks in Singapore. Blimey, that's quite nice, isn't it, this time of year? This time of year, very good. You must walk to Beachy Head in Eastbourne along the cliff tops. Truly beautiful. You'd love it. And then have a cream tea at the grounds afterwards, says Lindsay. I like a cream tea. Definitely. Steve, listening to you helps me get through the night shift at Waitrose. What a great opportunity to see everything that's on the shelves. You know, you go round, you go, I didn't know they had that. It's always very good, isn't it? I like things like that. I am a Waitrose. Well, actually, I'm more an M&S man, but I do Waitrose. I do Waitrose because they've got, more of a choice on pickled onions, whereas Marks and Spencer's might only have one jar. Waitrose have got about 5 or 6 different, and I like a pickled onion. They're okay. Jack can barely move this morning. He's eaten so much stuff. He's like he looks as though he's. Do you remember in the film Chitty Chitty Bang Bang? Is it Willy Wonka? And one of the little girls in there eats all these sweets, and then she just balloons out and gets bigger and bigger and bigger. That's what Jack's like. That's what Jack is going like, because Mr. Who? Oh, right. No, I don't know who that is. He just blows up, Mr. Creosote. Oh, right, okay. Thank you. Another useless contribution to the programme. And, oh, dear. Apparently, England is roughly the size of Victoria in Australia. Well, there you go. Here, sitting in 40 degrees heat and by the pool, says Roy. We don't care. We don't care. We're not bothered about sitting by the pool, enjoying all the bit. We're more than happy to sit here and freeze to death. We don't care about people who write in going, we're on holiday in Thailand, sending us a picture of them, drinking mojitos by the pool in coconuts and stuff. We don't care. We're not really bothered by that. You can't tempt us. We're used to sitting here freezing cold. It's as simple as that. Your friend Chris used to own the Chitty Chitty Bang Bang car. I believe so. Excuse me. I'm very excited today. I'm going to see Punk Rock Factory in Bournemouth, says Adam. What's that? Punk Rock Factory. Is that a film or something, or a show or something? I don't know. I've no idea. Punk Rock Factory. Or is it actually a rock factory? I don't know. John in Bognor says, when I was small, there we go. Punk Rock Factory, Bournemouth, and, it's a student union thing. Oh, right. Punk Rock Factory. They make easy work of their special brand of punk covers. Oh, you'd like that? Yeah, that'd be your sort of thing. The old fire station. posh, isn't it? Anyway, John in Bognor says, when I was small, Bognor Regis was a beautiful seaside town, i.e. the opposite what it is now. It had a pier with penny slots at the furthest point which could be reached in a little US-style diesel train. In 65, the middle section of the pier collapsed, leaving the end marooned. That was eventually demolished. See, we've all got memories from our childhood. If you want to sit on the pier with a cup of tea, try Eastbourne. There you go, a cup of tea and a piece of cake in Eastbourne. My idea of heaven. Let's get the LBC travel, shall we? With Joanne Webb.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. Harley says, Steve, working at Waitrose is good until you get hungry. Are you allowed to take, if you were cleaning in a supermarket at night and you get a bit hungry, are you allowed to take a packet of crisps or something like that? Or do you have to tell them? I think you'd probably have to tell them, wouldn't you? Especially if you've got all the cold drinks and everything else in there. Because sometimes Marks & Spencer's do a lemon juice drink. They call it still lemonade. It's just lemon juice in water. But ice cold, it's really delicious. Really delicious. And so I always go in for something like that. Apparently the pier in, is it Clevedon? In North Somerset was used by One Direction for the filming of their music video, You and I, says Stu, who's delivering bread in Cirencester. See, I think, I tell you, there was a film, which you probably won't know. It doesn't matter, Dad. Jack, don't even go there, you won't know this one. Starring Danny LaRue. And it was called Our Miss Fred. And they filmed that at a nice little pier. And I think Steve Coogan used the pier for something else. A lot of people use different locations. But Danny LaRue was a female impersonator in this country. If you put him in, Danny LaRue, and you'll see him coming on stage in The Good Old Days. In fact, if he was on The Good Old Days, you'd automatically watch it just to see what glamorous costumes had been made for him. He used to have the most fantastic costumes, but it wasn't drag as you know it from RuPaul's Drag Race. His was far more sophisticated, and he used to come on The Good Old Days. And when he came on, they would do this thing here. He used to have his little dancers at the front, and then he walked on. And he looked, these gowns were sensational. I mean, absolutely. But he played it really as a man. He'd come on stage and go, watcha, mates. So nobody was under any illusion that he was, in fact, drag. But, I mean, it bears no resemblance to anything that RuPaul ever did at all. But he would do his pantomime and he'd do everything else in these fabulous gowns. People would sit there, all the women going, how does he look so good? Where does he put it? And, people would ask all these questions. And he said, well, I've been doing it so long now, I whistle and it goes away by itself, which is quite nice. But no, he was very glamorous on The Good Old Days, and he sang. And he enjoyed a bevy or two. Barbara used to tell me stories about Danny LaRue. I never met him, but he did bump into LBC, as you know if you go to YouTube. Graham in Colchester says, thank you for keeping me company with your early morning breakfast show. You're very welcome. It's free. We don't charge for it. And I've been listening for a number of years. Well, that's even better, you see. That's even better. And when you go to Walton on the Naze, apparently they have a good pie and mash shop, which sounds quite nice, actually. I'm not sure, actually, if I want pie and mash. I'm really not sure. I certainly wouldn't drive anywhere to get pie and mash. I mean, I really wouldn't. Well, I don't think I would, actually. So a lot of people are saying if you want to sit on Eastbourne, apparently has got a good pier. So, but all the piers are good, aren't they? They're not very big, actually, are they? And generally speaking, it's got the amusement arcade, and then it's got, you can get your cup of tea or something like that. People think that piers are for elderly people. Oh God, how embarrassing. They might be. Have I missed an out time? No. Oh, you were looking at me like I've missed an out time. I thought, can't have missed one that bad. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. So we're braced for another beast from the east after forecasters recorded the same phenomenon that triggered one 5 years ago. The sudden stratospheric warming, like the one blamed for at least 10 deaths when it dumped 20 inches of snow in the country in March 2018, has occurred 30 kilometres up in the atmosphere. 20 inches. Good Lord above. So, meanwhile, Storm Otto is expected to arrive today, bringing 80-mile-an-hour winds across Scotland and the northeast. So I think we should be all right down here. We should be. I always say, though, just in case, if you've got big garden umbrellas, big parasols, take them down and just put a bit of cable around them to keep them in so the wind doesn't get underneath them and send them going all sorts of places. It's so much better, actually. Warren says you'll need more than pennies for the seafront. You need pounds now. Yeah, they sell you old pennies. So today, 15 degrees. It's a heat wave. I'm going to undo an extra button. just to really enjoy myself, get a little bit of a tan on my chest, and a light cloud and moderate breeze. Saturday, 15 degrees. Sunday, 13. Monday, 15. Tuesday, raining, 15. Wednesday, rain, sunshine, 11. Thursday, 11. Friday, 11. So your best days really are Monday and Tuesday and tomorrow. No wind. Not here, not down here for us. So that's good, isn't it? We quite like that idea. Stephen Stroud, have you had the biltong yet? Yes, they've filled themselves up on biltong, but they quite like it. In fact, actually, the reason that sort of Jack ate so much of it is because he hasn't eaten since this time yesterday. So consequently, as I say, he was literally that close to demolishing the desk in front of him and having it sort of, beaten down into something, adding a bit of cream and some fruit. He'd have eaten the blooming thing. So you need pounds and plenty of them, or contactless cards. It spoils the fun, says Warren. I used to quite like going to fruit machines, and the arcades. When you were younger, a shilling went a long way. You had 12 pennies to play with, but you would spend your money very wisely. You would walk round the arcade and you decide, I'm just going to put it in the first machine. I'm going to look, and as if the machine was talking to you. I was obviously an addict or something like that, because you'd sort of go there and then you'd walk around and you go, should I try a penny? I don't know if I want to try a penny on this one. I'll wait. I'll just have another look round. And then you'd sort of watch somebody else for a little while playing on a fruit machine. And then you'd think, wait a minute, they've just won, so it's not going to pay again, is it? So you'd go somewhere else. And in the end, you'd lose it all anyway. But it was only a shilling. But God, we used to spend ages. Anne-Marie says, Steve, very blowy in Inverness. Matthew Kelly, thank you, is on stage with Felicity Kendall in the play. Says Ice Cream Ian. You're quite right, Matthew. He looks unrecognisable, doesn't he? I saw a picture of him the other day in the paper, and he does look unrecognisable as Matthew Kelly from Game for a Laugh and all those other things. We've interviewed him many, many times. Steve, you have to go round the old pier at Folkestone, says Will, the Bolivian HGV. We've never had a Bolivian HGV driver. Bit of a first for us. It's changed a lot, the pier at Folkestone. Lovely place to walk. The way to the old lighthouse has some food and drink stands with benches along the way by the pier edge. And I've been listening to your show for the past 15 years. See? So I'm still here. I'm only here because of a Bolivian driver. I'm only here. This is what it's all about. I've been listening for 15 years. And you get people who write in saying, I've been hearing you for 30 years. And you think, I don't think I've heard anything for 30 years on the radio. I don't think I've ever had a producer who's lasted 30 years. I mean, that would be absolutely unreal, wouldn't it? Absolutely unreal. Have you been to Southwold Pier, says Linda? It's lovely. We have a plaque on the rails in memory of my sister Janet. Find me a picture of Southwold Pier. Southwold Pier. I think we might have seen this one before. I think we might have seen this, and I think this is going to be quite a pretty little pier. Okay. Oh, look, people get married on the beach at Southwold, which is quite nice. Yeah, it looks nice. Show me the front of it. I want to see the front of it. Then I'll know if it's been... Look at that. Isn't that pretty? Oh, that looks very nice. Southwold Pier. Wait a minute. We're trying to find the front of it. We found little bits of it, we think. And I'm looking for something else. There's got a pier. There's a lighthouse. There's everything. That might be the one, that they used for Danny LaRue's film, Our Miss Fred. I don't know why. I've just got a feeling that we mentioned Southwold Pier before. God, we've got some nice places. Who wants to go on holiday abroad? We've got lovely places here to go to. It's all very nice. All very nice. I just know the Southwold, or this pier, whichever it was for Danny LaRue, it's got a theatre. Look at that. Very Art Deco, isn't it? Very Art Deco. We like places like that. Steve, going back last year, for some reason I kept waking up at 4 a.m. A friend said, listen to Steve Allen and you go back to sleep. But of course, it's now had completely the opposite effect. Well, of course it has. You don't fall asleep to this programme. You know why? Gets your brain going. Gets your brain very active. That's why, you see. People say, if you listen to the radio, it'll send you to sleep. No, music sends you to sleep. Because you lull away. Go like that. You don't on this programme. Ain't nobody sleeping on this programme. Otherwise, I come round and slap the back of your legs. Pam in Glasgow says it's blowing a hoolie up here, a bit windy. A woolly hat day today. No umbrella. We'll survive the wind today, but thank you for a week of fun and giggles. Well, that's all we can hope for. Fun and giggles, which is very nice. Very nice indeed. And Danny was a pure gent. Met him running for a train at Euston to get back to Blackpool. Yes, I think he... You listen to him on YouTube. Danny LaRue and Sue Jameson. It goes back many, many years, and it was Danny LaRue losing his temper. And it was very... We played it about 30 times in a day because he was campaigning for theatre opening on a Sunday, I think, or he was whatever it was. Sue Jameson goes down and she asks the fatal question, aren't you just muscling in on the publicity? And that's it. That's it. It throws him completely. And he says, basically, I don't need the publicity, my dear. I'm a very big star. And it went downhill after that. We played it out all the time. It was very interesting. And Pete says, I took my first girlfriend to see West Side Story at the Barkingside State Cinema. Very nice. I love the way you go, my first girlfriend, you take her to the cinema. I would have thought a bench eating fish and chips would be quite nice.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. 4 minutes past 6. I'm Steve Allen. This is LBC, and it's early breakfast. We're here Monday through Friday, and you can download, you can podcast, and all you have to do is just go to globalplayer.com. You can download for free. There's no money whatsoever change hands, and you can download all the podcasts, and we have thousands of podcasts. I mean thousands. I myself have got 8,000 podcasts. You can imagine if you were downloading all of those, the management would be very happy. They'd be going, Steve, you've just had all these... I said, because we get about 1 million a month downloading. So, I mean, you know, we're very grateful for that. It's just tipped over the million, which is very nice. And then Jack said the other day it had gone up again on the web. So we're doing very well. We're doing very well. And you know that every year we raise money for Make Some Noise, which is the amalgamation of all of the little charities that don't get funding from anybody else. They rely on funding from you. And every year we come up with something. We sell tea towels from this programme. We've sold glasses, a tote bag, all sorts of little bits and pieces. And through the money that we raise, it goes to help all these little charities, some of which do the most fantastic work. And they raise money, but mainly through our help. And so we try and help as many as possible, and we raise millions. And the latest one is a holiday. This is a holiday for 7 nights of beachside luxury in the Maldives. You and a friend or a partner will stay in a beautiful beach bungalow at the Kuramathi Resort with speedboat transfers and return flights, so you could go snorkeling. I've never done snorkeling. I did it a little bit abroad, but I didn't need the snorkel thing on. I could open my eyes underwater. And you could spot turtles, take a swim in a beautiful oceanfront infinity pool, or you can enjoy the sunset from your own hot tub. All of that for 7 nights. And thanks to our friends at Kuoni Travel. Now, for your chance to win, all you have to do is text the word holiday, HOLIDAY, and send it to 84850. Holiday, and send it to 84850. A voluntary donation of just £3 from every text supports Global's Make Some Noise. You've got until 8 p.m. on Tuesday, the 28th of February to enter. Standard network rates apply. You need to be 18 or over. To see the list of participating Global stations and full terms and conditions, go to makesomenoise.com. So text the word holiday to 84850. And good luck, because somebody's got to win. And we tend to be fairly lucky on this programme. Don't ask me how, but many of the holidays that we've offered and cars and things over the years have been won by people listening to this programme. So why not give it a go? Why not give it a go? You can have 7 nights of beachside luxury. You can imagine you and a friend, you know what I'm saying? You could take over there, sit in a hot tub, stare out to sea, bottle of the old Prosecco. You know, you could be sitting there, food, and just sort of drip, you know, just sort of sit in a hot tub until your skin goes all wrinkly. You know, which I quite like, actually. It's like when you used to sit in a bath years and years ago, you know, and you'd sit in the bath and think, oh, this is lovely. Then your mother would be knocking on the door going, are you going to be much longer in there? You go, no, soon. And the moment she stopped knocking, you sort of go back to sleep in the bath. I used to worry about slipping under the water, but I never did. Steve, dirty, sticky rain. So you've done a real biltong then? Yeah, we have. We've done real... I don't know how many packets were left, but the boys are taking it home, I suspect. You haven't eaten all of it, have you? No. now Jack's feeling a little bit sick. Freddie's going, I could use a little bit more. But, you know, have to wait and see. Wigan Pier is very nice and goes far out into the sea, says Neil. Wigan Pier, I can't think of anything. Wigan Pier? How does that work? I suspect there isn't such a thing as Wigan Pier. I shall have to check and then take it all. But that's the advantage, you know. I mean, years ago, you'd have to go to the library. Yeah. Wigan Pier nightclub, and Wigan Pier plans for a new... Yeah, it's not really a pier at all, is it? You're just trying to jump in on the bandwagon and muscle in on the fact that everybody else has got piers and you haven't got anything, you've just got Wigan. You know, I mean, goodness sake, Wigan was only famous for having discotheques years ago. And they used to have the weekends up there and people would go and dance to Northern Soul. But, I mean, a pier in Wigan, I mean, for goodness, we just looked at the pictures of it. It's a pile of bricks. It's just not very good. Steve, just had our daughter and boyfriend staying for a couple of weeks before uni starts, collecting washing for a load on. Noticed he only had one pair of boxers for the week. Should we tell our daughter? He says, surely it's fresh pants at least once a day. I would have thought so. I mean, they can make a pair of boxers last a week. And what do they do when they're in the wash? They don't wear anything? Oh, no, we don't like the commando side of it. That's what Richard Madeley told us. He goes commando. I lost all respect after that. I mean, I cannot talk to somebody who will not wear their pants. It's ridiculous. And Mark says, tell Jan to get ready, ASP. I want my coffee. You need the coffee in the morning, don't you? You know, when you wake up, you need that little burst. In my case, it's tea. Tea and water. This morning, I didn't even have a cup of tea when I first woke up. I drank a bottle of water, which has got to be better for me, I think, than drinking tea. It's so much better. I know. It's just so boring. I need to add something to it like lime juice. And that would be... I might go and buy a bottle of lime juice today, actually. So I'm still working out. So one pair of boxers for the week. No, that's like Harry. I reckon Harry wouldn't know about changing pants or anything like that. But now he's been mentioned, him and what's it on South Park. Oh, they're the laughing stock of America. You know, because they're both, we want to be private, we want to be this, as they're trying to milk it. But as I said to you before, dissing your family in America, where family is sold as the all-important thing. You know, you go to the football games as a family, and here he is writing a book about how dreadful his family is. And then that ghastly Eugenie, Prince Andrew's daughter, she sided with Harry. And you think to yourself, oh dear, probably bad news. But just as well we don't use you for anything now, which is very good. And another one says, Southwell Pier's got a water clock. Pair of boxer shorts for a week. I can't believe that. I think that's absolutely unbelievable. Steve, are you thinking of Chroma Pier, says Kathy. It's got a theatre at the end and many have performed there. Chroma Pier now. Let's have a look at Chroma Pier, Cromer. Might find something, because at the moment I see it, I'll know what it's like. Which is, wait a minute, Chroma. Oh, it's got a funfair on it and everything. Oh, that's nice, isn't it? That's the best one so far. We like that. It's very nice. It's not the one used in the Danny LaRue film, but it's a very nice pier. It's got a theatre in it. And they used to have people, you imagine, on a, you know, with the day that the rain is tipping down, and you have to walk onto the pier to go to the theatre, which is right at the very end of the pier. But when they're all lit up at night, oh, how lovely. There's a nice... I'm big into that pier. I think that's the nicest one we've seen so far. So, very lovely. Kathy, thank you very much indeed. And, Steve, I've been listening to you now for 12 years. You've become a very good friend to me and helped me through some difficult times, including my mum dying and my husband leaving and all sorts. But the point is, you do make me giggle and laugh, and I look forward to knowing that you're around. I know, I'm kind of a little bit like, I don't know, you know when you sort of, you turn on the radio and it feels a bit comfortable. You think, oh, he's there. Oh, that's all right there. Everything is right with the world. Steve Allen, because on the day I'm not here, people start writing in, where is he? Where's he gone to? They go, well, actually, he's in hospital. What's the matter with him? You know, he's not going to die, is he? And they go, well, we don't know. He might do. Try and keep the interest going. I get as frustrated as well. Somebody said to me the other day, they said, of course, it's a bit difficult when you do a programme and you don't do holidays. I said, no, it's no problem to me. I now know that when I finish in 45 minutes this morning, I've got the weekend ahead of me. I've got all Friday, practically the whole day, all day Saturday and Sunday. You know, so I mean, that's like going abroad. It's like I've got a really long holiday. All I've got to get is some sand, put it on the patio, bucket and spade, and I'm there. I'm having a holiday, which is great. And Steve, pants you can wear once, then back to front, and finally inside out. So that's 3 days wear. I don't think so. No. Pants changing daily, I think. Steve, Mexican lime juice. No added sugar. Well, that sounds quite nice, actually. And ideal for us diabetics, about 99p. And add vodka and soda in the evenings too. I haven't drunk vodka for a long time. I try not to. Mainly because, I've said to you before, vodka is a bit easy to drink. You know, you can go out with friends drinking, and they always try and encourage you on the aeroplanes, don't they? OK, are they from the trolley? I'll just have a tomato juice. Vodka? You go, just a tomato juice. Would you like vodka in that? You know, and you go, no, just the tomato juice. I can put a vodka in for you. Before you know where you are, you know, you're singing bawdy songs and trying to open the cabin doors, which is not very exciting. Another one that says, I'm not sure about turning your pants back to front. Doesn't quite work, does it? I don't think so. I love hearing about piers, Steve. My local pier, South Parade Pier in Portsmouth, is lovely. Check it out. Check it out. It was set on fire in the 70s whilst they were filming Tommy with The Who. I thought Tommy with The Who, wasn't that filmed? Oh, no, Quadrophenia was filmed in Brighton, wasn't it? And Wigan Pier, Steve. Never heard of the quite famous book, The Road to Wigan. Oh, that's a nice pier. Which one's that? That's Portsmouth, is it? Good Lord above. That's very nice. Look at that one. That is quite some pier. South Parade. God, that is... Wow, that is something, isn't it? We were very famous for our piers. All the best seaside resorts had them. You'd go there and you'd walk right to the end and you'd get your candy floss and you'd get your stick of rock with your name through it, which was quite nice. I like anything like that. Stephen in Wembley, he's with a V, so he's not quite in the same league as I am. He says, I'm having cornflakes with hot milk. No, it makes the cornflakes go soggy. The whole idea is you have to have cornflakes with ice cold milk, and that way they stay crisp and lovely, but they're not very good for you. They're very fattening, so you have to go for bite-sized shredded wheat. Steve, it's Liz from Teddington. Look at Southport Pier. The tide never comes in. Yeah, so we were at a beach in Los Angeles, and there was a beach there, and that seemed to go for miles. My producer came with me, and every morning she'd go off for a swim, and I'd sit there thinking, I'll just have another bread roll. And I said she can walk as far as she likes. I couldn't care less. And so off trotted Amanda, and she'd go, it was about a mile before she even hit the water, and she'd go for an early morning swim. I just went for another early morning bread roll. I was quite happy. And then, you know, because it took us so long to get back from the beach, I'd go and have a lie down in bed, which was much nicer. Steve, our Miss Fred used Chroma Pier, says Jim. Have we had a look at Chroma Pier? I wasn't sure if it was Chroma Pier. Somebody else will tell us. Steve, when me and my mum used to go down for a visit to Skelmersdale, we used to have a day at Wigan. The markets were great. I don't know if they're still as good or even there, says Kim. I don't know, actually. I don't know. Oh, late. Time for the latest news at 6:15 and a bit with Thomas Watts.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Annie in France, who says, I've got to 90 and every morning I have porridge and blueberries. And I've got to 90. Do you think, I mean, can you put it down to that? Do you think, I mean, because I do like porridge with blueberries. In fact, on Sunday, we always go out for breakfast and I've started having porridge. I don't have it the rest of the time, but I have it in this cafe because they put on some stewed apple on the top and some blueberries and some little bits and pieces, some nuts. And I feel as though I'm doing quite well by eating healthily. That's about as good as it gets, I'm afraid. But if you've got to 90, Annie, I wouldn't worry about it. Put it down to whatever you like, actually. And another one from Jonathan. He says, my 66th birthday this weekend. I'm planning on going for the full Steve Allen experience, Joe Allen's, and maybe visit 2 of the West London car dealerships as I bought my Bentley on my 40th. Time to decide to keep or change for a GTC or a Flying Spur. I've got Flying Spur. I quite like it. And it's 4-door. I'm big into 4-door cars. I like 4-door cars. I don't know why. It's only because I don't like moving the seats forward. And then somebody's got to climb in, and then you've got to put... Oh, no, thank you. Just in case of an accident, you've got to make sure you can all get out. Have you looked at Great Yarmouth Fair? Yeah, we've looked at all of them. We've looked at all of them now. I mean, to be honest with you, we've checked out some nice piers. Some very, very nice piers. Thank you, Steve, says Dean in Norfolk. Have a great weekend. Actually, I don't have bad weekends. I either have a very lazy weekend, which is quite nice, or I have a weekend where I sort of don't know if I'm my head or my bottom. I've got no idea. The UK, this is what LBC are going to be talking about today, facing these freezing temperatures and snow in March. We've had it as late as April. I remember the snow coming down in April. And forecasters spotted the same dramatic event in the atmosphere that brought the beast from the east. So Nick Ferrari will be talking about that today, and no doubt canvassing your calls, because there's going to be some of you getting the high winds and everything else, and you need to wrap up. But I'm a bit disappointed, because I went to Marks and Spencer's the other day, a big one in Kew Retail Park, looking for a big winter coat. Well, they don't have them. They've started moving in the sort of lighter sort of stuff. I'm a bit disappointed because I need Uniqlo. Are they? I saw them making, you know, that's that programme on the television called How Do They Do That? And they were making sheepskin jackets. They looked fantastic, you know, cutting them out and stitching them, putting this stitching and that stitch. And I looked at them and they said, but they retail for about $1,000 in America. And I always fancied a sheepskin jacket. This one looked really amazing. Really, really, and also very good because it's waterproof at the same time, because it's basically the sheep's inner lining and then the fur is on the inside. I mean, it did look absolutely delightful. So a friend of mine years ago bought me a flying jacket, and I don't know if it was a real flying jacket or a mocked up one. And that was particularly lovely. And then I outgrew it. I didn't go any further, I'm afraid. Robert says, I'm silly, dripping and bred, and I'm the same age as you. Yes, I don't know what the secret to being my age is. I don't really know. I think it's getting up in the morning. That's what I think it is. I think it's keeping yourself busy when you're working, and then when you go home, learning to relax. You've got to learn to relax. I mean, sometimes I put my feet up on the settee when I get in, and I have an hour or so. Friday, I can do that. Then I get up. During the week, I like to make sure I'm out by 10 to past. You know, I have to do things by certain times. So I go out and get the satsumas, go and get the little bits and pieces, get the biltong, get all of this sort of stuff. I like it, actually. I like doing things like that. But on the other hand, I like falling asleep. I think that's quite nice. It's very good. And it's God's way of saying you need to slow down a little bit, because otherwise you're going to be really absolutely knackered, aren't you, by the end of the week? Get to the weekend, you go, I haven't got the strength to do anything. But driving in the car is nice. Jan says, I was busy watching my CCTV at home and panicking about the wind blowing a tarpaulin off the van, and I missed your message about making Mark a coffee and taking it next door to his hotel room. There was a lot going on. What was his? Cup of coffee in a hotel room. I don't drink that much coffee. I've had a few cappuccinos, but if I'm going to one of the coffee shops, I do like a hot chocolate. I like hot chocolate. It's a bit of an indulgence. You're not still eating. You're like an automated robot, aren't you? It's like hand, box, pick up, move, mouth, down. You don't need to eat, do you? But you're eating it because it's sitting there. That's what it is. I've done that before. You know, you eat a packet of crisps and you go, hand in there, up to mouth, eat the crisp, hand down, pick up crisp, up to mouth. And he's doing the same with the donut. You were only complaining a short while ago how bloated you were feeling. And now you're sitting there looking at those little... How many donuts are left now? There are a lot of donuts? There's a lot left. So can we leave them for the newsroom? So they can sort of indulge in them. So I know what they'll be like. They're like gannets for those. But I love the way I looked up and he was sort of another donut in his mouth, having already told me that he felt really quite full. Can't win, can you? There's a letter written in February 1916. The stamp bore the head of King George V, and it was written before the Battle of the Somme in World War I. Finlay Glenn was delighted to see it delivered to his home in Upper Norwood in South London. He said, we were obviously pretty surprised and mystified as to how it could have been sat around for more than 100 years. Addressed to my dear Katie, believed to be the wife of stamp dealer Oswald Marsh. It was written by pal Christabel Menel while she was on holiday in Bath. She says she felt quite ashamed of herself after saying what I did and was miserable with a very heavy cold. Mr. Glenn, a theatre director, said it's amazing piece of family history that's turned up if they want. They can come around. Royal Mail, whose staff want a pay rise, said incidents like this happen very occasionally and we're uncertain of what happened. I mean, how can you lose it for 100 years in the post office? I mean, that is just ridiculous. Where was it? Was it just sort of going around and didn't actually make it at all? Goodness sake. Roger says, when I lived in England, the warmest overcoat I owned was an Abercrombie. Is that Abercrombie and Fitch? Absolutely magnificent. I just fancy one of these sheepskin jackets. I don't want to spend £1,000 on a sheepskin jacket, even by my standards. I mean, I don't mind spending up to a couple of £100. Probably don't get very much for a couple of £100, do you now? Which is a bit of a shame. Pope Francis says that he's in the job for life. He told the Jesuit Journal yesterday, I, for the moment, do not have that on my agenda, this resignation, because there's only ever been one who has resigned ahead of, the other pope taking over. Because normally you're in the job until you die. And then you stay there and then they do the thing with the smoke and all the rest of it when they've got a decision of who's going to be the next pope. Actually, the next pope, it'd be rather nice to find somebody who's a bit younger. You know, because the older they are, I mean, the present one is 86. 86. He said he did write a resignation letter 2 months ago because it was precautionary, just in case. But they don't like them retiring. They would rather that they stayed there until they dropped dead, and then they have to go through the formalities. I mean, it's quite ritualistic, and I quite like things like that. Also in the paper today, plonking toddlers in front of a screen does lasting damage to their brains. I thought that was the whole idea, that if you've got a kiddie, in the morning you wake up and you've got SpongeBob's, or you've got Pingu, or you've got all these other little cartoons, and it's purely designed to keep kiddies quiet while mum gets on and does bits and pieces. So you plonk them in front of the television. When you come back, they've fallen into their porridge or something like that. Or failing that, you know, they're just sort of there and they're fast asleep, and then head back and they go forward. But that's what it's all there for. So I don't know how it can be bad, actually. I would like to think that it wasn't bad. Amanda Holden, celebrating her birthday the other day, 52 today, they say. She said, I'm grateful to be alive. She's only 52. Come on. Goodness sake, honestly. Anything I feel. You know, somebody said, you know, what do you do in the morning? I said, well, the first thing I do is look at the obits in the paper. And if I'm not in it, I get up. If I'm in it, I don't bother getting up. There's no point. What is the point? A lot of people talking in the paper today, including Braverman, about the police in the hunt for Nicola Bulley, and releasing this statement the other day talking about the fact she was going through the menopause. They'd spoken to her before a few weeks ago. They never mentioned that, and also the fact that she was drinking. What that's supposed to tell us, and as sort of Braverman says, what's that got to do with finding her? Has that got anything to do with there a bearing on it? Do tell, because at the moment we have no idea, and I don't think the police have got any idea. The family is saying, you can come home. Please come home. Do not be afraid to come home. So why were the police talking to her 2 weeks ago? Well, I mean, it's so bizarre. It really is ridiculous. It's just gone 6:30. Let's get the latest LBC News headlines with Thomas Watts.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your Universal Credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. Do you realise I'd hardly touched the papers this morning? Hardly touched them. Twitter's really got the Kinks legend Dave Davis raging over warnings on his band's music because of its name. He urged Elon Musk to remove the alerts blocking a video from the 60s star by playing because it might have sensitive context, because they were called the Kinks. I ask you. Harry Styles saw sales of his latest album, Soar, after he got the Brit Awards. 242% rise in people buying his Harry's House album. Not bad, is it, really? That's why they have it. That's why they have it. You know, they have the Brit Awards to sell albums. In the case of Harry Styles, they don't need to worry. Marvel have confirmed that Spider-Man 4 is happening, with Tom Holland returning to the star role. You'd love to know what he gets for that. You'd love to know. Because he came from Billy Elliot, didn't he? He was playing that on the stage in London, I'm pretty certain. This is Tom Holland. His father's very famous, isn't he? His father used to be a talking head. He's an English actor. He's, 26 now? Yeah, okay, he's Billy... He was really, really good. You won't have seen Billy Elliot either. But have you seen it? But have you seen the live stage show? The live stage show they put on DVD. They transmitted it live. It was one of the best things ever to see. It really was so, so good. And completely different from the film. But just brilliant. And Tom Holland in it. They had some really good Billy Elliots. But of course you tend to forget they could only be in it for a short while. Then they just grew up and they got taller and they sort of spread out and all the rest of it. But it was the best DVD I ever bought. I thought it was absolutely fantastic. Steve, Danny Rue was in 2 films. I don't remember. No, I only remember Our Miss Fred. I don't think he ever did anything else. Every Day's a Holiday with Clacton. I don't remember that one. I only remember Our Miss Fred because it was a typical Danny film. It was just, it showed off all these lovely costumes and all the rest of it. What else have we got in the paper? Anti-social offenders would be forced to clear up litter and repair vandalism under Labour proposals. Yeah, that's a winner, as far as I'm concerned. And they say traffic lights could be obsolete in 20 years. I wish that they would put into place, in London especially, I can't speak about the rest of the country, but in London, that after a certain time, why didn't they just have the lights flashing orange? And if it's safe, you can go over them. Because we've got traffic lights here, just down by Trafalgar Square. In fact, you've got about 3 sets of traffic lights in a very short space of time. And you think, if they were flashing orange, because there's nobody walking about, you know, if somebody's going to cross the road, then you can stop. But if they're flashing orange, it would keep the traffic moving so much quicker. So much quicker. The good and the great turned up to Dame Vivienne Westwood's memorial service. As you can tell, they're all wearing a bizarre collection of clothes, because that's what I thought she was famous for. And they had Richard E. Grant, Chris Packham was there, Kate Moss. Oh, blimey, the Daily Star must be the only paper that didn't put a picture of Victoria Beckham in. She'll be apoplectic with rage. Although, to be honest with you, she's still got her dark glasses on, mainly because it kind of gives away how old she is. Kit Kat's maker Nestlé are going to put up prices again, despite earning £22.7 million a day in profits. That's not bad, is it? Not bad. And Dick Van Dyke still performing. He was unveiled as the gnome on The Masked Singer. He sang When You're Smiling. He's 97. He's 97. He said it was very dark in there. I couldn't see anything at all because they have to, you know, take it off. But we love Dick Van Dyke. We think he's absolutely fantastic. And he's just wonderful. Jeremy Clarkson said a terse exchange with a barrister shown on Clarkson's farm would not have been televised if he'd known the man had dyslexia. Oh, Jeremy Clarkson, I'll get some bad publicity, doesn't he? And Linda Nolan is astonished by the results after having pioneering cancer surgery. She says she underwent a brand new treatment. That's why the funding is so useful for all these organisations. You know, one day they will find a cure for many of the cancers, but there's so many of them that you've got to find lots of different cures. And here she is, Maya Jama, who thinks she's more important than the program. She's only a presenter on it. You don't exactly have to do an awful lot, but we spend most of our time faffing around over what she's wearing and what she's not wearing. South Park's gone to war on Harry and Moggan. And they say it features a bashful redhead and his wife waving placards saying, "Stop looking at us," as they promote a new book called Wah! They also attend a funeral before jetting off on a We Want Privacy tour, with the guy saying, "All this attention is so hard." Do you think they'll get the gag? I don't think so either. I don't think so. A partner rolling their eyes or sighing could be a sign they're thinking about divorce. Oh dear. It's a bit worrying, isn't it? Especially there's so many people recently have sort of lost other halves. But there's somebody who claims that these gestures are microaggressions. So if you, like, God, roll your eyes or you sigh, like, oh, God, you know, that apparently means you want a divorce. Oh, well, there you go. That's ruined everybody's life today, hasn't it, really? Everybody's sort of going, wait a minute, I'm sure that my other half rolled his eyes the other day. And a bargain hunter snapped up a £2 ornament at a car boot sale to discover it was worth £30,000. It was a piece produced in this country, in Chelsea, in around 1746, in a porcelain factory. The auctioneer, Charles Hanson, said it's an extremely important antique piece. It'll be sold in Banbury on March the 4th. So they paid £2 for it, only to discover it was worth £30,000. Woo! Amazing, amazing. And here's the lass who claims her sausage dog chocolate looks rather erotic. I have to be honest, Hannah Gilby from Edinburgh said I had to do a double take. It seems a bit seedy. Well, it is. It's supposed to be a sausage dog, but it looks like a willy. You know, I mean, well, you'll see it in M&S. I'm sure that people would be buying it as a joke or something like that. But apparently, willies have grown. You know, apart from the obvious, 24% in the past 70 years. Research in America revealed the typical size has rocketed from 4.8 inches to a hefty 6 inches. Pfft, amateurs. Goodness sake. Dr. Michael Esberg from Stanford University, he and his team took data from 75 willies between 1942 and 2021. They took measurements from more than 55,000 men. I bet they did. Excuse me, could we just drop your trousers and pants? We just do a little tape measure thing here. The men were aged between 18 and 56. Dr. Eisenberg says we expected we'd see a similar declining trend when we looked at penile length. We found quite the opposite. He said, I can't read some of this stuff here. But anyway, apparently it gives you better, woo! That's all I can tell you. Eateries have closed. A record number of restaurants are going bust. More than 500 closures in just 3 months. I'm not surprised. It's not because the food's bad. It's because people can't afford it. People are not having takeaways now because it's so expensive. And also, by the time the food gets to you, it's cold. I don't know who has these Deliveroos, but it's certainly not me. Vivian Suffolk says 9 more sleeps until the Leicester Square Bonanza. Looking forward so much. Is it only 9 more sleeps? I don't know. I've not worked it out. Is it? Well, we're going to have to go through this in your mind. 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 9. Oh, Lord, honestly, I better start rehearsing. I've got to lose 3 stone before we get on stage. You will be nice, won't you? I'm sure you will be, actually. Steve, I have the most amazing full-length sheepskin coat. Cost over £1,000 about 30 years ago. It's fantastic for warmth, but too heavy for everyday wear, says Emily, who could be Maggie. She said, it's good if I'm invited to a smart do in the winter when I wear a flimsy evening gown. It comes into its own. I just quite fancy one. I was watching this factory making them, and they looked really amazing, which was lovely. Kim says, thoroughly smashing week, Steve. Now I'm back to my usual routine. I look forward to tuning in on Monday as usual. Enjoy your weekend. I certainly will. Should we take a short break? I think so. The latest LBC News headlines with Thomas Watts.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, Catherine says, I love the fact you talk about anything and everything. It is true. We do. Actually, we have to reflect in the papers. I don't think that there's unless we're doing something, from history or something like that. But there's these 2 brothers who wore face masks of old men to rob a jeweller have been jailed. Benjamin Murphy and George Murphy Bristow were armed with a knife and a machete. I mean, a right pair of planks. So what they did, they actually put on these OAP masks so the police would think that they were looking for 2 old men. But they weren't. Benjamin Murphy is 37 and George Murphy Bristow is 28. So they shoved a terrified worker into an office, tied him to a chair, then stole his Rolex watch. They then fled the scene in a getaway car, but they were caught weeks later by a patrol cop who stopped a suspicious vehicle. They found 2 full face masks and clothes in the boot, identical to those worn in the raid in Epping, along with a hatchet, knife and cable ties. They were arrested at the scene. Forensic tests of saliva from inside the masks, this is how clever this DNA is, identified him and his older brother. And at Basildon Crown Court, both men from Islington were found guilty of robbery and possession of a bladed article, and they decided to come down very heavy on them. So, in fact, Murphy, this is Benjamin Murphy, 37, was given 18 years in prison. And Matthew Murphy Bristow, received 13 years. It was the forensic that caught them, though. They're going to be enjoying life inside, aren't they? Mind you, at least they can sort of escape all the bad weather. So that's a long time inside, a long time inside. But I did hear that before. They had, there was a jeweller's, which is known to me, actually. I won't tell you where it is. But they have, you go up the stairs to this jeweller's, and then you've got to push the door buzzer. They will check you on the cameras, then they'll let you in. And they had two people, but they were dressed as women with burqas on. And they put on a fake voice. They say, oh, we're looking for jewellery. We want to see jewellery and all the rest of it. And the jeweller inside said, no, I'm sorry, we don't have any appointments today. So, of course, they were stuck. They were stuck at the top of the stairs. They couldn't get in to the shop because of all the security there, and they were caught on CCTV. And when they had to turn around and go back down the stairs again, and he caught them going, we'll have to try somewhere else. I think they've been caught, actually, but there you go. Steve, I used to like it when you read poems on your show, says Johnny. Yeah, we like to evolve. And we did used to do poetry on the programme because we discovered that there were actually an awful lot of people, who wrote poetry. Spam is very versatile, Steve. Just finished decorating duties. Discovered that not only a spam and cheese toast is very nice, but salmon and cheese omelette is also very tasty. I don't know why people think that spam is a little bit sort of naff. I like spam, actually. I've always liked it. Wish they do spam fritters in the local fish and chip shop, or even beef burgers in batter. That'd be quite nice. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And another one that says, smashing week with you. Thank you very much indeed. And somebody else says, you've got a new listener. It's my 25-year-old son, Thomas. He thinks you're fab. Well, there you go. Listen. Can't complain about stuff like that, can we? We have to take them where they are available, and so be it if they turn up at 25 years old. We're more than happy. The Mirror today, they're talking about Bruce Willis and his dementia, and he's got a particularly aggressive form of it. There is no cure for it. He's just having to live with it. Plus, the Mirror have gone with the British gas owner who's raked in 3.3 billion, but widower Barry, who's 82, has to raid his funeral fund to keep his home warm. It's that bad. That bad. Alan Titchmarsh says robot mowers drive him mad. I mean, some people like them. I don't know whether they're any good or whether they aren't any good. Either way, it's something that some people like, because you just send it off around the garden, and it does the clearing up and everything else, and it goes and parks itself in its little charging bit, and then it pops. I think it does it automatically. I'm never too sure, actually, whether these things work. A lot of people turned up for Dame Vivienne Westwood's funeral. Victoria Beckham turned up. I mean, middle of winter, and she's turned up in sort of something without a coat on or a jacket, and this dreadful fake hair that she's had stapled to her head. I don't know what she's thinking about. It looks really dreadful. Those big glasses, because she's unhappy if anybody's seeing the ageing process. But everybody turned up. Georgia May Jagger, Richard E. Grant, in a hat that Vivienne gave me. It's a woman's, I think it's called a fascinator, and he's wearing that. Actress Sadie Frost was there. Bob Geldof. Why does he dress like an old bag lady? Why does he got any sense of fashion whatsoever? Yasmin and Amber Le Bon, Jolie Richardson. Bez went for the oversized formal look. I don't know why people ever think that was fashion. Vivienne's husband was there as well, Kate Moss, looking as glamorous as always. Stormzy, very smart. Simon Le Bon, Christina Hendricks, and Paloma Faith, plus Helena Bonham Carter, who always looks a little bit, I call kooky. I think kooky is a very good description. But it's poor Victoria Beckham, who sort of turned up in something that was, I don't know, hope to God she never designed it, and if she did, she should not tell anybody. Keep it very quiet. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. So Amanda Holden, I don't know where she is, actually. She must be somewhere very nice. They say it's a mystery location. Mystery location, which is lovely. She posted a photo of herself in a mystery exotic location and mixing a cocktail, which is a mix of Coca-Cola and champagne. I've never even heard of that. Which is amazing. Coca-Cola and champagne. We might have to go for that, mightn't we, I think? That sounds very nice indeed. Plus, the 75-mile-an-hour storm blast, which could be coming in. This Harley Davidson, It's a vintage, most expensive motorbike ever, they say. From 1908, it's a strap tank. It's one of 450 that were made that year, with fewer than a dozen still in existence. Bought at auction in Vegas for $935,000, the equivalent of £767,355, including premium. Found in a barn in 1941. David kept it. That was the bloke who had the barn for 66 years before having it restored. And its original parts include the wheels, the tank, and the engine belt pulley. They say it's it's amazing. But then, of course, if somebody's prepared to pay that much for it, leave it a few more years, somebody else will go and buy it and the price will go up accordingly. Marks & Spencer's voted the UK's favourite supermarket. M&S scored 77% in a customer satisfaction survey, earning praise for the quality of its produce and its customer service. Waitrose and Aldi joint second on 73%. With the German discounter scoring 4 stars for value. You see, if they do it on Which magazine, you know it's kosher. You know that they, Which do all their research of their washing machines and everything else. So I quite like that, actually. And time to download your podcast, says Ellie. Oh, do please. More than 1 million downloads a month. Thank you very much indeed. Very grateful. Tug of the Forelock and everything else. And if you fancy the earliest, most complete copy of the Hebrew Bible ever discovered, this one, it could fetch £41.5 million at auction. I mean, it's a phenomenal amount of money. Codex Sassoon, which dates from the 9th or 10th century, will be sold at Sotheby's in New York in May for the first time in more than 30 years. It was the foundation for Judaism and the other Abrahamic faiths. It's been out of public view for centuries and will be exhibited next week at Sotheby's in London before it tours the world. Going to be worth a lot of money, And the Mirror have tested a driverless car on the busy... I was talking about this to my driver the other day, and I said there's no way that I would ever be getting in a car that was driverless, that was sort of automatic. For some reason, it's bad enough with some of the drivers you get anyway, without having to worry about no driver at all. I just don't fancy that. I mean, that's just not my idea. So this morning we've had the biltong, we've had the food, we've had the sandwiches, we've had all the little bits and pieces, and now all we've got to do is get through the weekend. And the weekend should be very, very busy. I hope it's going to be very, very busy at the weekend, and I hope that the weather's going to be good. But these 80-mile-an-hour winds, I don't think we're going to be affected down south, but I think northeast, could be affected. So take it easy. If you missed any of today's show, you can listen back on Global Player, where you'll also find all of LBC's shows to catch up on, as well as all the best video clips from LBC and other global stations. You can download the Global Player for free from your app store or head to globalplayer.com. I'll be back on Monday at 4 till 7 for Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. Coming up at 10, it's Jonathan Ashworth standing in for James O'Brien. But right now, with another busy Friday breakfast, it's Nick Ferrari. Morning, everybody. How lovely to have your company again as Richard sort of delves into the... Oh, by the way, that drink was Kiora. It was Kiora. I'll be your dog. Thank you to everybody who's told me about that. It was a squash drink, wasn't it, really? But very interesting. I just remember it being... I couldn't remember it, but I can see them bouncing along. That's all I remember. I'll be your dog. And I remember thinking, perhaps they'll ban that. And on Bongo, we'll drink it in the jungle. I mean... Should we really be having that anymore? I don't know. Very shortly they're going to be banning all sorts of things. Chocolate milk could be the next thing. Or banana milk. I nearly bought some banana milk yesterday. That's delicious. That's very nice. In fact, you mix the banana and the chocolate milk together, you get what is possibly the best drink since God created heaven and earth and the Garden of Gethsemane. The Discovery in the field was still looking for this woman. Still looking for her. They found a mystery stained glove. What? They've been looking for 2 weeks and then just found a glove near to the bench. I mean, you don't really think that somebody's maybe just dropped it there or something. They just say it's a stained glove. So what? They've just found one glove? So she was wearing the other glove? I mean, the whole thing becomes more bizarre. It's a ski glove, apparently. So it's to keep your hands warm. So it's like a mitten. It's not individual fingers. It's like a mitten kind of thing. And also 2 people in relation to Nicola's disappearance have been arrested for sending malicious messages to counsellors. One is a 49-year-old idiot and the other's a 20-year-old idiot. Are these people stupid? They've both been arrested. And hopefully they'll both be charged with sending malicious messages to counsellors. I mean, I seriously can't believe somebody could be that thick. But there again, I've seen Love Island, so it's not too difficult, is it, really? Also, the sex shame rugby league rat, his wife, claims that he's been having a fling. I love a good Valentine's story, don't you? Anyway, she's decided to kick him out, and she's never, ever going to take him back. Well, there you go. Whatever. Do what you like, love. Nobody really cares. So Lilt we've done. Also the RAF chief who wants to find out what's in the UFOs before we get too excited. Actually, we should have rephrased that before Jack gets too excited, because he likes his UFOs. He likes that kind of thing. It's sort of something that keeps him going. He wants to I'm not sure how much of it he actually believes himself, but this RAF chief, because the RAF, we aren't as stupid as we are, thick-looking, wants to find out what's in this thing. They think they're perfectly normal. They don't even think they've actually come from China. They think it's probably ours. Could be all sorts of things. People sending up drones and all kinds of stuff like that. Count the hours till it's reach for that. They won't be able to do it. I'm telling you, they're in their 40s, their mid-40s. I mean, one of them looks as though Paul Catamol, as though he couldn't dance for toffee. I mean, he was always a sort of, he was sort of always the larger one in the group, and he never looked as though he was comfortable doing the dancing, and he was the first one, I think, to leave and go off and do whatever he went off to do. But they're sort of doing lots of interviews with them. They've got to sell 11 stadiums out. I'm telling you, they're going to find it tough. I mean, who in their right mind, even if you bought S Club 7 records when you were a child, because that's when you would have bought them, do you really want to go and see them again? The television programme was very good in America because it was a bit like the Monkees, and it kind of worked out. But whether or not people are going to book to see them, I mean, I really don't know. I wouldn't like to even put money on it, because I've got this sneaking feeling that, there might be a limited appeal. The limited appeal would be, why don't you go do Butlins? Stephen Mulhern doesn't go and play stadiums. He plays Butlins. Are you ready to Butlin? He knows his market and he's very good at it. But I think if they start playing stadiums, the cost of doing this thing is going to be phenomenal. Phenomenal. And then just to watch people who were singing these songs when they were in their early 20s, now they're middle 40s. Do you think they're going to be learning dance? I mean, it's bad enough watching Steps. That's like sort of going to an old people's home and saying, okay, come on, H, out you come, Oh, sorry, he is out. And, everybody else sort of getting out there and doing their singing and doing their dancing and everything else. But S Club 7, for God's sake, who in their right mind came up with that brilliant wheeze? But every time they put them on a television programme, they go, oh, here's S Club. Apparently 2 of them were in this building. I wish I'd known about it. Tom Swarbrick tweeted about, perhaps they brought cake, I don't know, and sort of tweeted about he'd just seen 2 members of S Club 7. Ridiculous, isn't it, honestly? Steve, do you remember a drink called Cresta? Yes, because that was Elvis Costello's father, wasn't it? No, it wasn't. Sorry, I'm thinking about another one, actually. Cresta, yeah, the catchphrase, it's frothy man. Yeah, I think it was a polar bear or something like that. All those different drinks. All they were is just sort of fizzy sorts of drinks. Lindsay in Caterham says, Steve, we used to sell Kiora orange in the Odeon Bromley with ice creams during the interval. Happy memories of customers singing along to the adverts. There you go. Cresta. It came in all different sorts of colours. Most of them look as though they'd come out of a nuclear power station. They were sort of fluorescent green, fluorescent orange. I never had it. We weren't allowed things like that. My mother would never have bought a fizzy drink. We didn't. We did have orange juice at home, but we made it up. You got a little thing of Florida orange juice, and it was frozen, and you took it out of this sort of paper carton, and you put it in a jug, and then you filled it up with water, and then you stirred it, and that would be our go-to drink in the morning. Orange. We'd never had anything like that before. I suddenly realise I'm quite elderly when I tell them that, because they look at you in disbelief from the other side of the glass. Freddie's like, what are you on about again? Here he goes. He's off on his ramblings. Steve says, Shane, we have an ice cream called Gay Time. I remember eating it when I was a kid. It's a wonder the curtain twitcher wokes haven't banned it. We found another curtain twitcher, one of the woke people. They want to ban the word fitness. They think it's offensive. Don't you just wish they'd all go jump in the lake, and go swim to the other side and blooming well stay there? Very stupid. There used to be a shop down in Hounslow, by Hounslow Heath, called Gay Time Blinds, or Gay Blinds, or something like that, before people realised the implication. But mind you, I think blinds are fairly gay anyway, so, why not? And somebody says the phrase, I'll be your dog, is the line from the advert from the fruit drink. Is it Kia Ora or Kia? We use Kia. It's like we used to like Nestle's Milky Bar, but then they changed that to Nestle Milky Bar. The Milky Bars are on me, would go this kid with blonde hair. They stuck a pair of glasses on to make him look slightly more intelligent. But I liked Milky Bars. I haven't had one for, so many years. So many years. I mean, to be honest with you, the sort of things I'd be going for would be Smarties. Because you could tip the whole tube into your mouth at the same time and just wait till they all melted or did something. They were far more exciting. You couldn't really shove a whole chocolate bar in your mouth. I did go to Costco yesterday. I love Costco. I've been a member there since God created Garden of Gethsemane. And what did I buy? Oh, I wanted some cups. They sell them as coffee cups. They're plastic, red, and they're quite big. And I just use them for pouring wine into, because A, you can get more wine in there. And secondly, I can use them for coffee cups and everything else. Can you just throw them away? And I think you get 90 cups or 150, whatever it is, for like 12 quid, which is very good. Somebody said they bought a whole box of Cadbury's cream eggs and they paid £20 for them. Cheaper in Costco. I think they're about, I forget how much they charge for a box of cream eggs in Costco. It was about 17 quid, including that. So I bought a box of those yesterday. Do you get one? Jack, give it that. Yeah. We quite like the, but then I think that somebody said they'd shrunk Cadbury's cream eggs, but to be honest with you, I didn't think they'd shrunk. They looked exactly the same size to me, about the same size as Freddie, and they're not exactly the biggest chocolates in the world. You haven't shrunk. But the funny thing is that they used to sell them just at Easter time. Now they do them all year round. All year round. It's quite nice. Andy said, I used to drink in a pub where H from Step used to drink, and turns out he was a nice bloke. I don't think anybody's ever said he's not. I thought he lives now in Chiswick, doesn't he, really? And the shop in Hounslow was called Gay Lights, says Nick, on the Staines Road. Oh, dear. LBC. Oh, no, so in Fulham, there was a chain of dry cleaners called Go Gay. We like that. We're very, very impressed by things like that. And somebody says, you do make me laugh, S Club coming back. That was amazing. I was actually 15 at the time. It's going to be a disaster, says Stephen. Children don't know who they are now. Well, I mean, the audience are going to be as old as they are, if not older. I just don't understand. They're going, we're doing 11 things, and there's sort of... I mean, I thought it was bad enough when Bros decided to come back with sort of little Matt and his tantrums. God knows he had tantrums. I mean, they've all got to get back together and they go, friendship never ends. And I thought, you haven't been together for years. Years after Jo O'Meara's little disastrous appearance on Big Brother, where she racially abused Shilpa Shetty. And you think to yourself, so why all of a sudden are they going, friendship never ends? They split up because nobody was interested anymore. But interestingly enough, that friendship never ends is the line that the Spice Girls trot out all the time. And what have they got in common with S Club 7? Same management. Simon Fuller, very clever man, very, very clever man. And he's the one, friendship never ends. And they try and pretend they're all buddy-buddy. I reckon they hate each other. That's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping they hate each other. But who's going to go? I've not had any, since we announced this, I've not had any text from anybody going, I can't wait to go and see them. Because I don't think anybody went to see them first time round. Why you'd want to go there now, I've got no idea. By the way, I've just ordered. I ordered it yesterday, actually. I had a momentary lapse because I did have a look round the supermarkets to try and find apple to go in pies. But I didn't want pureed apple. I wanted chunky apple, and I found it on Amazon. So I bought 6 tins of it. So I can have it with condensed milk or ice cream or something like that. Because I just like stewed. And once I've got an idea in my mind, I'm going to do it. I don't care the cost. 18 quid, I think I paid. Free. You get free delivery. And, I think that's actually quite nice. Apparently, Umbongo was made by Libby's. Oh, right. Sean says they did Chewy bars. The factory's gone now. Oh, don't they all? All these factories disappeared. I remember Caramac. Definitely remember Caramac. I don't even know whether they still do it, actually. But that was quite nice. That was like sort of the forerunner to... What's that ice cream that we get from Ice Cream Ian? It's the caramel, salted caramel. It tastes a bit like that, but in a sort of bar, and that was quite nice. Mind you, I like dime bars. Please don't write in with your favourite sweets. This is not BBC Radio Shropshire before it, descends into the canal, I should imagine. Steve, I met my husband 25 years ago, says Catherine. He said he was one of the Milky Bar kids, and I believed it for years, until one day I dropped into a conversation with his mum, and she burst out laughing and said, you didn't believe it. I have to tell you another story. A friend of mine, got given by his mates a Chelsea top signed by all the team, and he had it framed and put it in the downstairs bathroom and everything else for years. This was sitting at the back of the bathroom above the toilet until they finally told him that they'd faked it. They bought the top and then they all signed. All his mates signed it. So it wasn't signed by the team at all. Gutted. Absolutely gutted. Jeremy says the fans would be younger than them. Hannah Spirit is 41. The youngest is I'm 35. Oh, right. But, Steve, I can't give you a gay time this morning, but I can, says Ice Cream Ian, bring a Haagen-Dazs or strawberries or vanilla. Come on, Freddie, you can decide. You can decide. He's going vanilla. He's going vanilla. Ian, we're going vanilla on this one. It's funny, I thought he was going to go strawberries, but he's gone vanilla. And actually, that's probably a very good choice because the vanilla is particularly good. This is our little Haagen. By the way, in case you don't understand, we get free ice creams from Ian. It's kind of like actually, I've just thought of that gay old time. That was in the Flintstones. That was part of their singing. Let's have a gay old time. I think so. Wilmer. Remember that one? That was very good. But, so Haagen-Dazs vanilla today. Look at us being spoiled. I love it. I absolutely love it. It's for some reason, it seems to work at this time of the morning. Now, if only Ian delivered Kentucky Fried Chicken, we'd be really in. Quids in on that one. Be fantastic, wouldn't it? Look, I'm late. You made me late. Like, Oh, by the way, and I have to tell you in a minute. I've got so many things to tell you about. 17 minutes past 4.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. Joy says John Lee was by far the most talented singer. I knew him and his family just after he stopped playing Oliver at the Palladium. His first love was musical theatre. Yeah, he's retired completely now. He did musical theatre for a bit, and he's retired. He now lives in Devon or somewhere like that with his three dogs. Can't wait for the vanilla ice cream this morning. Jack, very excited. Very excited. He's currently trying to unravel my telephone. And what the unravelling is, I changed at home my AOL password, but I didn't change it on the telephone. So consequently, my emails come in, and then what the computer does is send them onto my phone, and I get about 20 or 30 a day. Seriously, loads of them. And then I changed the password a couple of days ago, because I'd forgotten what the original password was, and I forgot to put it into the phone. And I don't know how you put in the AOL password into the telephone. Have you sorted it? You don't know what the password is, though? Really? Oh, right. Oh, it's so exciting. He sorted it. Look at that, honestly. You can have an ice cream. And you can have a sandwich. Have a sandwich and an ice cream. Bloody hell. That's very quick. There's obviously a place to go to, isn't there? I'll have to tell you what the password is. Otherwise we might lose it again. And then we can find out if I won the lottery last night. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? That'd kind of cheer up the day. And all those people yesterday. Did you see all the happy people coming home, buying flowers and stuff? Yeah, hate them. Don't you just hate them, honestly? It's one of those things that when I got to Waterloo Station yesterday, and I did buy an extra large sausage roll, because they're hot. What the filling is, I've got no idea, but it comes from this West Country pasty company. And it's like just under £5. Seriously, it's a lot of money. A lot of money. But it kept me going whilst I got to the platform. Then I got the train, because for some reason they're not doing Windsor and Eton at the moment. You have to go to Staines, but it still does exactly the same stops. And I was quite pleased about it. So I got back again. And I was sort of thinking, because the bus arrived early. I've discovered if I if I sort of move fairly quickly out the building, I can get the bus, which is the first one, which is about 7:05. Otherwise, you've got to wait till 15:15. And if that arrives late, sometimes I can't even make it to the train station. I get to the train station and then they go, "You're on platform 24. You think, I'm never going to make it. I'm never going to... I get really cross, actually, but we do like South Western. Yeah. And now Abellio have sorted out their pay deal. We're all very happy at the moment. That is a blessing in disguise, because all these other... Still, Mick Lynch is still faffing around, about, I don't think that offer's good enough. You're thinking, do you just like the publicity or something? I mean, what is it? Everybody else manages to sort things out. And Bill says, I'm still laughing over the out you come, H. Oh, sorry, you are out. Do you remember when he announced it? I remember years ago, H from Steps came out as gay. Well, you could have knocked me over with a steamroller. I had no idea. Not a clue. Perdita, you know that she is a huge star in America. Huge star. But she says embarking on a romantic relationship on screen with one of your best mates is very strange, because early on for season 5... of Magnum P.I., Jay Hernandez and I had a shower scene to film. You both have tiny garments strategically placed to preserve your dignity. But it was so awkward and we couldn't stop laughing. I know. It's like a little sort of plastic sort of bit in flesh colour, which sort of protects your modesty. I mean, I'm just guessing there. I've got no idea. I just made that bit up. You might be sitting with it in a Tupperware box. I don't know. I've got no idea. Nobody tells me anything. I'm a stranger around here. I've only just wandered in, actually, just to see if I could decorate the studio. Why they've done it in pale blue, I've got no idea. They didn't even ask me. Do you like pale? I've got to sit in here every morning. And every morning I look at this thinking, pale blue. Ooh, brilliant idea was that. Why can't we have flocked wallpaper? At least we're getting vanilla ice cream. But mine is always so hard. It's all right for them next door because, they don't have to worry about the talking bit. I've got to do the talking bit and then wait for my ice cream to defrost. I could drink a milkshake right now. A milkshake that's got ice cream in it would be quite nice. No? There must be a milkshake man around somewhere. I think we should have a machine installed. I think it's ridiculous. The best ones were from that Byron burger place, which went under, I think. They've gone now. I know, all these places have disappeared. I find it unbelievable. Somebody was telling me there's a place down here on the side which does, is it pancakes? And I think, they're not cheap, though. I don't know. Can't remember. But they took over from another shop that did thin pizzas, which cooked really, really quickly. Because they're, proper pizza, like you'd get in Italy. Not the sort of stuff you get where it's got, stuffed crust. You want a smack in the mouth, all that kind of stuff. But, no, so I've quite fancied... yesterday I had pancakes, but I bought the ready-made ones. And I just put them in the frying pan, turned the heat right up, as if I was on the television, and then squirted some lemon juice on. Then I discovered I had some mango, sauce. So I could put that in the middle of it. That was particularly delicious. And I did have a box of fish fingers. I can't help it. I got obsessed with these fish fingers from Iceland. £10 for 3 boxes. But because it was a Tuesday yesterday, I got discount. I got the discount. You get the pensioners' discount, which is very nice. And I didn't even ask for it. I think she just looked at me and saw this sad old man limping and thought, oh, give him the discount for God's sake. I've been before. I think she remembered me. Because I was going to say about the discount, but I didn't like to look cheap. So when I got outside, I checked the receipt and it went pensioners discount. I mean, honestly, how to feel really depressed about things. But Perdita, we like these tiny garments. It's a bit embarrassing, isn't it, if you're a bloke and they give you a tiny garment? You think, excuse me, could I have a large garment, please? Steve, Sainsbury's have tins of sliced Bramley apples for 90p. I use them all the time, says Delia. Hello, Delia. Delia's written to us. It's nice, isn't it? I do. So I haven't been to a Sainsbury's. Perhaps I should go, actually. Perhaps I should go and have a little... Where is... Oh, it's up at Hampton, isn't it? Oh, yes, we remember that one very well. Excuse me. Cup of tea and everything. It's still cold. It's colder outside this morning than it was the other day. What? Oh, you thought the tea was cold? No. Back in the early 70s, says Les, I worked in a warehouse in central Manchester called Gay Whey linings. It was owned by a Jewish guy who part-owned Triple Grand National winner Red Rum. Wow. Yes, I mean, people use the word gay all over the place. Gay blinds, gay this, gay that. Nobody, it didn't have any other meaning until it had meaning, and then people went, sure, it's really cool, you know. Want people to think about the wrong sort of things. Steve, years ago, you couldn't get Karamak bars here in Ireland. Anybody going to the UK would be ordered to bring some back along with boxes of mini bars of Cadbury's Dairy Milk, says Mary, somewhere in Ireland. See, I never really got into chocolate. I nearly bought chocolates in Costco yesterday because the box looked so nice. I thought, I'll put them out there and they'll swoop on them. And then they'll all be complaining, we put on weight, it's Steve Allen's fault, Steve Allen bought us chocolates and, all the rest of it. But I was very pleased yesterday that the Nardicots went, the Satsumas, they're very good. They've just got a slight edge to them, and they're in season at the moment. And you can get a big bag of them for a few quid. So that's what I did yesterday, actually. Steve, I spent £40 in Iceland the other day. The frozen meals from Chiquito restaurant. Looking forward to my burrito. See, that's Mexican, isn't it? Is that Mexican? We're about to have a new one open. It was in the place where Nero's coffee shop was. I think it was Nero's or one of the other ones. And it's going to be called Chipotle. I don't even know what that is. What is Chipotle? It's what? Oh, Chipotle. Oh, excuse me for breathing. Yeah. What is it? American Spanish restaurant. Is it actually a sit-down restaurant or is it fast food takeaway? Right, because we've got another one over the road which does burritos and beer and everything else. It's not cheap. It's not cheap. Quite expensive, but this Chipotle is opening soon. They're sort of fitting out the interior of it. Is it a chain? I think. Oh, massive chain, is it? Bit like when... Oh, right, okay. Would I like the food in there? I don't know. No. Bit cheap. Oh, right. Oh, shan't bother then. What's the point? I don't want to go somewhere that's cheap. I only want to go somewhere that's very, very expensive. I'm going to give them loads of money just then in case. Fancy spending £40 in Iceland. I didn't realise you could actually spend 40 quid in Iceland because everything's quite cheap. I mean, that'd be an awful lot of boxes of fish fingers. But they are particularly good, actually. They are particularly good. Steve. Somebody else telling me that Mark and Jan are on their way to Hull for an ambulance shift. How nice. How nice. Steve, I know the original Milky Bar kid, and he lives in Canvey Island and really wore glasses. He's known as Milky Harris. I don't believe that. He must be dead by now, the original Milky Bar Kid. Because the funny thing was that they actually sold it quite well. The Milky Bar Kid is strong and tough, and only the best is good enough. The creamiest milk, the whitest bar. The goodness that's in Milky Bar. And then he'd go, the Milky Bars are on me, and that's when they flattened him and took all the Milky Bars from him, which was good. Yeah, there's been quite a number over the years. There you go, the British Candy Connoisseur. I wonder why they put them in glasses. They weren't all in glasses, but most of them appeared to be. Oh, the new Milky Bar Kid was a girl. Oh, why don't they want that? That's ridiculous. It's a Milky Bar Kid. Can't call girls kids. But he's still around. He's still around. Bless his heart. Imagine your claim to fame was, I just held up Milky Bars on the television, said the Milky Bars are on me. You know why? See, nowadays you couldn't get away with this. Not allowed to dress up as cowboys and stuff like that. Whereas in my day, we all, you had a cowboy outfit and then you got the... Native American Indian headdress, and I had a tomahawk and everything, and you'd sort of dress up and then you'd pretend to be on a horse. We used to go galloping around the fields and everything. We weren't really galloping. We didn't actually have a horse. Next door's dog had to do, and that didn't want to play games either. So we used to love stuff like that. I'm determined to hit the news on time. So it's 4:30.
This is a passenger announcement. You can now book your train on Uber and get 10% back in credits to spend on Uber Eats, so you can order your own fries instead of eating everyone else's.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. Apparently, Dave from Queens, New York, says Chipotle is big here, but make sure you're near a bathroom. Joanne says, have you been tempted to buy an air fryer at Costco? I haven't, actually. I don't have much luck with air fryers and stuff like that. I'm a bit battle-scarred, I'm afraid. A little bit battle-scarred. But, no, I mean, I know people say they're really good. Shane says, I'm going up the shops. I'll buy your milkshake. Might be a bit warm when it gets to the UK. Can you imagine sending it? Which I think actually could be quite a nice idea. It's like I used to buy years ago bags of ice, years and years ago, from Iceland. £1 a bag it was. And somebody said, it's only water, Steve. Don't get too excited. And I'd fill up the sink, the washing up bowl, with all this ice and then stick everything in there because it was easier to go and buy the ice than it was to make it in the freezer. But I always wanted to have one of those big double-fronted American freezers where you open it up and you've got everything of vegetables and all the rest of it, and ice and an ice machine and all that kind of stuff. I always think that would be the ultimate. So we'll wait and find out if we won the lottery. What else we got? Oh, the Queen Consort, Camilla, breaking with tradition. She's not going to be wearing the crown with the Kohinoor diamond in. Apparently politically insensitive. Okay, so they've got another crown which they've taken out of the Tower of London, which I think was Queen Mary's, and that will be adapted so that she can wear that one. What else have we got? Oh, Dawn Neeson's column for today, which is lovely. And the taxi chiefs, this is the licensed taxis, the black taxis, blasting cyclists for filming them and then snitching to the police. Have you done it? It's so exciting, honestly. He's done it all by himself. Did I win something? Oh, it'll be £2.60. Is it just one notification? 3? It'll be £2.60. And the most I ever won on the lottery was £4,000. That was a long time ago when it first came out, when you stood a chance of winning. Now, I mean, about as much chance of winning as you and me flying to the moon, picking up a McDonald's and flying back down again. If I win the lottery, we can do that. Yes, I know. We can go up in that. We can go up in that Virgin thing, can't we? Is he still doing those flights up to the moon? I just want to see what it looks like. I just want to sort of go up there and look back down on the Earth and go, because every time you see all the other planets, you look at them and you think, well, that's a mountain range. I know what that looks like. But I mean, do you think there's something round the corner? Round the corner. Is there going to be people going, oh, God, they found us again? There might be people up there. They have to pull the shutters down on all their little shops and things like that. They don't want, hordes of tourists turning up on Mars. That'd be a nightmare, wouldn't it, really? Tony Blair's son, Ewan, has collected an MBE at Windsor Castle. Jobs for the boys, isn't it, really? Want an MBE? Yeah, go on, give him an MBE. Apparently it services to education, I believe. They come up with everything nowadays. The woman who was so fat, she sat on a sofa and broke it. Because I've seen people run, you run and you jump on it and then you sort of lie down on the settee. But so she lost 10 stone. Now she's got a new sofa and it doesn't break anymore. Because I don't think they make them as strong. Because I've got like a chaise, it's not a chaise longue, but it's quite a big, deep settee. And it's got big cushions and back cushions and side cushions and everything else. And I bought it years and years ago, and it's really quite comfy. It's certainly comfy for sleeping on. And because I have a thing about being of a certain height, so I bought booster cushions, which you buy on Amazon, and it's dense foam but covered in a red velour, which is what my settee. I know it sounds revolting, doesn't it? But I quite like it. And you put these cushions on. I've got 2 of them, and it raises me up. You raise me up so I can stand on mountains. You raise me. I'll tell you, this programme, one of these days we'll bring in the Mormon Tabernacle Choir and we'll have an absolute field day. It's always been my ambition to win the lottery and fly them all over here so they can sing all the songs that I want to hear. I've watched them on the television, seriously. Very, very odd life at the moment. You think I was drinking. Sorry? We'd have them in Leicester Square. They do a very good thing when they do their shows at Christmas, the Mormons. They have this huge hall, which is, I don't know what there's a name for it. It's in Manger Square or so. Anyway, it's a little bit white American. You don't find many black people in the Mormon Tabernacle Choir. In fact, I have spotted 2 of late. But anyway, they do these shows at Christmas and they sing. They've got a thing about ringing bells. So they have bell ringers in, a full orchestra, and they've done Dickens before. They've had Angela Lansbury in to sing, and it's beautifully choreographed and put together, and then all the Mormons who live around Salt Lake City, they go to this thing and they contribute, and they have people who dress up as ballet dancers and they dance, and it's costumed. It's really good. Just type in Mormon Tabernacle Choir Christmas Show, and you see this vast hall, this absolutely enormous place, I think was purpose-built, and their organ is the biggest that I've seen. It is absolutely huge. I mean, the actual pipes, there it is. Look at it. I mean, it's just, I've never seen an organ that size before. That is, I mean, I've worked in my time down at Central Hall, Westminster, which is in Parliament Square, and they've got a huge organ as well. And when we used to do the concerts down there, I used to say, because there was always be somebody who said, I can play the organ for you, Steve. And I'd say, do you want to hear this organ? Because they were all musicians and they were fantastic. And so, consequently, they would play it. But the Mormon Tabernacle Choir, it's Temple Square, actually. This is the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. But they've got certain things which I don't recognise. Look at the size. I mean, it's blooming enormous. But they can fly people. They've got, in the ceiling, they had all these wires. So they had Charles Dickens, who was flying up over the crowd. Hugh Bonneville's worked it. It's fantastic. I mean, it really is absolutely quite something. But I don't understand the connection with the bell ringing. They do this thing where they all stand there and ring bells, and then they have these angels, women who come in. But if you look at it, it's very white. There's not a lot of ethnicity in there at all. But what they do is fantastic. And I've watched their shows for ages and ages, and I quite like the idea that they still do things. Because listen, if it gets people in there, I mean, whether they're any good at Christianity, I've got no idea. They had a guy called David Archuleta, I think, who won, like, America's Got Talent, and they brought him on, and he was sensational. And then he's devoted his life to working for the Church of Latter-day Saints. And I just thought they were very interesting. You know, if you're into sort of Christmas and you like the idea of people singing carols and stuff like that, which I do, I have to be honest, I'm a little bit traditional. I mean, I made myself cry earlier on. Oh, there you go. Bells at Temple Square. So the group is a double-handed choir performing with 27 to 37 ringers on 2 sets of handbells. And I mean, they just stand there on all the stairs coming down, ringing these bells. Because there's a way of doing it. It's called campanology, apparently. And believe you me, when you've seen it, you will not disagree. It's very camp. And they sort of ring these bells. It's quite good, though. I mean, it is very good. Very, very good indeed. So they have all sorts of things there, and you get to hear all their... So they do a different take on some of the Christmas carols. But I just think it's nice. Forgot what I was talking about before that. Anyway, it doesn't matter really. I should come back to it later. Because I just like hearing... Oh, that's right, I made myself cry. I don't know why. I was going through YouTube, and I watched the Queen's funeral. I don't know why. And I'm watching it, and I'm sort of thinking... It was just, you know, you've got all the royal family there, even ghastly Harry and ghastly Andrew, and they were sort of there. And Charles, you know, once they get to did they do it in St Paul's or were they Westminster Abbey? I can't remember which place they did it in. Westminster Abbey. And you can see Charles has got tears in his eyes because it's just it's this overwhelming thing, and they bring, you know, the coffin in on the gun carriage and all. And I just kept thinking, do you know, she was good. Millions turned out to see her funeral. Millions of people, you know, hundreds of thousands of people filed past the lying in state thing. I mean, just absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. So I sort of watched it and I found myself tearing up a bit, and I thought, grow up, for goodness sake. It's ridiculous. Because I don't generally cry at stuff like that. I never knew her. I never met her, but I just thought she was good. I just thought she was absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And so when she died, you know, it was such a... She seemed to go downhill fairly quickly. She had a couple of meetings with people, and then all of a sudden she just seemed to just look different. But awful. But, I mean, great fun to watch it back and to sort of celebrate the life. Steve, Chipotle is a hot chili used for making chipotle sliced meat and chipotle sausages. Oh, that's why somebody said you need to be near the bathroom if you eat it. So it's basically... It's chili. Chili does act as a fairly powerful laxative, I'm told. Yes, it's almost as good as a double espresso. That has a very dire effect, actually. Steve, BBC Radio Shropshire are already debating the favourite biscuit of all time. I phoned 3 times, Steve, says Sel, They had 5 listeners, thanks to you. Oh, it's good. We like to boost them up. Because I've always said about BBC Radio Shropshire, more people working there than listening. But, you know, that's a bit like Vanessa Feltz's show on the television, isn't it, really? And somebody says, surely you can afford whatever fridge freezer you want with your pension bonus. Yeah, but I don't want to make a big deal about the pension. I mean, I have reached pensionable age. It's not that I'm taking something that I'm not entitled to. I'm also going for child support as well. Don't say anything to anybody. I'm going to see if I can push that one through. And also adoption. I think I might take in some people and see if I get any money that way. And as I can run something at home, you know, looking after sort of people who are sort of destitute and they want somewhere to go warm, and I could make them chilli. And that'd be quite nice. I do like a chili, actually. A chili con carne is very nice indeed. Friday, Steve, says Connie, the 13th of Feb was a great day for me. I went to Vodafone and a genius fixed my phone. Now I got my emails back and a new password. The new password is so easy to remember. Well, my one's easy. I made the big mistake. Jack's now got my passwords. So it doesn't matter where he is in the world. He can just, you know, when I'm asleep, you know, the phone might come to life in the sitting room. All of a sudden, it starts glowing in the corner. You start going, oh, God, he's back, he's back. And then all of a sudden, he starts downloading stuff. He'll be ordering stuff on my Amazon account and things like that. Most of it, luckily, is face recognition. So we can't access the bank account, thank God. But you have to trust people in this business whilst they're here. Yeah, the Steve Allen mask. That's right. They did that in a Colombo. They took a picture of this guy and he was wearing a mask, and then they went, and Colombo went, yeah, but no shadow. No shadow. And I remember thinking, he's so clever. Should we take a short break? I see no reason why not. It's 14 minutes to 5.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning. My friend Chris says, morning, Captain. He's got the boys on board today. He said it's take your dad to work day. I think he makes these things up, actually. He said, so far, they have only been a bit annoying and are only 10 minutes late, which is lovely. So, honestly, fancy getting them up at this time of the morning, sticking them in the car. Poor boys. Poor boys. But that's very sweet. Thank you very much indeed for that. I always like to see what people are doing. So... bless his heart, we've now got this sorted out because Jack sorted it out. So I've had to give him all my passwords. I've got no secrets left at all. He goes through it and then he said to me, oh, you've won something on the National Lottery. I thought, how do you know? How many do we know how many downloaded? There must have been quite a few emails, weren't there? Oh, you didn't look. Quite a few, though. Yeah, so I've got 1, 2, 3 notifications about the lottery, but you can't sign on until 6 o'clock. Because they close overnight for maintenance. What maintenance they've got? I mean, how long does it take to count my hundreds of thousands of pounds out? I mean, it's ridiculous. Just put it in a box and then sort of send it over to me. What else have we got? I like checking all these things. Oh, my God. Oh, look, somebody says, would you be my Valentine? Don't think so. I'm a bit old for that kind of thing. And... wait a minute. Oh, there's quite a few came in. That's very good. I wish I'd thought about that before, actually. There's all these adverts now that you get on your telephone, and it's for... what's it for? Oh, plants. Plants, which I quite like, actually. I quite like looking at plants, because I like plants by post. There you go. Actually, it's amazing how many scam things you get on your telephone. They've got an invoice here, due by Feb the 13th. And it's for $489.99. And you think, do I sound stupid? Thickos. Honestly, these people. It's so embarrassing, isn't it, really? But I like going through them. Just to find. It's amazing how many you get. I've got loads. Loads of them. I'll have to read them a bit later. You know, bear with me. At the moment, we're worrying about Chris and the kids in the car. Take your dad to work day. Imagine. If the kids could drive the car, you can imagine how bad that could be. Also, there is actually, you'll like this story, Chris. It's about a British dad who's got his hands full. His partner's given birth to quintuplets, which is 5. I mean, that must be like sort of shelling peas. I mean, you know, you put down newspaper in the corner, you practically got your own football team. But it means that they are now parents to 12. 12 because they've got another load at home. So they've got... See, I think that's brilliant. I like that family on the television where they've got 21 kids and counting. I think that would drive my friend Chris to distraction. But that's quite... They all seem very well behaved. Especially the little ones don't do well behaved. I got on the train yesterday and there's a woman on there, and it was there was a 10-carriage train, which drives me mad because you've got to walk so much further. I could do an 8-carriage train, but a 12-carriage or a 10-carriage train, there was nobody on it apart from this woman and her kid who kept running up and down because she couldn't work out whether they could sit in first class. And I wanted to say to her, this is, you can sit anywhere you like on this train. They don't, separate first class. So, of course, people love sitting on first class trains. But as I'm walking down the platform, you see people sitting on the train with their feet on the seats. Who are these peasants? That drives me mad. They do it on buses as well. Ghastly. Steve says, you're always talking about food. Hardly ever mention it. Hardly ever mention it. Seriously, I mean, I very rarely talk about food. But apparently this morning we're not only getting the vanilla ice cream, we're getting strawberries as well. Yay! Fantastic. But we're having our last meal in Manila before flying back to Bangkok. And your talking makes us hungry. And so I'm repaying you back. Thank you for keeping us entertained on our holiday. And they've sent me in a picture of themselves, which is quite nice. Because it's always a bit of a shock, isn't it? When you see people's pictures, people have been writing in for ages, and you think, I wonder what they look like. And then you see what they look like. And that's when you contact the police. And you basically put a restraining order on them. It makes it so much easier, doesn't it? On this day, in 1971, after 1,200 years, Britain abandons the pence and shillings. Now, of course, they won't know what this is next door. They've got no idea. They don't know. I was going to bring in some of the money, but there's no point. But, yeah, threepenny bits, shillings, all these things, pennies and all that kind of stuff. I suppose it became easier, but I always thought the moment we went decimal, they rounded everything up. So everything became much more expensive. McDonald's are doing a cheaper menu at the moment, or soon, but they've increased the price of some of their other things. So it sort of swings and roundabouts. Every day I do go past McDonald's at Waterloo Station, but I have to check the time because if I can't make the platform by sort of 7:33, I'm completely screwed. So I have to, and I sometimes think, why don't they do those blasted potato waffles again? Because I could buy 6 portions of those and just eat them up the escalator, which is quite nice. And Steve, I tried to research that choir you were discussing earlier. It's the Mormon Tabernacle Choir. Mormon, in fact, all you need to put is Mormon Choir Christmas, and it will show you all of the ones that they've got. Seriously, they're very well done. Very well done. Waitrose do a tin of essential Granny Smith apple slices, £1. I've never found them. I don't know what department they're in. I've looked around. I've gone down on my knees. I've had a good look on the bottom shelf, because sometimes you can't see what's on the bottom shelves, but, I get there eventually. What else? We will get round to Dawn Neeson's excellent column, and pints with a foamy head. See, I was always told when I worked in a bar years and years ago, you do a pint and you do it, first of all, with a foamy head, and then you turn the glass on the side, and then so you go up, so you end up with the foam. Well, they're now doing away with the foam. They've decided that they're going to cut down on waste, because you don't really drink the foam. I don't know whether it looks pretty, because I always thought if you didn't have the foam on the top of it, it looked flat. That's what I thought. But, I don't drink beer or lager or anything else like that. I'm just a Prosecco person. I don't even vary from that. If ever I go out, it's Prosecco. I never think about having anything else. I'm too worried about getting drunk. I went to an LBC party years ago. We were in I think it was a Christmas party or something. We were in a bar over the road. I had to be helped out. Because they'd gone, the bar's free. And I went, is it? Excitement. That's all you have to say to me. The bar is free. And I go, but I never know what to have. So I sort of start up and go, I'll just have a glass of Prosecco. And then you think, no, I need something a bit more substantial. And said, they didn't do cocktails in this particular place. So I then had a double vodka with the tomato juice. So that was a really serious Bloody Mary. And then I just sort of started drinking it without the tomato juice. So by the time I was helped out of the building, I can remember going down the street with people either side of me holding my arms up as my jeans slid gracefully to the pavement. It was all very embarrassing. But, listen, you're allowed to let yourself go on odd occasions. Short break for news coming up in a moment. Steve, on the way to Billingsgate Market, on a school trip, wishing I was still in bed. Love listening to you. Now I want ice cream. Oh, it's nothing. No harm in that. When I went to Costco yesterday, they do an ice cream and it's $1.95. And they put it in like a cup and they give you a spoon. And so for me, I can only have I can eat the little ones that Ian brings in because they're just the right size for me. But this thing was too much ice cream. It would have fed a family of 4. And so I only had about 6 spoonfuls and I have to throw the rest away. Dreadful waste, isn't it, really? But I mean, it's a case of, it was that soft scoop ice cream, which comes out of a machine, and I quite liked it, actually. Steve, I heard you a couple of weeks ago mention you interviewed Nielsen, Harry Nielsen, yes, who sang Without You. Well, I can forget this evening, or your face as you were leaving, well, I guess it's just the way. Do you remember the song? Probably the way you remember it. I thought so. It's a very, very popular song. Anyway, my mother-in-law is dating Ron Griffiths, original member of the Ivy. Oh. Badfinger, who were the first band signed to the Beatles' Apple label, originally wrote Without You. Oh, right. But Richard is the TV film facilities guy. Woo. We get lots of people in showbiz listening to this programme, which is good. The beer foam story is so they can save on CO2, which is expensive, says Paul in Baku. Thank you. I didn't know that, as I say, because I don't drink it, but I just assumed that was it. And somebody says, I thought the sweetest thing at the late Queen's funeral was the wee corgis and her beloved pony Emma, I think, making an appearance. I just, Kim, watching it, I just remember thinking, she gave her entire life with that ridiculous dysfunctional family, and then she sort of dies, but then she'd have been pleased that she had a good turnout. She had a very good turnout. I don't know if it was as big as Diana's funeral. I mean, that one. I mean, I can remember when the cortege came out from Kensington Palace with Diana. I was watching it with a friend of mine because we had the book which contained all the day's events, what was going to be happening. It had the speech. It had everything in it. And we watched it, people going, "We love you, Diana." I thought, well, she can't hear you. But it was interesting. I mean, there were, 2,000 people attended the ceremony in Westminster Abbey, and I think the British television audience was 32.10 million people, which I think is the highest viewing figure ever. I think worldwide it was like 2.5 billion. I'll probably get the same for mine. I'll get the same for mine. They'll be going, just want to make sure he really is dead. Don't him coming back to life again, please. It could be terrible. We'll take a short break, shall we? I think so. Don't forget, if you're listening via an Alexa smart speaker, you can send a message to me. Just say, Alexa, send a comment to LBC, and it will arrive in my inbox, which is waiting, because you'll appear in orange. At the moment, I've got yellow and blue. What they're signified by, I've got no idea. I really don't know. And my friend Warren says, I forgot to mention that at Gloria's do the other day, she was raising a lot of money. Tony Christie, who sang Amarillo, I never knew who he was. I kept having to say to people, who's that? Oh, he's very famous. Not only did he sing Amarillo, he also did In the Avenues and Alleyways. I Did What I Did for Maria. Oh, my goodness me, very famous, very famous. So, good afternoon, eh?
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's early breakfast. The song Without You was actually written by Peter Ham and Tom Evans, who were with the group Badfinger, who also sang No Matter... Oh, right, that one as well. They were on the Apple label, which, of course, was the Beatles. Thank you, Ian. Do we still have Captain Birdseye? The only reason I asked that, didn't they change it for a woman or something? I know they had one Captain Birdseye who used to advertise the fish fingers, and there were all these kids on a boat. And for some reason, he managed to sort of cook them fish fingers out there fishing. Very nice indeed. I was very impressed by things like that. because I do like my fish fingers. Harry and Meghan still not sure whether they'll come to the coronation. Oh, go away, boring pair. What do you mean you can't? Are you busy or something? I mean, put it this way, it's not a complicated question. It probably is for them. It's a case of, are you busy on that day? If you are, then you're not coming. If you're not busy, then you can come, OK? But you will be shoved at the back, OK? And nobody will talk to you because you're persona non grata. So they won't commit to Charles's coronation. Well, stay in America then. Faffing around like a pair of old Marys. Ridiculous. Never had anything like it. Connie Booth. You know Connie Booth, of course, because she was in Fawlty Towers, and she's very miffed that John Cleese is bringing back Fawlty Towers without consulting her. She's 82. I find it impossible that these people age. 82 is very good indeed. But John Cleese, you know, he does what he wants to do, I suppose. Spies in the skysphere after the US popped another balloon. I don't know where they're coming from. I don't think they're China now. I don't think they're China. However, Rishi Sunak has said he'll do whatever it takes to keep the UK safe from the threat of foreign spy balloons. Yeah, so you could sort out the nurses' pay at the same time, or is that too much for you? You obviously can't multitask, can you? You know, you only get a balloon. You're not exactly going up yourself with a bow and arrow, are you? You just sort of say, shoot them down. Now can we do the nurses' pay? I don't know why it's so complicated. They just faff around, don't they? Really is ghastly. What have we got? Oh, this is the Rugby League star. Do you know this is a whole-page story in most of the papers? This is a Rugby League star at the centre of a sex in an alley video scandal. I mean, never, ever have sex in an alley. It is ridiculous. There's no room. People can't get past you. You know, there'll be a camera up there. For goodness sake, friends of Lauren Westerman says it's over between her and Joe after a video emerged of him allegedly performing a sex act on a mystery woman. Oh, don't tell me she's going to sell her story as well. I couldn't bear it. 1 minute in a field, next minute in an alley. But apparently primary school teacher Lawrence spoke out after the footage of the boozed-up Castleford Tigers, Westerman, was shared widely. She was horrified. They've got three children. She was absolutely horrified and tweeted that the woman in the video was not her and pleaded for it to be taken down. She says, "This is not me. We have 3 children, one of whom is almost 15. Which must be absolutely embarrassing. I mean, you know, something like that. But anyway, he says he'd like to apologise to his family and friends, and also to the supporters and sponsors. I mean, it is embarrassing, isn't it, when something like this happens? And it's claimed that she's told a pal the 9-year marriage is over. He did arrive for training, and apparently he had received a substantial fine and would have to carry out community service to educate young people on the effects of alcohol. So, not bothered about the sex bit. They're just worried about the alcohol. You know, the sex bit's kind of thrown in as an afterthought. And so she said it's all finished. Because that's what I would think, actually. It was very interesting. Now, who said it? Oh, here we go. Polly Hudson. She's talking about Ben Afodu, you know, who was the one who was with Vanessa Feltz, who's still milking one hit song from over 20 years ago. He was in Fats and Small. He's revealed the reason he cheated on his partner of 16 years, Vanessa Feltz, is because he felt insecure, wait for this, because she wouldn't marry him. In other words, it's her fault that he was unfaithful. There you go. An equal opportunities gentleman, an all-round decent bloke. He also described the sex he had behind Vanessa's back as a chore. All the women involved in this depressing saga, beyond well rid. You know, it's as simple as that. So it's Vanessa's fault because he didn't marry her. She didn't want to marry him. She was just sort of happy the way things are going. And that's why he felt insecure. What a crock of what's it. What, absolutely. Honestly, more pathetic by the day. More pathetic. I tell you what, why don't you go back to wherever you were performing, where you're managing to find all these people. Ridiculous, honestly. Kim says, nurses pay. Bravo, Steve. I wish they'd sort them out. Well, I mean, so Rishi Sunak makes a sort of a fatuous comment about shooting down a balloon. And we say, well, if you can do something like that, and almost like a matter of urgency, why can't you sort out the nurses' pay? I just don't understand. Perhaps he doesn't care. Perhaps he doesn't, because let's face it, he's stinking rich. Why would he care? Even if he loses his job as Prime Minister, he can live, you know, in abject luxury for the rest of his life. Goodness sake. But it does annoy me. What? Ooh, don't. Have you seen the lyrics Julie Andrews used when she sang My Favourite Things to celebrate her 85th birthday? It's hilarious. I think I might have seen it, actually, Anne. She's 85. I know Julie Andrews is 85. It's just unbelievable. Really is unbelievable. And I used to live next door to Tony Christie in Lichfield. Almost ran over him in Waitrose's car park once because he wasn't looking where it was going. But doesn't matter, does it? Another one here, which says you can actually check the lottery from 5 a.m. No, you can't. No, it's closed. It's closed. It's 6. I do know these things. I have been doing the lottery a lot longer than you, and I'm better educated in the ways of the lottery. Steve, I'm just driving to work at Waitrose. Canned apples will be in the dessert section, says Penny. The dessert section? What's that? The dessert section? It'll be in tins. Will it be in the bakery section? Oh, right. Freddie thinks it's in the bakery section, so I might have to go and investigate that one and find it. But it doesn't matter because I've actually got 6 tins of it arriving today, which is good. Another one here, which says Jack is eating a sausage and egg sandwich. You must have made it because I don't think anybody actually does anything like that. I don't think anybody makes a sausage. Do they make a sausage and egg sandwich? I don't think they do. It sounds like a great combination. Sausage and sort of egg mayonnaise sandwich sounds very nice. Do you think Pret do that? I would have that in a sandwich or a roll if I was making it at home, actually. There's also this new thing they've got coming out. It's a new scanning system. It's going to prove that they're way ahead of the game. This may be able to identify patients at risk of a heart attack years before they might happen. But that's just like me going, you will suffer a heart attack. Ultimately, that's the thing that's going to kill you. You're going to die of a heart attack. You don't need a scanner to tell you that. You just go, you're going to die of a heart attack in years to come. You go, oh, great. How do you know that? Well, I just know these things. I am fully qualified. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. A lot of people telling me about the beer foam story, which is very good. Jeremy reckons Julie Andrews is actually 87. Wow. And Steve, I'm sure you will have noticed yourself, says Paul in Cumbria, that the Valentine's Prosecco tastes even better from a Groovy Gang flute. It does, you're quite right. And I won't hear a word said against them. We love those flutes. They're absolutely amazing. Dame Helen Mirren is going to lead a special tribute to the late Queen at this year's BAFTAs. And that'll be good. So the Queen, the real one, actually won an honorary BAFTA for her tireless support of the industry. Prince William will be attending. I don't think he didn't go to the last one, did he, for some reason? Yeah, he's the president of BAFTA, I think. Residents of a classic Doc Martin Cornish village have created a pop video in a desperate bid to recruit a replacement GP. I keep hearing all these people. They were doing it on Loose Women yesterday. And they were saying... And I think it was, who was it? Remember Janet Street Porter and somebody else. And they were talking about how difficult it is to get appointments with the doctor. You go in there, you have to do it online, and I can't do it online because I don't know how to do these things. Well, I just go in and say, well, in fact, actually, they generally send me a text saying, can you come in? We've got an appointment for you on such and such a day. So I get them fairly regularly. Although they're having to do something different with my tablets for today, which is what are they doing? Oh, that's right, they're moving a tablet. So I went to collect them, and they've got to move a tablet. So I do 9 in the morning, 3 at lunchtime, 2 at night time. And so I think they're moving one of the morning tablets to maybe lunchtime or evening. So they need to keep them, so I'm going to go and collect today. But they're very good. Very, very good. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And we're here till 7 this morning, when Nick Ferrari will be here. Also, this contraceptive pill for men that could be taken 30 minutes before sex is a step closer. You imagine if you can't find it. If you can't find it. This is a single dose of a drug blocking a fertility protein for 24 hours. They say it could be more effective than the daily women's pill. It's a non-hormonal compound. It stopped mouse sperm cells from maturing. Mice produce this stuff as well? Unbelievable. Male lab rodents mated with females, but there were no pregnancies. Oh, God. Imagine these poor things in these laboratories. Doesn't even bear thinking about, does it, really? God. You kind of sort of worry about it. And, Warren took a picture. In fact, he took a video. I got some videos the other day of my former producer, Elliot, performing with his band. He looked completely different. He looked quite at home standing on a stage. So I was quite pleased about that, actually. 5:15 is the time. What do we do at 5:15 every day? We make sure that we can get you to and from work very quickly. So we need the LBC Travel with the help of Joanne Webb.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, Steve. About these balloons, says Alan on the Wirral. If they only go where the wind blows, how do they steer them to where they want to spy? I don't know. I've got no idea. I find it, you're right, the wind has blown them off course. I mean, surely, because when I've seen one of them, this thing appeared to have like a metal frame inside it, and then the balloon goes over the top. And presumably the equipment's in there. I mean, perhaps they just literally send them up, and if they drift, they drift. If they don't drift, they don't drift. It is a bit odd, actually, isn't it? Another one here. Which says, so I've just checked my Lotteroma app and it's 5:10, says Sarah. Yeah, I can't get through at the moment because it's I can't pick up the internet in here. It says, oh, you can't do this. Oh, clever clogs next door knows everything, you know. Steve, talk about these balloons. Rishi said he didn't know where they come from. I do. Aliens, says Johnny. No, they're not. What do you mean they're aliens? Why would you send a balloon? You know, I mean, surely you'd come down in one of your high-tech spacecraft and it would look like Star Trek. And this thing would land in Trafalgar Square. They would come out, they'd have a look around, they'd shoot a few people, they'd blow up Nelson's column, and then they go, yeah, okay, we have McDonald's. You know, they'd know what all these things were. They'd know what these things were because they're obviously way ahead of us, because they can actually get to us and land, but we can't get to them and land. Which is a bit ridiculous. I mean, how many of these blooming things are? The balloons everywhere. I didn't see people yesterday with balloons. Did you get any Valentine's cards, Jack? No. Oh, your grandphone. Oh, that was... What did she say? Give us the money for the meal. Oh, Oh, that was nice. Happy Valentine. Oh, well, I'm very pleased about that. My friend Chris says... Eli says he's very funny, isn't he? Thanks. Thanks, guys. Thanks. We make an effort at this time of the morning. You have to make an effort. You know why? Because, as your dad will tell you, it's very competitive out there. Very, very competitive. And so, if you're just doing, you know, this is, that was, here we go, and a time check, it's not very interesting. So you have to actually, you know, I mean, you know, chucking in. I mean, I'm amazed, actually, that mice produce sperm. I mean, who'd have thought? I mean, seriously, it's never crossed my mind before. Never crossed my mind. It will now. That's why they keep reproducing all over the place, don't they? Oh, dear me. They don't lay eggs. Snakes lay eggs. And actually, not all snakes lay eggs. A lot of snakes give birth to live things. And do you remember that thing that they showed on the television? Was it a David Attenborough thing, where this thing on the beach, like a little mini sort of monster kind of thing, like a lizard, has to run the gauntlet of all these snakes which are trying to catch it? Have you seen that one? That is really frightening. You know, if you were that little lizard, you'd be running like heck to get away from these snakes which hide on the rocks. And then when they get one of these things, they wrap their bodies around it. And, oh dear, why do they do it? Why do they put themselves through it? It's ghastly. So yeah, somebody else asking about what Alan raised about these balloons. Yeah, those things. Look at them. They hide under rocks. It's the iguana, and it's looking around. But the trouble is, it's only when it moves that they know where it is. If it keeps still, they don't know where it is because they go on movement, and that's why it puts its tongue out. It's tasting the moisture in the air. That's what it is. Mine of useless information, aren't I? But then it's sort of, it tries to get away, and then the snakes just curl around it, and sometimes it manages to get away. Now, I don't know whether or not these snakes, I mean, presumably they are crushing it. There you go, and then it runs like heck. And these snakes chase it down the beach. I mean, I hate it, getting chased as a child, as if somebody came up behind me and chased me. I'm going, yeah. But you sort of look at it, and these snakes look quite dangerous, but they obviously eat iguanas. And snakes, you know, you'd be surprised how easy it is for them to climb over rocks. So I don't like things like that. I think that's far too frightening. It's like I'd have been useless back in the Jurassic period. You know, me and T-Rexes. You know, can you imagine being chased by... I mean, I would outrun a T-Rex, there is no doubt in my mind. But some of these velociraptors... I mean, have you seen the speed these things go? I mean, if they got you, I mean, that's it. Terrible. Steve, how do you drink from a flute, says Kathy. Don't the air holes make the liquid fall out? Don't start. Don't start. We've got Steve Allen flutes, Groovy Gang flutes, which are very nice, which we had. Also, Sabrina... You have to be a certain age to remember who Sabrina was. She was the glamour woman, the glamour girl who inspired a TV series. And there were lots of these sort of people. Dale's mother was very, very glamorous. Very, very glamorous. She was blonde. Sherry Winton was very, very glamorous. In fact, almost too glamorous. And she was known as the English Jane Mansfield because she was fairly busty. And we'd never met her before. We'd only talked about her. We hadn't actually met her. And we all went to a restaurant in Mayfair called Tandoori of Mayfair. Years and years ago this was. And Dale had said that my mother's going to come down. And so we were all in eager anticipation of exactly what she looked like. Because we didn't know. Didn't have computers in those days. And then the door opened, and it was as if somebody had turned off all the lights and then put on a spotlight over the door. And she walked in with this mink stole. I've never seen anything like it, seriously. Hair was immaculate. Makeup was immaculate. I felt like we were meeting royalty. It was almost like that. Oh, Stephen, I've heard so much about you. Thank you so much indeed. Thank you so much. Gucci Tom says, Connie Booth co-wrote Fawlty Towers, so maybe why she felt left out. Yeah, but I mean, he didn't tell her that he was writing another bit. That was the thing. You know, you'd thought out of courtesy. You know. Steve, I got the wife a lovely Valentine's Day present yesterday. A hot air balloon tour across America. Great. I love it. And, Steve, I think the aliens are responsible for sending the two biggest balloons on Earth. Johnson and Trump. Funny thing is, you know, you say Johnson and Trump. I mean, Trump complained about the halftime entertainment, didn't he, with it Rihanna or something? He didn't like that, which is rather peculiar of him. And Boris Johnson, even though he's a buffoon, people seem to like him. I would not be at all surprised if he bid again to be the Prime Minister. I mean, I don't know, I've just got this feeling. Or, you know, ask all the experts and they'll say he misses that side of it. He loves the publicity, and because he's a buffoon, you go down, people want to have their pictures taken with him. They just do. Amazing, isn't it, really? I get the same. Steve, my partner left a note on the fridge saying, this isn't working, I'm leaving. What a lie. I opened the fridge door and it's working fine, full of beer, says Johnny. See, I've never had beer in a fridge before. Maybe the balloons are from Pennywise, the clown. Why do I know Pennywise the Clown? Is this a horror film? I have a sneaking feeling it's a horror film. It's called It. It. Ah, right. Oh, and it is it somebody who is dressing up as a clown? Oh, it's that one there. It's a bit scary, isn't it? That is a bit frightening. Does the clown kill people? Oh, right. Kill a clown. Oh, I've heard about the drain thing. Good Lord, what was that? Red Balloon. I don't like films like that. I think that's a bit frightening, isn't it? Why do people want to go and watch horror films? Why would you want to deliberately sit at a cinema with a load of other people? Didn't they put in America, they had all the seats wired up to electricity, so at certain moments they could give you a jolt on your seat, and they could isolate different seats so you get an electric shock from your seat. I mean, why would you want to do that? Why would you want to go out? And didn't they have, was it the planetarium in London, I think at Madame Tussauds, the seat in front could squirt water at you? I seem to remember something like that. 4D. Oh, that's right, the seats move. That's right. Interesting, isn't it? You see, I don't want to get wet when I go to to watch something like that. But I do quite like the idea of not going to a cinema to be frightened. Because I have to keep reminding myself, don't worry, they'll go, OK, that's a take, we'll do it again in a minute. And that way I can get myself out of it, because I remember seeing Friday the 13th, and that freaked me out completely. I decided I didn't want to go and see any more of those horror films, and they made loads of them. And just when you think it's all lovely and calm, and these kids have been murdered on this sort of island thing they've gone to, and two of them are lying in this sort of little boat thing on the lake, and then this thing rises out of the lake to attack them. And, well, that was the moment that I wet myself, and I decided that maybe it wasn't a good idea to actually put myself into watching some of these dreadful films. Steve, says Les. Good morning. No, it's not Les, is it? It's actually Carmel. Says, good morning from County Wexford in Ireland. Do you know, I was watching an Irish group on YouTube, and they were very good. I can't remember their name now. But anyway, Carmel says, I turned 50 on Sunday, and my sister presented me with your Make Some Noise tea towels, steamed at the dry cleaners and framed just as you should be. You wear the crown so well. Yes, of course, we've got to think of something new for this year, haven't we, really? But we've got a show to get through first of all. And Darryl says, what idiot thought the best way to revitalise the hospitality industry was to make all the beer flat? Is this a woke joke? I don't know. It does seem a bit odd, doesn't it? But it's something to do with the CO2 gas, people tell me. But I don't know about things like that. I'm really not very good. We've got to stop blasting UFOs, says an RAF chief, until we know what's inside them. This is Michael Graydon, because they don't know. What we need to do is capture one, tether it, and then pull it apart and see what's in there. If it's something that's not going to go down very, very well, then you've got to sort of worry about these sort of things. Got to worry about it. Baldrick has a cunning plan to make a TV comeback. Wow. Classic comedy Blackadder's being revived after 20 years with a new episode. For comic relief, Sir Tony Robinson, 76, has signed up to reprise his role as Dozy Baldrick. And Richard Curtis says for the first time in 20 years, Baldrick is going to be giving some kind of performance. We're conspiring about it now. Rowan Atkinson will not be back in it. Richard said Rowan's far too serious to do any of that sort of thing. He is, actually. And Tom Hanks's famous marked box of chocolates from Forrest Gump has been sold at auction for £20,500. See, I've never seen Forrest Gump, but somebody bought it in time for Valentine's Day. It's a prop filled with 4 ounces of sand so it wouldn't fall off his lap, and it's been signed by Tom Hanks. And so somebody spent £20,000 on that because they thought it was the best thing going. Amazing, isn't it? I love it. Absolutely love it. Wait a minute. I've got another one here. Oh, so leave ET alone, they've said in the paper. This can only be the Daily Star. Nobody else would actually go for this sort of story at all. And apparently extremely sophisticated UFOs may have been flying over America for years. Well, they're not that stupid. They would know these things, wouldn't they? They don't need to sort of worry about all these things because they've got all the technology that you can possibly have. So there you go. The celebrities who put a price on their assets. You know, if you are known for your assets, for example, Dolly Parton has insured her boobs because they're part of her. Madonna is reckoned to have had hers insured for $1.2 million. Samantha Fox insured hers for $500,000 each. Comedian Ken Dodd's wonky pegs, teeth, were so valuable that he insured them for £4 million. Mikey Sarah's got her tongue insured for nearly $1 million. Very bizarre, isn't it? On late. I'll come back to some of the other ones, some very odd ones. There's somebody here who didn't cut his hair for years because he was advertising a shampoo. So he made sure that he still had it, which is good. 5:30 in a little tiny bit. Let's get the latest news headlines with Thomas Watt.
Girls! Sean! It's bedtime!
One more race! I'm almost done!
Okay, kiddos. That's enough. Time's up. On to the app.
Your Wi-Fi is going off.
Going off.
EE Wi-Fi Controls lets you pause the Wi-Fi on your kids' devices, helping them to switch off and drift off. Search EE Home.
Eligibility criteria apply. New EE broadband customers.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. What have we got here? A Jobsworth Council. But that limits it, doesn't it, really? And they were branded silly for dismantling a Valentine's Day mural by Banksy. And what they've done is they've taken away the freezer, which the housewife has seemingly shoved her male partner into, as only his legs can be seen sticking out. But the council, Jobsworth, carted off the chest freezer over safety concerns. What is the matter with these people? We had it a short while ago. Do you remember a few years back we had a council, they decided not to put Christmas lights up because they were a hazard. And bunting in the high street was a bit of a hazard. Oh, it's amazing, isn't it, that there's so many things that, you know, the council sort of worry about, whereas really, in fact, they don't seem fit for purpose. Many of them, it's absolutely ridiculous. Have you ever tried to speak to a human being at your local authority on the telephone? No, if I was going to speak to anybody, I'd go there. I'd go to the council offices if I needed to speak to somebody in authority. I don't do speaking to people in authority. I just totally ignore them. So they sort of write me letters or send me a text, you know, we want to change your gas meter, blah, blah, blah. I just ignore them. Totally ignore them. It's, you know, I make them, because they can't break in and do anything. Perhaps they think they can. So Tony Blair's millionaire son Ewan gets an MBE. They kept that one pretty quiet. He was given the gong for services to education. He's got a company called Multiverse, valued at 1.35 billion last year. His personal stake was reported to be worth 380 million, which is far more than his father. He brought, while his dad was Prime Minister, he reportedly bought a 7-bedroom London home, which features an iceberg basement with a swimming pool. Sounds quite nice, doesn't it? I like the sound of that. But I do like the pictures. I saw it on YouTube, I think, yesterday. And it was a guy in Manchester. He's a student. He's called Ben Camphor. And a dog had fallen into a canal. And he says, I had to rescue it. So his pals, and there's about 5 of them, were hanging onto his legs as he was lowered over the balustrade into the water to grab the dog. I mean, luckily, the dog didn't sort of swim away. It was there. He managed to get hold of the collar, and then they pulled him back up again. I mean, it's really quite something. Go and watch it on YouTube. You'll be very impressed with just how brilliant he was. This was in the Ancoats Canal in Manchester. The dog was called Sumac, if you please, but he rescued it from this freezing canal. I mean, the dog obviously thought, please help me, and so his mates lowered him over and hung on to him. Absolutely brilliant. See, those are the people we want. We want people like that. Much, much better, much better. Steve, Shane says that Banksy story was on the midday news down here. Oh, right. Right, interesting. And Chris says, greetings from New Delhi. I've left my residency permit in the UK, a bit homesick, so listening to you now kind of sort of makes me feel a little bit better about things, which is good. That's what we like. Could a blind person learn magic tricks? Yes. Yes, you could. Absolutely. Yes, there's no stipulation. In fact, I think I've seen a blind magician once working. I mean, the BBC have got a blind cameraman. And I remember, because I think he'd been on a thing, and they just feed him the information on his ears, so he knows whether he's going right, back, or something, you know, to the left a little bit, to the left, to the, you know, and so you could do it. You could do anything now. Absolutely anything. It's there's so many, you know, bits of equipment which can help you. Dawn Neesom's column is talking about Idris Elba, who says he's stopped identifying as a black actor because he doesn't want to be put in a box. He claims an obsession with race only hinders personal growth, and how right he is, says Dawn. Racism should be a topic for discussion for sure, but to view everything we do, say, are and think via the prism of something as mad as the colour of the skin is insane. She said, when I was a kid growing up just down the road from Canning Town, East London born, Luther, I was taught not to see colour. We were all equal. Now suddenly not to see colour makes you racist. She says, Team Idris all the way on this one. Also talking about poor little rich girl, Jemima Calm, who says she wishes she'd had an arranged marriage like the one in her new rom-com film, What's Love Got to Do With It? Yes, she said maybe that's the conversation she'd like to have with the 12-year-old girl still forced into arranged marriages and lifetimes of rape, slavery and abuse in a depressing number of countries around the world. Well, they run them as adverts to raise money. Girls who are sort of taken from the streets at the age of 11 and 12 and forced into marriage. Ridiculous. Also, Dawn Neeson says, what the actual hell was Stormzy playing at the Brits, turning up dressed in an immaculate suit and a shirt, looking fit, happy and at peace? Performing by just singing in front of an amazing orchestra. Thank God we had Sam Smith to show how it should be done, in no way ripping off everything David Bowie did 50 years ago. Sam Smith was wearing these peculiar, like, clown's trousers, you know, an exhibitionist of the first order. And so Stormzy, you know, did it like it should be done. Here's me, here's an orchestra, let's sing some songs. Sam Smith's going, look at me, look at me, look at me, look at me, here I am again. Tom Allen is doing a programme, I think, on the television tonight. His opening line is, I know what you're thinking, it's him again. Because he turns up on all these programmes. Nothing worse, is there, when you get somebody who's on the television, or I sometimes think, oh God, can't you find some other people? It's the same ones all the time. What was the other one I got? Oh, this woman who snapped her sofa, Caroline Archer, developed a phobia of breaking chairs and refused to eat out in restaurants in case her 24-stone frame buckled the seat. Well, I would worry about that. I would worry about something like that. Forget dreary January, by the way. Most of us reckon February is the worst month. I don't know what sort of quantifies it as a bad month. You know, a survey found it's when our motivation is at its lowest, focus struggling to feel positive. I'll tell you what, you know, you can always tell when it's a bad month, and you know that January was a long month because you had to wait 6 weeks before you got paid. So when you did get paid, it was a case of thank the Lord for that. You know, terrible. Steve, you've now won me over with Aunt Bessie's mash, one up on Iceland. It is delicious. It is delicious. And, in fact, it's even better than the one that they sell in Iceland anyway. And we trust Aunt Bessie. She's a nice person. She's a very nice person. Steve, do you remember Alan Allen's Magic Shop? Strange enough, I was talking to somebody about that the other day. There used to be loads of magic shops in London. You could go in there, and Alan used to be up at Holborn. And he would stand in this shop. He did jokes and everything else. And he would have an arrow through his head. It was on a bit of wire, and he put it over his head. And people would say, oh, have you got any stink bombs or something like that? And he'd go, is it in the window? Because if it wasn't in the window, he didn't have it. But he was one of many places in London. International Magic is still going. They're up at Gray's Inn Road, and they're hugely successful, hugely successful. And there's all sorts of companies on the internet. I mean, there's no shortage of finding magic. You know, Davenports have gone now, which is a shame because I spent many happy years in Davenports talking to Betty and to Al Woodrow and people like that. And but I bought some magic snakes there once and went to Pizza Hut to see how they worked as they exploded with clouds of black smoke. You could buy these indoor fireworks and it looked like a tablet, and you lit it with a match, and then all of a sudden this snake would appear out of this tablet. You can still buy them now. You can still buy them. The other one that frightened people was the air balloon, which was a little piece of tissue paper in the round, glued, with a cap. You know, you put in a cap gun there, and you would light it at the top, and it would float up to the ceiling and then go bang, like that, and it would frighten you. Always good for an elderly aunt or a loved one, you know, something to make things go through. But no, they were very good, Mike. Loved it. He said, I looked at my neighbour pouring scorn on me with disdain, Sir John Gielgud. Oh, Alan Allen was legendary. Alan Allen was legendary. Somebody's telling me, Kathy, is why the council took Banksy's freezer away. You're not allowed to put fridges or freezers out there for being collected without taping them shut. As kids explore them, we could get trapped in them. I mean, what kids are going to... I know what you mean. Oh, we've become so woke. You have to sort of take things away from it. Somebody put out a Christmas tree the other day in Twickenham. A Christmas tree, I ask you. We're into blooming February. And there's still only putting up. Oh, here we go. Warring Wags, Becky Vardy, what a bore, and Colleen Rooney send Valentine's Day messages to their loved ones. Jamie Vardy's wife, Rebecca, still trying to explain why she got fined $1 million, did a post for their kids with heart balloons. And Colleen posted pictures with her husband Wayne and their sons, adding, "Love you all so much." But as usual, the Beckhams have to get in. But Rebecca Vardy just looks like she's been caught in the headlights, doesn't she? Best place for her, I should imagine. Also, Waterloo Road star Adam Thomas believes the spirit of his late dad has taken over his pet dog Bella. I'm always amazed at where people get the names for their dogs from. We had a cat called Candy. It was a white cat, and our dog was called Jasper because he was a Cocker Spaniel. So, and I don't know where we got the name from. I can't remember if we had a vote in the family over what we were going to call the things. But Candy, I think, was okay. But I thought, hairs everywhere, white blooming hairs, a long-haired cat. You can imagine, can't you? And then all of a sudden she would lick her fur, and it would then go into her stomach, and it would create a fur ball, which she then had to bring up. So effectively, the cat sits there going, "Brr, brr." My mother would say, take the cat out, it's going to be sick. So you'd have to lift the cat up underneath it when it's still going, brr, brr, like that. Honestly, I tell you, the poor cat, honestly. She was... No, she went out at night, whether she wanted to or not. My dad would open the door and kick her out, and she'd look at him, and then she'd go and sit under the car, like, you know, with her paws folded and everything else. I don't want to be out here. And then she discovered next door had an aviary. Oh, fatal. Many's the time we'd open the garage door to find, you know, half a pigeon sitting there, minus its feathers. It was really quite embarrassing. Let's get the travel, shall we, at 6:45 with Joanne Webb.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, 10 to 6 is the time. It's Steve Allen's early breakfast. And somebody else says, I love February, Steve, says Pamela. Short month, so paid early and no council tax to pay. They reckon this year your council tax is going to go up. That's what they've said. I can't remember by how much. But you do worry about these things. But I applaud, Pamela, the short month. But, of course, I'm paid by the day. So if there's only so many days in the month that I get paid, it's a short month. You know, normally I like 23 days in the month because then I get paid. But they go council tax. 5% increases from April. Is there anything going down at the moment? Anything? Be lovely, wouldn't it, really, if you could actually say, oh, that's good. Apart from... people talking about Waitrose, they're going to bring the price of some... I don't know how people are affording things. I really don't. I find it very worrying for a lot of people in this day and age. Dawn Neeson says, what a brilliant Valentine's Day that was. Back to... honestly, I touch these things and then it vanishes. Back to equally lovely reality with the Daily Star column featured... on the fabulous Steve Allen Show. Thank you very much indeed. And back live telly. She's doing a news programme later. Shard, Titanic. Do you know there's a new hotel opening at Hyde Park Corner? It's next to the Lanesborough. Is it the Lanesborough? Used to be the hospital. I think it's opening later this year, but it's got two enormous Chinese... figurines outside in stone. I've seen them in other places, but these are huge. And it's a new hotel. As you go round, if you sort of ignore going down to Buckingham Palace, you go round a bit, and it's directly in front of you. They've been building it over the last few years. I mean, how many more hotels do we need in London? But it looks fantastic. It really does. I still can't get over the fact that they knocked down a cinema, just you come out of our front door, and they put up a huge hotel, the Londoner, and it's got a cinema in it. Because we used to look into this huge hole. I used to walk back when I was going to the car. And I remember thinking, how big is this place? And it's absolutely enormous. Absolutely enormous. James Locke, apparently he was on Towie, but nobody remembers him because he hasn't done anything for years. He got battered and bruised on a reality show. And... starts on Monday. Oh, so it's already been filmed. They've sort of filmed it so they can sort of tighten it up, as they say, make it look a little bit nice. Steve, all this political correctness, Arthur Askey and Sabrina's stage act, should never be allowed these days, as it mainly consisted of him swooning at her massive breasts, says James. Well, yes, also because Arthur Askey was small and she was fairly statuesque, so she could basically rest them on his head, I think. That kind of thing. But you're right, you wouldn't get away with things like that now, but in the early days you did. I was watching On the Buses the other day, and it's all to do with what Jack and, his mate can sort of pull on the buses, with the Clippies, in the days when they had Clippies. Now, of course, you have women driving buses. I know, it's unbelievable. They'll be giving them the vote next. I can't believe it, seriously. And so they do all this sort of sexual content, and the whole programme revolved around pulling, even when they're sitting having breakfast. They're then talking about, oh, you seen that nice clippy? I'm going out with her tonight. And you think that's the whole thing. That's all people think about nowadays. Goodness sake, honestly. Worry more about the price of chocolate milk and whether that's going up in the budget. That's what you have to worry about. And booze. Have you noticed that the booze they're always very careful with because they've got so many bars in the House of Commons? Steve, how come we are still paying high prices for free-range eggs? Do you know I haven't bought eggs for ages, Sue? I really haven't. So I wouldn't even know what eggs cost. But I do know in Waitrose, the person in front of me the other day, a lady, was buying eggs. She bought a dozen eggs. And the woman on the till opens them up and checks that they're all right. Presumably so somebody can't go back and go, oh, they were all broken or that kind of thing. So they sort of check it. They always ask you the same thing, don't they? Have you got a Waitrose card? Are you in the car park? I always go, no, I'm not. And then they go, you have a nice day. And I go, no, you have a nice day, thinking you won't. Because you're sitting there on the till just running these things over the top. How can you have a nice day doing that? Sometimes they sit there and there's nobody. So I feel duty-bound to go to as many of the checkouts as possible, just to make them feel a bit better out of them. Hello? How are you? I always say that because then they might think, oh, perhaps I know him from somewhere. It's a huge insecurity, but it doesn't really matter. So what else we got? Oh, Casualty. You know Casualty? Set in a hospital. They're going to air a grooming in football plot. I love the way that they feel that they have to, reflect life and things like that. You think, why can't we just, do we really have to reflect all of this life? It's going to be interesting. Also, shocking crimes by children as young as 4 years old, which is amazing. And two best pals in a nursing home, are celebrating turning 103 together. And one of them said, how have I made it to 103? She said, I flirt. So I'm going to start doing that. I'm going to start flirting, because it's good. Flirting. And that means you're going to live a long time. Well, that's what she said. I mean, I reckon it's down to the gin. I don't think it's anything else. I think she's boozed up, I think. The woke warriors who want to ban the word fitness. They think it's offensive to people. Well, it is if you're not fit, isn't it? And somebody says, are you doing fitness? Quite clearly not. That's it. Because, they always say to me, in fact, I was asked the other day in the doctors, do you get much exercise? Well, I mean, honestly, when I'd pick myself up off the floor from laughing, I said, do I look like I do exercise? I said, I do walk to platform 24 at Waterloo Station most days. I said, that's a bit good. Sometimes I have to pick my skirts up and move a little bit quicker because I hate it when they start blowing the whistles. That drives me. I've got whistles happening all over the blooming place. Lord Nelson... You know Nelson? Of course you do. Needed to wear glasses because he couldn't see everything. But he was too vain to wear them in public. He wouldn't have them in any of the pictures that were done of him at all. Whereas I think glasses are sexy as heck. I think they are absolutely the sexiest things going. No, Jack doesn't think so. I think they're great. I love them. Mind you, it does help the fact that I can't actually see anything without them on. But I'm all right for driving, so I can see distance. It's sort of, if I take them off, it just blurs a little bit. I've had the cataracts done. Can't understand it at all. What else we got? Rugby and rap. Yeah, this discovery in a field of a mystery-stained glove. I'm not sure about this at all. How can they only just have discovered it? It's like the caravan park they've only just discovered down there, and they've started investigating. I think that the police know a bit more than they're telling us. That's what I think they're doing. They've actually got, things going on, and I think they're sort of... They do these things. They do these things, and it means that they've got it, and they go, oh, let's sort of do this, and let's do that. And you think, well, why are you doing that? I become very suspicious, but I'm suspicious all the time anyway, actually. So I don't know, how many S Club 7 tickets do I need to buy? Oh, none. There you go. Solved that problem, didn't it, really? How much do you think they'd be... Do you have merchandise, sort of get your Well, they must. I mean, I don't know. The trouble is they never wrote anything, so I'm assuming somebody's going to make money out of them singing the songs. But the trouble is because they're all mid-40s now. I mean, a couple of them don't look fit enough to even get out of bed in the morning. Whether they're going to be able to do the dancing or perhaps they just have them sitting on stools, I don't know. Steve bought these Aunt Bessie's roast beef and Yorkshire pudding crisps yesterday. She's very good. She's very good. Very good. Steve, Guy says, I saw that new hotel in the car the other day. It's got these giant faux dogs outside. Who's going to go there? It'll be packed. I mean, the client, nowadays people don't walk to it. In fact, literally, if you come out of that hotel and turn left, you walk up to the corner by is it the Lanesborough or the Langham? I can't remember which one it is, actually. Used to be the hospital. But anyway, you've got a tube station there and you've got all the buses. So they'll have no trouble filling it. There are people who go around the world and they sort of enjoyed things like that. They enjoy going to different hotels. Somebody says, what do you mean you're going to start flirting? I did a presentation with you back at Chrysalis and you were flirting with everyone. I've never done a presentation in my entire life. Never done a presentation. That's the one thing I've never done. Not remotely interested. Steve, I've been in a newsagent's this morning to pick up my normal daily paper, and they're selling those Prime energy drinks. Have you seen these ones that they sell? It's ridiculous. I mean, just shove sugar cubes in your mouth. Ridiculous. Have you been watching the Royal Palaces programme on Channel 5? No, I found it very interesting, says Susie. I'm so looking not forward to Sarah Ferguson writing a book about her relationship with the Queen. That'll be fantasy time, won't it? But Sarah Ferguson, the royal family must be thinking, oh my God, maybe the Duke of Edinburgh got it right about her. Listen, music means we got the news at 6 coming up. Ever nearer the ice cream time, ever nearer. And if you're listening via an Alexa smart speaker, you can send a message. Just say, Alexa, send a comment to LBC. Apparently, the egg price is higher, says Paul in Ripon. Is higher because of the cost of feed and heating is higher. Oh, really? They get heating too? My goodness me. They're lovely. And how do the farmers make a living? With these sort of, I don't think many farmers do make a living nowadays. Supermarkets have them by the short and whatsits. News at 6, here it comes.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
Attention all passengers. You can now book your train tickets on Uber and get 10% back in Uber credits to spend on your next train journey. So no excuses not to visit your in-laws this Christmas.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Linda in East London says they complain that on the buses is not politically correct, but they allow explicit scenes in TV and swearing. Give me on the buses every day. Well, I mean, I like watching it because it's from a different era. But if you were going to be really pernickety about the whole thing, you sort of go, oh, I don't know, actually. Is this, can you get away with it? And the answer is yes, you can. Steve, I watched an interview with Reg Varney from an early 90s this morning on YouTube. He drove a bus into the car park. It was just like Alan Partridge, a bit of a car crash. Yeah, I mean, he died some years ago now, actually, but he was very popular. He did a film which was on the television, something to do with he dressed up in drag, and that's all I can remember. I think he was working as a comic on a caravan site or something like that. I don't know, actually. And 84850 steve at lbc.co.uk. No, definitely wasn't me. I definitely did not tell the sales team about a show in the main boardroom. In fact, I wouldn't even know where the main boardroom was at Chrysalis at all, actually. They wanted you to get more advertising. Nothing to do with me. Nothing. Perhaps you're confusing me with somebody else. 84850 steve at lbc.co.uk. And apparently if you lay on your back, says Brendan, and fake a laugh for long enough, you begin to laugh naturally. And that's your true laugh. Oh, right. I haven't tried it yet. But, yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, I don't really know, actually. I mean, sometimes things make you laugh where it'll be a slip. Just be a slip, actually. But, no, I certainly wouldn't be getting the boys to do anything like that. There's no room for them to lie down and start faking it. They don't need to fake a laugh. They laugh all the time on this programme. This programme is hilarious. If my friend Chris's boys think this programme's funny, then there you go. That's it. That's the way it works nowadays, actually. Talking of ice cream, when are you going to pop in for that ice cream? I promised you a couple of weeks ago. I work at Rossi's in Southend-on-Sea. We're designing some new flavours. New flavours? I quite fancied the idea of peanut butter flavour. Peanut butter flavour. I mean, all the usual ones have been done. I mean, all the fruits have been done, but something slightly unusual. I'm not into this sort of, snail flavour ice cream or anything like that. I wouldn't be interested in that. It would have to be something. I mean, peanut butter. I think you could do peanut butter. And also, it would have to be the right colour. So I don't know. It'll be interesting, actually. Raffles will open on Whitehall on the site of the old War Office. No, that's not the hotel I'm referring to at all. And this one is next to the. You come up from. Where would you come from? Knightsbridge. Come from Knightsbridge. Is it I don't know. I need to see a picture of the peninsula. I know the one on Whitehall because they've got flats there as well. Huge flats. And so Admiralty Arch will become a Waldorf Astoria. Yeah, no. This I know about that one. They've started on it already. Actually, we've got loads of hotels. That one, there it is. That's the this is the Peninsula. Which is, it looks very nice, actually. But I've watched them building it over the years. Well, they seem to have got it in a different sort of place, but they've got these two huge dogs outside, these sort of Chinese dogs, which is quite nice. Raffles down in Whitehall, there's going to be restaurants down there as well, and they've got flats for sale. Little bit expensive, but quite nice. But obviously, listen, there must be a market for hotels. They're not going to put up a hotel only to have two people staying in the blooming thing. They want a hotel that is full to capacity. And what happens is the people who jet around the world, who might have gone to the Lanesborough or something like that, will want to try a new hotel, and they'll be looking for new hotels. They'll be wanting to try them. My friend Jeff Stevenson, he's on the Q. I've lost it now. Where's he gone to? He's on the QM2 at the moment. He said the Reg. Oh, what was that? Strange choice. The Reg Varney film was called The Best Pair of Legs in the Business. You're right, it was actually, but he's in Malaysia on the QM2. How lovely. Imagine how nice that would be. How nice is that? A big fan of that one. Big fan. Very nice indeed. Christian, interestingly enough, used to work for LBC, and he's now elsewhere, but he was putting down, celebrating World Radio Day and talking about all the people that he'd worked with over the years. He said he'd worked with some smashing, people both in front of the microphone and behind it, and he listed everybody. He listed Clive Bull, Nick Ferrari, James O'Brien, Steve Allen Show. I get 2 mentions for some reason. 2 mentions with Christian. David Lammy, Tom Watson, Rachel Johnson, Ian Dale, the James Ware, everybody. He's worked with basically everybody, which is, and you do learn from experience, But just going back briefly to the Peninsula, it's opening shortly, and it's big. And it looks very nice. And people will go there. They'll be offering all sorts of concessions to people. Like in Vegas, when you go there and you gamble. If you're a really top-of-the-range gambler, they're going to throw everything at you. Free suite, free food, free booze, free everything. Because they did it on that programme with Louis Theroux. And it was a guy who sold mattresses. And he would jet in, all by his lonesome. They put him in the suite you've never seen. I mean, this thing was like a presidential suite. It was the size of about 10 flats. Came with its own butler, its own cook, and everything else. And all he wanted to do was gamble. So he would sit there all by himself with a croupier, gambling. And sometimes he'd win, but more often than not, he would lose. And that's why they comped him the rooms. Because even if he won $20,000 or $50,000, they knew he was going to be coming back to the hotel, in which case they'd take it back off him again. But this room, I've never seen anything like it. It was just unbelievable. And you get a butler who's, good morning, sir, and you're treated like royalty, but he just sold beds for a living. Did you see the programme? It was that was the same programme that had a little old lady who played slots, and her husband had been a doctor. And she reckoned she'd spent about $4 million in this casino. She said, they treat me real good in here. I thought, of course they do. You've spent $4 million, love. They'll give you any rooms you want. She had a little place and she had a son. And he didn't seem particularly bothered that she was spending his inheritance. But anyway, if it made her happy, that was quite nice. And she said they'd give me sandwiches and all the rest of it. And she didn't appear to win very much at all. But she'd been going there every day. They all knew her. They took her tea and coffee, because that's what they do. If you're going to gamble and you're going to lose, and they like you to lose, they like you to win as well. But because there's so much gambling going on in Vegas, every time you hear a bell ring and somebody's won a jackpot, you think, that could be me, could be... So it powers you on, because you're drawn in by the whole thing. If you've ever been to the Hippodrome, It's infectious. On a Friday and a Saturday night, you go around the tables and people going, yeah, and throwing the dice out and doing all the rest of it. It's quite amazing to watch. You think, is it expensive to gamble? No, I was doing fivers. I just sort of changed. The thing I like about the Hippodrome is that all the cash machines in there only dispense £50 notes. Because you obviously know where you are. You're in a casino. And we went in there when they were building it, when they were putting all the tables in and the machines and everything else, and I thought it was great. And I've been in there before. I've won, because there was a crowd of us, me and Mr. Moyles and all the rest. We all went over and we had drinks and everything else. And then my friend Jordan, every time I won, because we thought we'd play it fairly straightforward, either red or black. Red or black, red or black. And I was putting it on. If I won, Jordan would take half of the money and then give me the rest back again. So he was basically the bookkeeper for it. And we walked out at the end of the night, I made 600 quid. Yeah, I mean, it's a rare thing, but I thought it was quite nice, but I would never get into... The only time I gamble in a betting shop is on the National. That's the only time that I ever gamble. I tend not to do it the rest of the time, which is quite nice. Steve, you should try Co-op Irresistible Ice Cream. They don't have peanut butter flavour, says Paul, but they are very nice. Ellie says, have you ever been to Speaker's Corner? Oh, God, I grew up at Speaker's Corner. Have you ever been to Speaker's Corner? You probably haven't. Is it here? It's so exciting. It's so exciting. I might have it, yeah. There's two vanilla and 2 strawberry, we think. Can't wait. Mine will be rock hard, I'm telling you. I'm listening in Dubai. Oh, dear, not in Dubai, Barbara. I know my dear old mum, Peggy, will be listening, as she does every day of her life. Makes me feel closer to her, knowing we're both listening to you. There you go, then you can talk about it afterwards. And another one here, which says, Margaret Thatcher ended her life living in the Ritz. Sure. I didn't think she did, actually. I thought that she had a house just down, actually, at the back of Buckingham Palace. I know because I used to pass it all the time, and the reason I knew that is because she had security 24 hours a day down there. I remember it very well. And Moffy says, I'm broadcasting my breakfast show. Oh, she did. She lived at famous people who've opted for permanent residences. Wow. So she moved to a suite. And there she stayed, it seems, until the stroke that ended her life. I love it. I could live in a hotel, actually. I could absolutely live in a hotel. I could, if somebody said to me, could you live in a hotel? I absolutely could. 24 hours a day. It'd have to be big enough, the suite. You don't want to, and also have access to the roof terrace and all the rest of it. But anyway, Moffy says, I'm broadcasting my breakfast show from London back to Australia for a week in September, staying at the Westminster. You're more than welcome to take me for a ride in the Bentley. It's very reasonably priced, actually. Very reasonably priced. Another one says, I was a member of the opening staff of the Lanesborough in 91. Have you seen Bobby Davro again, or so you thought in Waitrose? No, thank God. Didn't Reg Varney, says Keith, open the first ever ATM in Slough? I can't remember if it was Slough. I know that he did open the very first ATM, but I'm blown. Where was it? I thought it was it Woolwich, or was that the McDonald's that was the first one that opened in Woolwich? I remember going to the Woolwich, but we didn't use ATMs for ages. So here was the ATM, and it was in Enfield, Reg. That was in 1967. 1967, he did it in Enfield, the world's first ATM. Amazing, isn't it, when you think now we rely on so much, but of course every time a bank closes, which they do on a regular basis, it's a case of they take the machines out. And so you've got to start travelling a little bit further away, which is a little bit of a pain. 6:15 is the time. Let's get the latest LBC News headlines with Thomas Watts.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. 6:21 is the time. Thank you, Ice Cream Ian. It's lovely. Mine's rock hard. My ice cream, I can't do anything with it at all. Lovely Professor Jonathan Shallett, OBE, says, in my single days, which at the time I thought would remain forever, my dream come 50 was to live in the Savoy for the rest of my life. I calculated if I sold my apartment, the price charged to stay at the Savoy for the rest of my life would be on par. I actually once had a conversation with the manager, and a long-term room rate was not unreasonable. I was actually beginning to look forward. And then out of the blue, Katrina came along when I was 48, and we got married happily ever after. And so that was the end of that. See, it's the happy ever after. He has a charmed life, but he has to work for it. Don't believe anybody when they say, oh, it's just easy. If you're a top agent and you've got to negotiate contracts, oh, it just falls. You've got to work at it. Seriously, it's just absolutely amazing. So the professor with us, actually, there was a lovely bit he wrote on Twitter talking about the chairman of the BBC and saying he's the right person for the job. You know, and if Jonathan says something, I do generally go with him 90%. Occasionally we sort of differ, and I'll say something and say, no, actually, I think this person is very, very good. So, you know, I have to trust his judgment, because he's been doing what he does for a long, long time now, and we love him deeply. Steve, Reg Varney was born in Liverpool Road in Canning Town, East London. My father was born in the street as well. Apparently there were a few celebrities born there. Adam Faith as well. I used to love Adam Faith. I thought he was great. And, Steve, have you ever been greyhound racing? No. You been greyhound racing? I thought, yeah. I have a sneaking feeling that Freddie was, in fact, you know, they have this little thing that they set off round the course, and then the greyhounds chase it. Freddie was that little thing. They attached him to the track, and off he went round the course. Yeah, bad memories of greyhound racing. And you worked at one as well? You did the flag? Well, oh, right. Honestly, the things you learn about people, don't you? It's quite disturbing, actually, at times. So they both work greyhounds. Both work greyhounds. I quite like greyhounds. I like lurchers better as dogs, because they don't bark, I don't think. So the answer is, I haven't been greyhound racing, but the guys have been greyhound racing. Steve, on the Thames link from East Croydon to Gatwick to fly and join the family in Krakow. Not looking forward to Squeezy Jet, but you never know. They may be okay. You will be joining me, of course, says Chris in Sutton. I think so too. Download as many of the podcasts as you possibly can as we head towards the end of the month, because as you download them, some fall off the end because the system can only hold so many. And I've got about 8,000, I think it's about 8,000 podcasts up there. But it's all good stuff, actually. I had a great Valentine's with my Baltic beauty. We did the M&S meal for two. It was great, says Mark. There's also a place called Gigi Gelateria. Is that, I can't remember how you pronounce it. I should know this thing. It's a gelateria ice cream in Swanage is the best, and I'm sure they do peanut butter. Get yourself out of London this summer, have a weekend down that way. You would like it, says Mark. So I thought the Marks & Spencer's meal looked very good. It'll probably still be there today. I wonder if they'll be doing it discounted. Because otherwise, they only have to throw it away, aren't they? It's only good for that particular... I still want to try Valentine's sausage, even though I know it's 2 sausages. Because I just like sausages, full stop, which is a little bit embarrassing, isn't it, really? But all the way to Swanage. My friend Ben, who works on our security here, he's got 8 days off, and he will be going back home to Welsh Wales. And so he'll have 8 days there before he has to hit the streets of London again. Do you think we're ever going to get summer? I mean, I don't want summer to come too quickly. Good Lord, Waitrose have done a whole page advert on how much they're reducing things. They've got hundreds of your favourite items, like, for example, muesli was £3, £2.90. That's not much of a saving, is it? 10p. Apples, £1.90, £1.70. Waitrose Essential coconut milk, £1.10 from £1.50. Plain flour, bits and pieces. I bought giant prawns the other day. which are all ready to eat, because I can't take them out of the shelves. I can't eat anything like that. It's not my sort of thing at all. And also you can get pure clear honey, £1.60 from £1.75. So they're literally doing sort of a discount on everything, and that's what people want nowadays, because everybody's worried, aren't they, about how much things are costing. It's not good. Steve says, Paddy, I'm 70 and working part-time. I would suggest anybody of my age who feels able should do the same, as working and getting up early every day keeps me happy and fit. Oh, you've got to have a purpose to get up. You've got to have something that, you know, otherwise, if you've got nothing to get, you might as well just stay in bed. And it's a case of like, you know, do you want to stay in bed all day? And people go, yeah, but then after a while, you kind of get it in there. Catherine says, isn't there a charity for retired greyhounds? There is. There is, because they're quite big dogs. I don't think people realise how big they are. Talking to Reg Varney says, Stella, I used to love on the buses, especially Blakey. Yes. And Steve, I was in Cornwall, says Johnny. They did Marmite ice cream. Sounds disgusting. Definitely. Steve, you're wrong about lurchers not barking. We have one and she never shuts up. Oh, how bizarre. I thought they didn't bark, which I quite like the idea. Another one here. Oh, somebody else asking about why all of a sudden greyhound race? They're not bringing it back, are they, or something like that? Do they still do it? Well, they must do. Yeah. Is it just? I mean, do people go there for sort of, you know, a pint and a kebab, and then you do some greyhound racing, and you sort of watch it? You gamble, don't you, on the different dogs? Fabulous. Not really. I've never seen. I mean, I've seen it on the television, but I haven't ever sort of been to see it properly. More here. Talking about... Oh, there we go. There you go, Romford. Party pack. You can do a party pack. What the dickens is a party pack? Acceptable forms of ID which you need. So Friday the 17th of Feb, £7 to go in. If you're under 18, it's a £5. If you're under 5, it's under 5? Who takes an under 5-year-old to greyhound racing? If you want to go to the paddock, that's £35. The under 13s are £17.50, and a party pack. If you're over 18, that's £14. What do you get from that? What's a party pack? Does that mean that you get some balloons or something? Programme? Oh, you get food as well there. Is it good food, or is it just chili con carne? No, it's not. Oh, right. So when it says paddock adult, £35, is that how much the food is in the restaurant? And then it says, oh, it's a set menu. Oh, that's all right, isn't it? I could do it, but you don't rate food in places like that. What sort of food would it be? Would it be, chips and chicken? Oh, poor Jack got food poisoning 4 times. He liked it so much he kept going back. He loved it. Oh, it was free. Oh, that's why it was free. I like it. Karen says, is there any other type of whales? You keep saying Welsh whales. Everybody says Welsh whales love you. Everybody says that. Steve, I used to keep greyhounds. They're very lovely dogs. Very lovely dogs. And they don't do much at all. But and they don't take a lot of looking after, which is good. Reg Varney opened the... yeah, we know that one, Jim. We've done that. Come on, put yourself together, for goodness sake. No good being late on these things. And so Lilt, as you know, has now got canned for cultural appropriation. Lilt, I ask you, after 48 years on British shelves, they've decided to take it off. 48 years on British shelves. It's ridiculous. Also, the word fitness should no longer be used as it discriminates against the disabled. That didn't cross my mind. Despite the phrase dating back to Charles Darwin, they say terms like fitness are potentially harmful. The call to ban the word fit as it discriminates are along with other words like male, female, mother, father. Oh, for God's sake, honestly, it just gets more stupid by the day, doesn't it? Look at the time, 6:30. Let's get the news headlines with Thomas Watts.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
It's gone down a treat, that ice cream, actually. It's gone down even better. Do you know the crown that Queen Camilla will be wearing on the day? This is Queen Mary's crown. They've had to take it out of the Tower of London, and it's the first time in recent history that an existing crown will be used for the coronation of a consort instead of commissioning a new one. And it's got a silver frame lined with gold, set with 2,200 diamonds. It's got a purple velvet cap with an ermine band. But the Queen, Her Majesty, when they were talking about the original crown, this is the one with the Koh-i-Noor diamond in it, they said it was so heavy she couldn't wait to take the thing off. But it's going to be reset with Cullinan 3, which is pear-shaped, and V diamonds, part of Elizabeth II's personal jewellery collection. I mean, they're absolutely knockout diamonds. I mean, they're about as good as it gets. I can remember when they first mined, and they got the Cullinan diamond out, the Koh-i-Noor, and they had to cut it. And of course, it's like, make a mistake, and this thing could shatter into 1,000 pieces. But it was previously worn, Cullinan 3 and 4, previously set temporarily in Queen Mary's crown for the 1911 coronation. Going to be quite an event, isn't it, really? However, this glittering mountain of light, 5 nations all claim as their own. So that's why they've decided to be diplomatic and not wear it. Steve, apparently you can't, I heard this one actually before, Kate, you can't use the phrase master bedroom anymore when selling a house. It's sexist. I mean, seriously, there's some right Looney Tunes out there. I mean, even I can't get my head around half of it. I love it. I absolutely love it. What else? It says James O'Brien is going to be on Celebrity Mastermind on Saturday. Yes. And I can't remember what his chosen subject is. It's has he not told the public yet? Oh right, he did tell me, but I'm apparently I'm not allowed to tell you, so I can't tell you anything about it. It'll be on Saturday. Okay, that's all I can tell you about it, even though I know everything. But I just can't remember. I do remember actually what his chosen subject was, because I'm sure we did tell people because we had a little competition. Did I do it with you? Oh, we did it with somebody. Perhaps we did it with Elliot, or trying to work out what his chosen subject would be. And he was sort of testing himself in the office. It seemed to be filmed ages ago, wasn't it? It seemed like weeks and probably, if not months, before Christmas, wasn't it? Yeah, before Christmas. Oh well. So you'll have to watch that on the Saturday. But my lips are sealed. I'm not allowed to say anything at all. Apparently, there's an electricity reduction at Wimbledon Greyhound track. The electric hare came third. Thank you. And Steve, I bought a greyhound a few years ago. The wife said, "Are you going to race him?" I said, "No, he's much faster than I am." And another one. So, yeah, why could you not use master bedroom? Oh, because it made it sound as though it was male, didn't it? That was why, actually. Steve, I used to get up at 6 a.m. for work, pile onto a packed commuter train into London, rarely got home before 8. I was once on call, used to work weekends and provided out-of-hours cover. Why the hell would I want to unretire? Says Richard. Possibly. Well, my godson, he works from home. He's got a barn, which is converted into an office, and he does fraud for one of the major banks. And he can work for him, and it's the best thing he ever did. Well, I say the job is not the best thing he's ever done, but it saved him that travelling all the time, coming from, out of town into the city. He said then it costs money because people want to go out at lunchtime. He said then when you finish work at the end of the day, let's go for a drink. He said, so you weren't getting home till about 10 o'clock at night. So working at home, it's much more disciplined. It's much better. And I forgot my goddaughter's birthday the other day, and so I had to sort of send her a text message saying, "There will be a card in the post, Dan. Don't worry, there will be a card in the post." What else do we have? I can't do anything with lovemaking. They're obsessed with this lovemaking, this male pill breakthrough at the moment. That you have to take it half an hour before you're deciding to have sex. Isn't that a bit like sort of Viagra kind of thing, isn't it, really? You know, I mean, it's no good sort of taking it and then sort of, you know, hanging around. You know, you've got to sort of take it and then be sort of ready, apparently. So they say, the little blue pill. But there's currently no version of the pill for men. Apparently, condoms and vasectomies are the only option. Contraception experts say they found this treatment which kicks in within minutes. And they say it could be developed to last 16 hours. 16 hours? Are you mad? 16 hours? Good Lord, I'd be a wreck by the end of that time. 16 minutes, you're pushing it. 16 hours? Who in God's name goes for 16 hours? They must look like some poor haggard creature that's coming. Should we go back in the bedroom? No, absolutely not. 16 hours. Well, I don't think we'll be trying any of that anytime soon, ladies and gentlemen. As I say, anything more than 16 minutes, I think it's a relationship. Steve. The coronation is totally outdated, says Niall, should be scrapped now. No, we've got to keep it. That's what we like in this country. We like the pomp and the circumstance, and we like the idea that, you know, we do it better than anybody else. Anybody else. Nobody does pomp and ceremony and marching bands and everything else like we do it. We do it good. We do it good, and I like watching it. You know, when you watch the Queen's funeral, we do it good. We do it very well indeed, so that's what I like, actually. Philip says, I waited 18 months for my Tipping Point appearance to be shown. Oh, you went on Tipping Point. How lovely. I could probably manage Tipping Point. I don't, somebody said 16 seconds. It's including a cigarette and a shopping list, I presume. Steve, for millions of years we've lived lives as males and females. It's not easy to converse with a person when you don't know which they are, says Anne. You don't like to ask, do you? It seems impertinent. But this sort of male pill, I'm not sure about that at all. The spy who sold secrets to Russia blames pining for his wife in Ukraine. He's a British embassy security guard who leaked secrets to Russia. He faces up to 14 years in prison. Blimey. That's what you call a serious sentence. Sadiq Khan coming under fire from his own party over plans to drastically expand the capital's clean air zone. I mean, this is the ultra-low emission zone. And ULEZ, which actually, it doesn't affect me, which is great. But the amount of people I was hearing overnight on LBC who were saying, what about if you're a carer and you've got to get somewhere, you've got to pay this £12.50 charge? I mean, we're ripped off at every opportunity. I wouldn't mind, you know, if you could park for free in London, but you can't. It's so expensive to park in London. Car parks are so expensive. And now, you know, even Labour MPs have urged Khan to put the brakes on ULEZ. He's not going to. I told you before, there is no way that he's seen how much money this is going to generate. And he wants it. He's greedy. It's got nothing to do with clean air or anything else like that. How much money can we raise? 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. There's a story as well in the paper about a couple. And it turns out that their daughter stole £500,000 from her own mother. She fleeced millions from friends and clients in a holiday scam, and then, to add insult to injury, this revolting piece of work lied that she had terminal cancer. You know, deceit beyond belief. You get these people, they live in these fantasy worlds. There was a woman a short while ago, I think in America, she shaved her children's heads so that people would think that they had cancer and they'd had chemo. I mean, you seriously can't believe it, but then, you know, you probably open up the papers, as I do, every day and think, I can't believe that somebody's actually done that. Happy birthday to Matt Groening. He's 69 today. He's the cartoonist and creator of The Simpsons. He named almost all of the main characters after his own family, including his parents, Margaret and Homer, of how he predicted Donald Trump making it to the White House in an episode in 2000. He said Trump was the most absurd placeholder joke name we could think of at the time, and that's still true. It's beyond satire. And Mick Avery celebrates birthday today, 79. He's the London-born musician, made his name as a drummer with the Kinks. So happy birthday to him. And takes the time quite nicely, very nearly, give or take a few seconds, to 6:45. Let's get the latest news headlines with Thomas Watts.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Oh, it's going to be 14 degrees today. Producer just said it's going to be 40. I mean, at the moment it's 4. It's got to go something, hasn't it, to get to 14 degrees. Jonathan Shallett, professor, says, I'm not sure you said what you meant to say. You're going to get your nephew arrested. You said he does bank fraud from his barn at home. Yes, he heads up the fraud department at this bank. So that's what he does. He susses out people who do bank frauds. You know, when people sort of go in there and say, oh, we do this and all the rest of it. So he spends all his day on his computer. And that's what he does. He looks after the fraud side of it. Because each bank has got a fraud department. And that's what he does. But the good news is he doesn't actually need to physically be in the bank to do it. It's all onto the it's all on the computer, and it seems to work quite well. But it just saves him all the travelling, because that would drive you mad. So you know, you travel for an hour into work and then an hour back. Oh goodness sake! Jennifer says the tiny road just up from Chalkers Corner takes you left to the dump or right to Mortlake Crematorium. You have to pay the ULEZ, and the road before the turn. Before you turn, it's not in the scheme. Well, I don't have to pay it anyway, so I'm quite grateful. Although, actually, somebody says, I think you will pay the ULEZ charge in 2 years' time. Every car will. No, it's a charge for emissions. You could sleep with my car in your bedroom. It wouldn't make the slightest difference. In the master bedroom. There you go. Apparently, on The Simpsons, it takes around... In time 6 months to draw and complete one episode of The Simpsons, says Mike. Do you know, I never got into The Simpsons. It never sort of interested me. A friend of mine, when it first came over, he said, oh, it's fantastic, you've got to watch The Simpsons. And so I watched one episode and I thought, I can't get interested in cartoons. It just doesn't do it for me at all. But, you know, that's the way it goes, isn't it? And there you go, somebody else says the same. Not keen on The Simpsons. I've watched it, tried to like it, just not my cup of tea. I think I'm in the minority, says Kim. I've got a sense of humour, just never got The Simpsons. I didn't either. I've seen the other one. Was it Family Guy or... Is that... No, really. I'm not really into cartoons. I like to... Oh, sorry? I've heard of South Park. I've never seen it. I know what it is. Somebody could shout and I'd say, yes, I know that's South Park, but it's not my sort of thing at all. I don't know why, actually. It was very odd. I nearly sent a sunflower yesterday, says Benny. Oh, that'd be nice. Then I changed my mind because I reckon I'll find them on sale today at half price. Well, yes. I wouldn't get too excited about the half price, but they're going to have loads of flowers left over, you know, for all the people. I think they overestimated this year. But I'll be keen to find out what they're going to do with the food. Like, I don't think you can actually reduce perhaps they'll just sell them singly and sort of get away with it that way. And all the flower, I mean, in my M&S, they had loads of flowers. Waitrose, loads of flowers. And you think, well, what do they do? They're not going to throw them out, are they? They're going to sort of bang them out so they can at least get some money back on them. Mandy says, I was in my bikini sunbathing yesterday, benefit of a south-facing garden. I thought you were going to tell me you were in somewhere like Thailand or something exciting like that. Also, Disney. In 1950, Disney, their animated musical feature film was Cinderella. They look so dated now. When you look at the early Disney stuff and you look at the animation was very good. But when you look at, you know, things like Toy Story now and, you know, all these other things, we've moved on such a pace, haven't we? We really have. 1996, February the 15th, on this day. For 37 years, she has been the doll that girls cuddled, clothed and cared for in their bedrooms. But soon they'll be able to play with Barbie in cyberspace. She's being put onto a CD-ROM, and youngsters will be able to dress Barbie in 1,000 outfits and transport her to various exotic locations. Because she is the most popular doll in the world. We used to have one in this country who was called... I can't remember what she was called, actually. The Americans had Barbie, and Barbie took over here as well, and we had another one. And I can picture the doll. It began with an S, but I can't remember what the word... And again, it was never quite the same. Never quite the same. Jane says, have you a favourite pigeon on Platform 24? No. In fact, we don't really get any pigeons up that neck of the woods. They get them in the main station, but not too many. I don't know how they keep them out, because I would have thought it would have been an absolute haven for pigeons, but turned out not to be, actually. Cindy, that's right. That's the one we had, Cindy, who was sort of... She was a bit more of the fuller figure. Whereas Barbie was like stick thin, but she had a husband, Ken, who was as camp as a row of tents. They used to put him in some outfits. We used to look at these things and say, I don't know how actually people ever played with dolls. Because boys had action men. So it was always Butch, you know. And I think there was a gay doll that came out some years ago. And the slogan was, be first on your block with Gay Bob. And he was sort of dressed up, you know, with the obligatory earring and a check shirt and a moustache and all the rest of it. It's amazing how they've changed. But when you see them being made, it's even more bizarre. It is, you know, it really is very strange. Irina Sendler, 1910, 2008, she died. The Polish Catholic social worker who survived Nazi torture was credited with saving the lives of 2,500 Jewish children in the Warsaw Ghetto during World War II. She used everything from suitcases and sacks to a mechanic's toolbox and coffins to smuggle them out, and hid lists of their names in milk jars. There's a hero. There's a hero. Other stories which are running in the paper today, apart from Camilla sidestepping the coronation row over the Kohinoor diamond, she's still not very well. Still not very well. So we're hoping that she pulls through on that. And what was the other one they had? Oh, they've got migrant crossings again, up 2,300. And how many people are waiting for mental health aid? Thousands. 150,000 people are waiting for mental health aid. Apparently, a study by the PA News Agency shows 687,000 had a second appointment, but 154,000 had to wait more than 90 days for their first one. Dr. Adrian James of the Royal College of Psychiatrists said some patients' mental health may deteriorate if left untreated. Staff were working as hard as they can, but they've got limited resources. They were talking about this overnight. Richard Spur was talking about it. It's amazing how many people were having to wait for ages and ages. And it's amazing how many of you knew that the doll was called Cindy. I'm almost impressed by that, actually, this morning. Thank you, Marcus, and everybody else, and Nick in Oxford. I wonder why it never took off, actually. I wonder why Cindy didn't take off the way that Barbie did. But you've got to go to YouTube, and I don't know what you type in to find it, but it's making Barbies, making the Barbie dolls in this funny little sort of fact. I thought it would be all automated, but it turns out not to be. They literally make these things by hand. They've got big plastic bins full of heads, plastic bins full of, you know, the bodies, and then you attach the legs and the arms and all the rest of it. And then they put the clothes on, and you've got Chinese women on sewing machines making these little tiny clothes and doing the hair and everything. I mean, it's quite an art, and people collect them. I interviewed somebody years ago who collected Barbie dolls and had like one of the best collections because they're worth money. If you've got some of the early one, the trouble is everybody takes them out, don't they, of the actual boxes and plays with them because that's what they were. They were meant to be played with. But if you were clever and bought two, then you would play with one and keep the other one. Doesn't always work like that, I have to tell you. But that was the that was the way it was supposed to work. That's why when you get these things that come up for sale, you know, if it's in the box, you've got to look after these things. And there was another smaller doll called Pepper, says Sue in Borehamwood. I seem to remember, I think you might be right, actually. I don't know whether it's called Pepper, but I remember Cindy definitely had a younger sister. But whether she was called Pepper, I don't know. I don't know. I never collected dolls, actually, surprisingly. We never even had an Action Man. But you could get an Action Man where you put a lever on his back and his eyes moved. He had eagle eyes or something. I thought he was most peculiar. And he never had any of those other funny little bits which men have got. You know, he didn't have all those sort of things.